もしもし、聞こえてますでしょうか？はい。はい、とゆきです。続いての作品、テイルズ・オブ・ベルセリア、カテゴリー 2% ニューゲームとなっております。こちら、解説の方いらっしゃいません。作品、RT やったことあるよ。でも、もしくは RT やったことないけど、この作品大好きでめっちゃわかるよって方、よろしく。は、ぜひ、応募していただければと思います。ただ、喋るのちょっと恥ずかしいよって方は、チャットで書いていただけると非常に嬉しいです。私も一応、攻略サイトを片手に頑張って話していこうかなと思いますが。人形増えてるね。ではちょっと、奏者の方のちょっと紹介してみましょうか。ルーキングっていうのかな、ルーキング SR さんですね。今回走られるテイルズ・オブ・ベスペリア、ニューゲームプラスでワールドレコードを取っていらっしゃる方です。また、オールボスイズでもワールドレコード。で、ニューゲームに関しては世界2位の記録を持っている方になっております。他に何走られているかというと、檻と暗闇の森かな、これ。うん。檻と暗闇の森、ロッ
All
ク
right.
マン、
Coming up after me on the host desk
ロック
would
マン
be
エグゼかな、これ。2
CT23.
作走られてるそうで
He
す
is
ね。
an absolute legend, and I look forward to him entertaining you in the best way possible. I have been bothered into goldfish, and I'll leave you, as I always do, by saying, guys, gals, and non-binary pals,
では
the
改め
words
て、
of the 60s
テイルズ・
President
オ
of the
ブ・
United
ベスペリ
States,
ア、
Abraham Lincoln,
ビットボーイ
be
が設
excellent to
定
each
され
other.
ております。
Party on non-gender specific honorifics. And right now, I'm going to throw it over to my good friend Kizaron, who's interviewing our next runner, LurkingSR. Take it away, Keys!
キャラクターのコスチュームですね。
Limit break. It's Keys Run here. I'm joined by our
インタ
next
ビュー
runner,
始まりましたね。
Lurking SR. Lurking, how are you doing today?
Doing great. How about yourself?
You know, can't complain, can't complain. So I'm someone who is a big fan of the Tales series casually, but I personally have gone out of my way to not watch speedruns of it because it's one of those series where it's like I love it so much that I don't want to like not necessarily taint it, but you know, change my perspective on it. So what can casual viewers expect from your run of Tales of Berseria?
So if you haven't seen a run, basically expect to be completely like
まあ、存
shocked
在
at
感
how
はも
easily
ちろ
we
ん、
beat the game.
左上
A lot
の
of these games,
ブイズがすごい
like,
窮
fight
屈。
for a long period of time, struggle, farm, grind, all that.
何せ、いい上含め
Speedrunning
て
just can
9
help you
匹で
jump
す
all
よ。
over.
ぎゅうぎゅうじゃないですか。
What's kind of the main strategy behind it? Like, what's the bread and butter of the run? Besides walking, of course.
Basically, the game has a lot of hidden, or not necessarily hidden, but a lot of like mechanics that like if you combine them together well, you could end up becoming stupidly overpowered. And that is basically what we do. Like we don't do any sort of glitches or anything. It's just if you combine all of the game stuff that the game gives you, you could end up being strong enough to just one-shot anything in the game.
Now, I understand that there is a bid war going on right now for this game. I believe it's English versus Japanese for language, correct?
Yes, so there's two bit wars actually. The first one is English versus Japanese, which voice acting that will end as soon as we start the run, or actually a little bit before. And the other one is costumes, so the game has a lot of DLC costumes that you could give your characters. And based on whatever is winning, we're going to give those characters said costumes.
And that's like, what, roughly like an hour in, I think you said?
So it's going to kind of as we go. Every time we unlock a character, whatever is winning at the time will be whatever that character gets for the rest of the run.
Okay, so it's an ever-evolving
Yeah.
incentive. That's really cool to hear. Does any of this actually save any time, or is it all just like cosmetic?
All cosmetic.
All cosmetic. What about the voice acting stuff? Like, does Japanese save time over English, or is that also just a preference kind of deal?
Basically a preference. Like there might be a variance of a few seconds, but no one cared enough to actually check exactly which one is faster, because
Sure.
if it does matter, it's gonna be like maybe 10 seconds at most.
Now, do you have a favorite moment in this run that you're going to show off today?
Favorite moment in the run.
えっと、
Um,
テイルズ・オブ・ベスペリアで設定されている
I think just
ビ
in
ッ
general,
ト
like, there isn't a
は
specific point, but a lot of
キャ
like
ラクター
most
の
boss fights,
衣装
especially with
と
some of the harder casual fights, seeing them die like that is always like the best to me. So especially like if you look at the final boss of the fight, it's really nice to see that fight go well. If it does, it usually doesn't.
Now, does
を
anyone
感想後
in
に、
the audience
ミ
or
ス
even
ティッ
here
ク
on site
アー
that
ティ
is
スショ
fan
ー
of
ケー
the
ス
game and wants to pick it up? What's your recommendation to any
ござい
possible
ま
new
す。
runners? Like, are there any like resource hubs that you could direct people to? Is there like a
また、
like a safe
あの、
route as a beginner?
音声日本語か、日本語
So
か英語
basically,
か。
probably the best thing to do is join the Tales of Discord. There's a lot of people willing to help. I think if you look at SRC, there are guides by the world record person.
に
I
なってお
think,
りますね。
I think he has
まあ
all
ボイス
these
ア
guides and
ク
notes
ティン
on
グラ
there
ランゲージなん
to
で。
learn. So pretty much, yeah, just
今んと
find
こ、
a
う
runner,
ん、
ask them, and everyone will be willing to help.
Now, for you personally,
僅差
after,
で
after the marathon,
英語
what
で
are
すか
your,
ね、
what are
今
your
んと
next
こ。
speedrun goals? Like, what do you plan on doing next?
Either play more of this game or another Tales.
うん。
One
あ、
of
なる
them.
ほど。
Not Battle Network. We were just talking about it. We were
Well,
bonding.
Battle
We were
Network is
bonding.
always an available thing for me. It'll always end up happening again.
That's exciting to hear. I'm sure the run's going to go great. Before we throw it back up to the front, I just want to mention that don't forget, when you donate, you qualify for prizes. And this set of prizes is really, really neat. So $15 minimum donation, you get a whole pack of Nocturne stuff. So this whole time I've pretended like I'm actually drinking coffee, but I don't. Unfortunately, the camera can't pick up all the fine details, but you have this awesome mug. This whole time, Lurking's been wearing a neat hat. We also have these 2 pins. I want to give you like a detailed description of them that isn't just they're awesome, but they are just awesome. And there's also a poster that I don't have in front of me, but we wanted to keep it nice and wrapped and cleaned for anyone that's going to win the prize pack. It's a big poster. If you're a big Nocturne fan, now's the time to donate. $15 minimum donation. But yeah, you know what? You're going to kill it.
I
Your
hope
run's
so.
going to be great. But thanks for giving me some of your time to talk a little bit. This was Lurking. I was Keyzeron. We're going to throw it back up to the front. CT, take it away.
Hello, RPG Limit Break 2022. My name is CC, and I've got some big shoes to fill after Bob the Ninja Goldfish introduced me like that and screamed his head off for 45 minutes. I'm not sure I'm going to wake up my neighbors like that, but you know what? We'll see. If we hit 50K, no promises. Just like the interview said, we've got some bids going on, and it is a close race for the voice acting language. English is in the lead by $3. So if you want Japanese to overtake English, it's going to take a measly $3. We've also got the costume bids. Now, personally, if you have played Tales of Berseria, you know that the pirate costumes are dope, but we have a lot of Maid and Butler fans in there. Maid and Butler is at $70, and the pirates are right behind at $55. You can also make High School or Tales of Legacy snipe the Maid and Butler, but it's going to be a hefty donation. We also have the Mystic Arts Showcase. It needs about $1,500, But we have 5 hours of Tales of Berseria action.
3ドル差ってところ。日本時間12時10分、現地時間は10月20日の午後9時10分となっております。います。エスペリアの時間は、予定時間は4時間50分。で、このまま予定通りで行くとなると、現地時間2時11分にルーム。そして、現地時間の午前3時6分には新女神転生3となっております。テイルズ・オブ・ベルセリア、そしてを挟んでルーム EST は30分前後、約30分といったところなんですけど、そのテイルズ・オブ・ベルセリアを4時間50分のルーム挟んで新女神転生3は予定時間8時間20分となっております。ご視聴際は定期的に水分、食事、あと軽い運動など気をつけてくださいね。など行って体を気をつけてくださいね。あと、睡眠の方も忘れずによろしくお願いいたします。運動といっても、せめてラジオ体操でも十分動けますからね。 どっかで聞いたことあるんですけど、ラジオ体操をちゃんとしっかりやった上で3回で、1日3回やれば1日分の運動量になるとは聞いたことがあります。この本も、あれ、運動有識者助かります。
Thank you for waiting, everybody, and it is time. I hope you like kicks. I hope you like combos. I hope you like devouring souls, because it is time for Tales of Berseria with LurkingSR.
画面来ましたね。言語を選んだ瞬間スタートでしょうか、これは。
Alright, so sorry, I didn't know I should
あれ
start.
から
Okay, so
動いてな
right
けれ
before
ば、
we
このま
start
ま
the run, I
英語
wanna
の
ask
英語版で
everybody
走られ
what
る
language
っていうことになりま
can
す。
we know which one is winning so we can get started?
By $3, it's English.
English, perfect. So we'll pick English here and
あ、英語ですね。
ready to
はい、
get
確
started.
定です。あ、まだ始まるわけじゃなかった。
Alright.
ニュー
So
ゲー
before I
ム
start the run, I wanna have my commentator
メ
introduce
ニューショー
himself,
ト
so
カ
you
ッ
can
ト。
go ahead.
Yes, so I'm the
あ、
Grand Run.
まずオプションいじってますね。
for Xenoblade X, and I'm here for this beautiful game that is Tales of
そうですね、
Berseria
ニューゲームなんで、
as a commentator.
1周目でっていうことに
And,
なります
I
ね。
think everything's good on my end, so whenever we can get started,
そ
you
れか
could
スター
count
ト
me
で
down. See.
始めるのかな。
Ooh, I get to count you down. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
はい、始まりました。グッドラ
So to
ッ
get started
ク
with this
です。
game, we're gonna be skipping a bunch of cutscenes as we will be doing for the whole run. So there's
タイマー動いてないんですけ
cutscenes,
ど。
thankfully.
If I'm on the hunt for prickle
Yeah.
あ、ここで動くんですね。はい、グッドラックです。
But this game is not one of them, thankfully, because
This is
otherwise
for
it would be
Locke's
really
medicine.
tedious.
So I
Yeah.
can't mess this up.
Alright, so basically to get
おそら
started
く
with
そ
the
う
game, to explain
キャ
a
ラク
little
タ
bit
ー
about
さ
it.
開
So
始で
this is
始
a
まったっていう
combat
感じで
RPG
しょう
game,
か
so it
ね
is。an action RPG in a way, and you can assign all of the 4 face buttons on your controller into a different art. So what I did there is I assigned 2 different lines into one ability, and that
攻
will be
略
there
見
for
る
the
には、
whole
まあ、
run.
今の
So
と
the
ころ
game
プロ
we're
ロ
kind
ー
of
グで
overpowered
ベル
from
ベ
the
ット
very
の
beginning,
家を
so
出
I'm
て
just kinda setting up all the best abilities on the character
で
or
今
build that we'll be using for
北
the
の
whole
方に
run.
進んでるみたいですね。
Yeah, really funnily enough, the best arts of this game are just those arts that you get at the very start. You get like a few more later on, but they're not as important as the first 2 ones. So the first 2 that we have is Gouging Spin and Harsh Rebuttal. Gouging Spin is like
東
obviously
進んで沈めの森
better
にい
one,
らっしゃいき
well,
まし
but
た。
we cannot only use one art because otherwise that's going to mess up the combo. So we have to
左上の
and Harsh
アイ
Rebuttal
コ
is
ン
just a better,
の星マーク入ると戦闘
So,
戦闘
this
フェー
is
ズに
just
移ります
the
ね
game。has a few tutorials here, so it's telling you about how combos work. So it's
チュートリアル
basically
で
just kind of
す。
pressing buttons. And the other thing is souls. So if you look at the bottom left of the screen, you're gonna see my character with like loose like diamonds next to her picture. That shows how many souls you have, and depending on how many souls you have is how many steps of the combo you can do. So basically our goal is to kind of have enough for a combo but also not have too many for a reason we can explain later. But Alright. So for the second tutorial, the game's gonna explain what soul gauge is. So while each blue crystal shows how many steps we can do in the combo, The blue crystals actually turn red when you do
チュー
different
トリア
attacks.
ル
And
が
that's like
進む
a
感じです
gauge of
ね。
how many attacks you can do without running out. And the other thing is, if you attack
ガー
an
ド
enemy
の
who's
チュート
guarding,
リア
you'll
ル。
lose gauge very quickly, and that's what the game was teaching us there. So as happened there. And yeah, as you can see, we're just kind of mashing out the two arts that we set up on every one of these prickle bores in the tutorial.
There's going to be one more art that we'll have that is going to be pretty important on
で
the
この
next tutorial.
緑の四角のとこがエリア移
Now
動
we
か
can
な。
have,
うん。
well, just two buttons. And to explain a little bit about the combat, it's
ここから普通に戦闘ですね。
an improvement of what the previous game
足が強いのかな、この人。
Tales of Zestiria, which is also on PC. And it's this game is actually a
え
prequel of the
ご飯狩り。うんうん。
All the Zestiria is also really interesting, but has a lot more variance in the strat
い
and
かにも
whatever we can
イノ
have.
シシみたいな
This game
敵を
is a
飼ってい
lot
る
more
そうですね。
consistent when, regarding status, debuffs, gauges, combos, and everything.
イノシシの肉食べたことないんだよな、
They are
私。
very, very differently, despite being pretty close when you look at it at first glance.
Yeah, so
こ
here
こは
coming up
虫。
will be the next tutorial, which as
あ、なるほど。
we mentioned earlier,
シンボルエンカウント
third
と
part that we're gonna have for the
スルー
rest
で
of
き
the
る
run,
シンボルエン
which
カウン
is
ト
Searing
と
Edge.
避けられないとこ
So
ろがあ
Gabe's
る
gonna
と。
introduce us to it here. I'm gonna have to go into the menu and actually put it in.
へえ、美味しいんだ。へえ、気にな
So
る。
it's a little bit of AoE, but more importantly, it's an art that can inflict burn. Yep, that debuff is really, really nice.
Yep, and it's also a fire
Also
attack, so
gonna-
we're gonna be
Hi.
using it later for any enemy that's weak against fire to kind of proc their weaknesses. And the other
Hockey
neat thing about it
倒しました
is
ね。
that it is a hidden art. So in this game, there's 3 different types of arts. We'll be using 2, which is martial arts and hidden arts. And whenever you use
ふ
one
る
of
さと
them,
納税って書い
they
てるのか。
buff
へ
the
え。
other one in some way, or the other type in some way,
と
for the rest
ちゃ
of
ん
the
と
combo.
後ろ
So
から
whenever we use Searing Edge,
ベルベッ
our
ト
other
さん
martial arts, which include gouging spin, will have
師
more
匠から
likelihood to
教わ
do
った
status
剣
damage,
を
which increase
な
stun
ぜ
rates.
か
Yeah,
足の仕込み刀で戦
can
う。
inflict burn,
剣は飾りか
which is a pretty nice status effect because it's not going to deal damage over time like it usually would, but instead it's going to increase the stun,
買い物です
stun
ね。
duration, not the stun, the stagger duration of an enemy, which is very, very valuable when you are trying to do really long combos. And gouging spin and harsh orbital have the ability to inflict stun, which is going to increase
え、一回戻んのかな、これ。
damage and make the enemy like stay in combo for the duration of the stun. So if we can keep the stun going, we're going to deal a lot of damage and we're going to be able to keep the combos going. And because the stagger is going to
クッ
stay
キングタイム。あ、料理してます。料理かな。うん。
debuff, then we can have some crazy combos going on.
Yeah, so as we get further into the run, the more like we get stronger and more likely to stun. So we're gonna get to a point where enemies will be perma
料
stun.
理。
But also to go back a little bit, if you saw in the shop there, I bought one item basically and then sold a lot. But if you really paid close attention, you probably realized that I actually bought items and then sold them back.
こ
and
の
then
姿を
bought
見た
them
師
back
匠は
and sold
頭
them
抱
back.
えそうです
The
ね。
reason is
どういう
the
師匠
game has like
姿か
shop
知りま
levels,
せん
and
け
when
ど。
you buy or sell enough things, your shop level increases,
あと
and you
私
get
あの
rewards for different
今
shop levels.
攻略本
And
片
shop
手に
level
見
2
てるっ
gives
ていう
us
ぐらいでテイルズ
like a
シリーズ
passive
全
item
く
that
触ったこと
increases
ないんで。
movement speed. So even though it's hard
違
to
ってる
see,
こと言ってたらごめん
we're
なさい。
moving at I think 10% higher speed than she was before I did that shop.
Movement is good because we're going to be moving around a lot in this game.
Yeah. So there's gonna be like 3 other spots in the run where movement speed increases a little bit. But for now, for the next like
ランドに
50
火つ
minutes,
け
we're
た。
gonna
う
be
ん。あ、なるほどね。ここも普通に通らされるんじゃない。
Now to talk a little bit more
また
about
沈めの森に向かうのかな。
is just a young girl who is just doing girl things, you know, just
Good.
hunting,
It's off to the cave then.
taking care of her brother, left set, and
シンボルは避けられ
cooking
る。
stuff. So that's why we're hunting in prickle boar. And now we figured out that like life set is gone, so we have to find him
シ
again.
ンボルを
And
取
we're
る
taking
極
him
力
over
来て、
to the
あ、
cave because he wants to pick
入り口ですね。
flowers,
ここ強制
and,
戦
you know,
闘となっ
nothing
ており
bad
ます
could
ね。
possibly happen, right? Like
Yeah.
getting attacked by a
と出た
wolf
先
demon.、
強制戦闘。
So this fight you actually cannot beat.
え
It's
グ
just
ラ
a time
ッティ
clock
ウル
that
フ
ends。after a certain amount of seconds passes. So while we wait, I'm actually just gonna spam Searing Edge because the more you use an art in this game, you get like art
これ
from
は
it, and that actually makes it a little bit stronger. So we just use this time to spam an ability to
負
make
け
it
指ですか
better for later fights.
全然動かないんです
There's
けど。
really nothing we can do to speed this up.
あー、強いわね。
So
一定
basically what the
一
game
定
is
時間で
telling
しょ。あ、
you
負
here
け
is
エベです
for-
ね。
is that there is some
入ってきちゃった。
big evil demons in the world that
ベス
exist,
ルーラ
but
か
they are not you cannot defeat them unless you've got some magical power, which are Seraph, or if you're yourself a demon.
Yeah.
That's kind of a weird point, but maybe this will come out.
あれあれさっきのブラディウルスじゃないですか。あ
This
れ
is the first village in an RPG.
急に不穏になりました。
Different from
あれ
what we are used to see.
Yeah, just people dying because, you know, a random
Eh?
amount of mobs came and attacked the town. And we were asleep throughout the
え、
whole
村燃えるんですか？
where
え
our brother is, and obviously nothing bad could possibly happen to him here.
Don't give up.
Yeah, this is a very very chill and hearty anime game. It's all good. We're a cute girl doing cute things.
Exactly.
なるほど、
Anyways,
恒例行
let's go
事
through。this area one more time for now. To basically go back to the place we just were just a second ago, because this game really likes to make you run through the same areas over and over again, as we will see the more we get into the run.
Okay, this is quite a setting.
Alright, so here is screaming warning.
絵が赤いからなんかもう不穏以外の言葉が出てこない。で、ブラディウルフと戦闘入りま
And these
す。
arts are kind of leading to things we will unlock later on in the run.
So right now,
Itai.
Lucky is just pressing buttons randomly, and it's going to pull up like those arts completely indifferently. And they're
Ah,
just good. So
複数いますね。うん
yeah, so those wolf demons that we were unable to defeat, now we can just destroy them.
Yep. So now we are a demon with demon powers, a demon hand. It can. We basically.
背景の赤い月も伴って左手がうずきそう。
Basically, what we're doing there, even though it looks like we were,
誰ですか？
we were actually like devouring, consuming them.
ああ、なるほど。左手うずいてダメージ与えられるブラディウルフに倒せると。 これは？
Velvet is in a prison and is given food in the form of demon to devour every now and then. And well, this
この
Seraph
方、
is ready to save her.
So we knew from earlier that this seraph is one of Arthur's like
どう
seraph,
なった？
and basically she is broken through his power and
強
isn't
制
like
戦
just
闘。
obeying him anymore.
あ、
and
監
wants
獄
to
と
help
タイタ
us.
ニアに来ました。
And the reason we want to help us is, as Velvet finds out here, is this is actually her sister's reincarnation. So whenever humans die in this game, well, sometimes, not always, they get reincarnated as seraphims or like, you know, magical beings, and that is her sister, and that's why she's trying to help her out of the prison.
Yep. And Arthur, by the way, is a Velvet
監獄とって
stepbrother.
ことは捕まったんですかこの
And
方
he。is the one who
ベルベットさ
killed
ん？うん。
Velvet's brother earlier, and that's why she was screaming about like, why did you kill him and all that.
And now
ひた
she
すら登って
just
きま
has
す。
one world in her head. Revenge.
Yep. And that is going to be basically the story of this game, is trying to
え
kill
っ
him
と、
for
師匠で
killing
もある義兄が
our younger brother.
村滅ぼした上に弟殺して自分が化け物にして投獄しちゃったので復讐します。
That's pretty much Velvet.
Yep.
So cute girl doing cute things, that's over now.
That's gone. That was only the prologue.
うん、復讐というより敵討ちじゃないですかこのノリ。
So
だ
at
って
this point
復
of the
讐で、
run,
ああ
we
でも
are
ない。自分
kind of restricted to a few abilities.
自分結構
We don't have our main
彼女自身も悲惨な目に遭ってるから、まあ、復讐でもあり敵討ちみたいな感じですね。
Stuns are in a way random and in a way not, which I will elaborate on that a little bit more. But before we move on, we had incentive for character outfits, and we
こう思っ
just
てたら強制戦闘終わっちゃったの。
Velvet's outfits. So,
終わってました。
Cece, if you could let me know what is in first place right now, and that will be Velvet's costume for the rest of the run.
And after a quick refresh, it looks like Maid is in the lead by
一応別と思ってますね。復讐ってこう、
We will go and unlock it. It's at your
めっちゃひどい、自身がひどい目に遭ったら、あれ、メイドになってる。自分がひどい目に遭ったら、その合わせた人間に、人間叩きに行くっていう意味だから。あ、そうか、ビードボーでメイド服着せるっていうありましたからね。ここで着るんだ。
Come on, really?
Alright, so now we just met another one of the characters who will eventually be in the party, but as of right now, she's kind of just tagging along and messing
韓国と
around. So
兵士と
Just to point
戦
this
と
out,
して
I
今
really
は
hate this outfit, and I really hate the fact that we are going
国
to have
戦
to
出
watch it
て
for 4 hours.
まあ外に出るのかな。
Hey, it's what people wanted to see, and that's what we're gonna give.
なんか拾った。
Right, so here, coming up next is gonna be another fight where we're gonna basically continue just having to spam arts, and you know,
Get ready.
he might look a little bit unique compared to the other enemies. It's because he's gonna actually be in
え
the
ーっ
party.
と、レッド
But for now, this is actually one of the more
ビル
annoying fights. Is this guy can dodge a lot,
あ
and he can defend a lot. Oh, and we got a
あ、共闘ですね。
Yeah, there we go. So this fight can actually end like almost instantaneously if you get a stun. And
倒
then
しまし
Sirius-
た。
Well, to talk a little bit about Sirius, we actually
Ah.
can't control her. She does
倒
whatever
し
she
ただけ
wants.
強制終了。
So
う
if
ん。
she does her strongest ability and then Roku or stuns, he just dies. That is one of those fights that can end in like 5 seconds or 25 seconds. And that's kind of common in this run. So a lot of the early game is one of those where like, if you get lucky, you insta-devour the fight. If you don't, you're gonna be there just watching an enemy guard for what feels like an
ここ
eternity.
でも強制戦闘。
Yeah, you'll see that the fights later on are going
まあ
to be
兵
much
士
less
3台ですね、
You
強
are
制戦
stuck,
闘。
not being able to do a combo, then it feels really bad.
So another thing is, as we stun enemies, we get another soul, which we were talking about earlier, which makes us do longer combos. Series can sometimes just take that stun from
Okay
you and
ですね。
get nothing out of it. So if she does that, that's kind of a way to lose a lot of time in the fight. And that's not only for Series, but also later on with the AI just kind of messing around and stealing stuns or stealing status elements.
なんか拾った。あ、地上に出ましたね。
Velvet decided to do a giant superhero landing, and is just fine because she's a demon.
Leads to the
Yeah.
main entrance. If they know you're here,
Cool lady.
they'll have found your ship by now.
Yeah,
Did you
Velvet
need-
does some great stuff. She is an amazing character, but here there's gonna be like basically 2 more fights before we can exit this, completely escape from this prison. First one is Oscar, who's like one of the main villains of the game.
えー
But
と、
of course, he's still not gonna do
え
much
ー
to
と、オ
us.
スカーさん。
Easier fights
この人が
still.
オスカーっていうのね。
Villain. He's like this right hood paladin who's just doing his
こ
job.
のシナリオ戦闘なんで普通に倒
killing
す。
demons. But he's a bad guy because
まあ、
we cannot
倒すっていうか
not choose the good
戦う
guy here.
ああ、防御がめっちゃ高い。
Because we are clearly the bad guys in this game, and that will kind of continue to be the
硬いな
case of- Like neither Velvet or anyone else in the party are actually like quote unquote
あ
heroic.
お供的はもう一人共闘し
Situation going
一緒
on.
にいた人が
Yeah, for
倒して
Oscar,
く
we
れた
actually。have to kill him. We just have to get him to a
あ、終わった。
quarter, and then for next it's gonna be this dragon. And this is where we unlock break souls. So break souls
ドラゴン
is
だ。
similar to the abilities that we saw earlier in the fight where Velvet was screaming. And break souls let us extend our combo.
Eh?
So as you're gonna see here after I go to down to 0 HP,
チュートリアル一瞬入ったね。
every time I break soul, it eats one of my souls, but it resets my combo, so I can actually keep going past the 3 or 4 combo stages that I have. And this is going to be basically the core trait that we use in order to do super long combos and one-shot enemies. So we're just going to keep
どうい
going
うことなんだろう。
until this guy dies. Like our combo can't end.
どういう仕様なんだこれ。あ、ブレイクソウルのチュートリアル。なるほど。
Keep getting the souls back that you use, and you can actually infinite combo enemies to an extent.
Yeah, so every time you hit a stun or you hit a burn or a status effect, this is going to give you back a soul.
外に出て、被害節減。
Pretty relevant.
で、雑魚敵2体倒
Every
す
time。you are using a break soul, that's giving the enemy a soul.
謎のお姉さんが脱獄手助けしてくれたけど、 ああ、なるほど。
Quite relevant.
消えちゃった。
It's just a thing.
いいやつだったよ。
Yeah, so a bit in the story is now we escaped from the prison and having to go to find the next town because our ship crashed.
I never said I was
で、
here.
今は
And this is where we start
北まで、
seeing
北目指し、北の方を目指します。
Ideally, you would get 0 encounters. You can avoid any encounter by just walking around them or dodging them. But some of them are not as simple. So as you saw, there's a lot of beetles there. Those are actually like some of the hardest enemies in the whole game to dodge encounters from, because they can kind of just dash at you and you have no way of avoiding them.
So there is one really funny thing about this game. Is
箱3つあるけど、これはあ、無視した。あれ、何だったんだろう。
Yes.
なんか3つあるから、どれか1個しか中身入ってない。あと外れみたいな感じ。という偏見はあります。
So So some enemies run towards you, some enemies dash towards your direction. So even if you move like sideways, they're still gonna keep going in the specific direction they started. So those enemies you can't just go to walls and avoid them because if they're dashing,
あの島区シナリオ
and that includes
こ
beetles
こ
and
取ったら
dwarves.
シナリオ進むって感じかもしれないですね。
There's a ladder.
And then you also have teleporting enemies, and
Yep.
those are fun too.
There's teleporting enemies and invisible
強
enemies.
制戦闘ってわけでもなかった。
And
Huh?
invisible teleporting
Mm.
enemies too.
あ、お金拾いました。
First down.
So here we're just gonna be grabbing
Ah,
some chests,
Heragisa,
including,
倉庫か。
equipment and geld. Those are gonna be important as we go forward.
いや、
because
寒そうですね。
the equipment we're really not gonna use. All gonna be to kind of get materials out of it. And geld is gonna be to buy buy weapons
で、
and
倉庫出
later on,
て、
some items that let
星のやつ、基本星のとこ行って、あ、セーブポイントね。うん。
So this is going to be the tutorial for forging stuff that is coming up pretty
Is
soon.
It's actually the second time we visit the town.
Oh,
特
okay.
殊技挟むと行動回数回復、その上でスタンか状態時を入れるとまた特殊技って。うん。
Or go to the next dungeon to fight the next
すごい
boss.
な。
Because basically we're trying
あ
to
れ
get
ですよ、これ生かすのかな。
the shipping guild in this town to help us out in fixing our ship, but then they're in trouble with the government. So they're asking us to find the guy that got them in trouble. And
武器、今の武器屋か。ちょっと謎の
so
人
now
と
we、unlock Torokuro. First thing I'm gonna do, Torokuro and every other
なんか
character
メンバー増えましたね。
soon is go to their arts menu and make their AI only use one ability rather than all of them. Because you could just make the AI use their one best ability and spam it rather than them trying to mess around and do different stuff when most of their abilities are actually kind of weak.
There's also another thing that you were supposed to do, right?
化け物仲間。化け物になった男。うん。
Oh yeah, that's true. We just unlocked Rokuro, so can you let us know if Maid and Butler is still the top costume or if something beat it?
Please no.
Oh, something beat it.
Yes!
We have a $16 donation from AJ Deeds. How much did the pirate pay for their ear piercings? A buccaneer.
あ、すごい、ス
And
テレオ音
with
声
that,
だから。
pirate is in the lead by $1.
ヘッドホン。
So we're on the pirate train, baby.
Thank you
す
so
ごい
much.
すごい。今左にい
We'll
る
give
足
Rokuro the pirate costume, so let's go unlock
鳥の鳴き声が左のヘッドホンから聞こえた。すげえ。
and oh, strong menu. There we go.
なんかおしゃれしましたね。
Alright, so now that we walk into this
この
town,
人本当は髪ツンツンの人なんですか？
buy out the entire shop. So we're only going to be using the amber blade that I just bought, but the other stuff is still very relevant to upgrading that amber blade and the build that I have on. But that's going to be after this next dungeon. For now, we're going to get a cooking tutorial. So one of the things you can do in this game is cook, and different meals give you different buffs.
It's nothing
We
special.
never use that in the run. So all the buffs are actually kind of insignificant. The
Ah,
only
menu
thing
に-
that they're useful for is that whenever you
あ、
eat,
なるほど。メニューに料理
so
が増
I
えた
might。have to eat if I took an encounter. I just wanted to heal my characters to full, but that's really the only use for that.
And again, we shouldn't take any kind of encounters rather than.
バト洞窟。
And one thing to note is that the game, outside of the tutorials that we
Sige,
got in the
doktor,
Prickle War fights
mhm.
earlier, some of the tutorials are actually forced behind getting encounters, and they kind of stay there for the entire run until we see the tutorial. So later on, if we get into really scary encounters, the tutorial is gonna pop up, even though we're at the end of the game. And you cannot die during the tutorial, you could just escape from the encounter. So they're actually very handy to not get encounters early on, because that's a safety net for later on, where encounters can kill us if we actually get into one.
の北側に行くのかな？北の。
But for now, we just have to run through this dungeon, and
Access me area
there's really
ko.
nothing
Mm.
interesting here, so if you want to take it over CC for anything you have to share, please go
Jump.
for the next like minute or two.
Running in my Tales of Berseria game? No way. We have a $40 donation from OGN Drossi R. This is for lurking, less than 3.
I'm going to
We have another $25
Pyum,
from
pyum, pyum.
AJ Deeds. Let's see the Mystic Arts Showcase and hit 50K tonight. And another $30 from My Hero Zero with no comment.
左上の赤いとこ進むのかな？
And another $5 donation from Novice.
赤いところがボス戦っていう認識にいいですかね？
May
まあ
Carl
地図
and
の
his children bless your run. We are all watching you, Lurking. Good luck.
Thank you so much. All right, so now we are almost in the next boss. So I think there's pretty much one more screen to go through.
あ、出
One thing
口
that's
う
gonna
ん
be
うん、
like
あ
a
りがとうご
recurring
ざい
theme
ま
of
す。
this game is dungeons are very unexciting. They're all just running through screens with nothing in
あ、
them
そこ
other
で
than
す
encounters
ね。
that you have to avoid. Some of them
多
later
分
have
おそらくは
puzzles,
そ
but
こか
the
な、強
puzzles
制
are
戦
really
闘。
not anything that you have to think about. It's just running through the same motion every time.
Unlike good old Golden Sun that was here this morning, this Tales of game is really not that interesting. Regarding dungeons. So please.
ポケモンの怪力みたいなことやって、
Video games, please. That's,
あ、ストーリー進行が欲しい。うん。
makes dungeon interesting.
なんとなくそれっぽいなって思いながら
So
見
as
て
you
ま
can
した。
see in the map at the top, there's a star. That means that is where we're heading to. First off, I have to grab this teleporter because the game doesn't actually unlock
こ
teleporters.
の
Like,
青
you
い
have
の
to
が
step on them
ワープ
first.
ポイント。
And if we don't, we're gonna have to run through the entire dungeon again later. So it's one of those things that you have to remember, or you're just gonna be sad as you run through a dungeon for another 5 minutes. Alright, so here's the boss. It's gonna give us a tutorial on what weak point combos are.
問題
So
るん
basically, each enemy has some status or some elements they're weak
うん、
to.
ボス戦か。ボス
And if you hit all of them in one combo, it'll proc chain. So if you see under my combo counter, it says chain times 1.83. That means the boss is taking that much more damage because you proc a weak point combo on him.
もしかしてなくてもこれはめてません
For this early fight, there's not much we can do. It all depends on our stun luck. And as we can see, he's not getting stunned. There we go. So one thing that's important in this fight, and actually in the Drake fight earlier, is we're going to be trying to get combo kills on enemies. And a combo kill is killing an enemy with a combo counter of 40 or higher. And that will unlock a title called Combo Artist that we'll be using on Velvet. And that is important because Combo Artist is a damage multiplier depending on how long your combos are. So it's a title that just makes us do more damage the longer our
そろそろかな
And as we know, and as I mentioned earlier, combos will be very long in this game. So the way that that title works is it
あ、
gives
倒しましたね。
1% more damage for each combo number you have on. But that is actually a multiplicative 1%. So, you know, when you get the 2%, that includes the initial 1% that you got on it. So if you're at 100 combo, it's not actually 100% increased damage. It's like,
岩砕き
I。don't know, 140 or something. I don't remember the exact
It's
number.
exponential, basically.
Yeah, it's
so-
exponential. And not only is the combo artist exponential, but any other damage multiplier in the game that we're going to talk about is all exponential. So it includes that, stuns that doubles your damage, break souls actually, as you do more break souls in a combo, you get more damage up to a certain extent. That will also be multiplicative. So that's basically how we're going to be one-shotting enemies, is so many multiplicative exponential damage buffs all stacking on top of each other, and then following it up by whatever our most damaging ability is at the end of it.
Yeah, so if you remember the Tales of Vesperia run from Rpglb in 2019, where we
エラビーサに
were
戻る。
having a lot of trouble getting combos going and getting damage going, well, this game is completely the opposite. You get so much damage that you can manage to one-shot every enemy super easily, super fast, as long as you know what you're doing. Which is kind of really hard because most of the mechanics that we've mentioned so far
で、
is
と、
really not explained by the game, so it's really
この店の
just,
人と会話す
Not
る。
Visage at first that rediscovered and figured out everything that we know regarding the
うん
gameplay mechanics.
装備品強化ができるようになる。
Yeah, so for now, the game's teaching us about how we can upgrade our weapons.
ここ
so
を
it's enhancing
装
and
備強化
dismantling
とチュート
weapons.
リアル。
So every time we have a weapon, it has a specific type of ore that it uses to upgrade it, and everything
ま
we're
だ
using is
強化
amber.
と売却これ
Another thing here, I will explain why I'm doing this, but I'm upgrading weapons before I dismantle them, and that will be very relevant for later. And now I'm just gonna
売却じゃなくて分解
Amber
か。
Blade plus 3, Rokuru's stuff, and then the Amber Belt plus
あ、売
1.
ってるどうなんだろ
So earlier on, I bought out an entire shop.
う。まあい
and
ろい
I
ろ終わり
also
まし
grabbed
た
the。chest with the fire ring, and I unequipped everything Rokuro had on him that doesn't do damage. Is all of that is just so we can dismantle it to get more amber to upgrade Velvet's weapon and belt, because Velvet's really the only relevant character. We don't care about anyone else having stats. And then the reason I was upgrading things to +1 before dismantling them is because every time you dismantle something that is upgraded to +1, you get 100% of the materials that upgraded it back. So each weapon gives you
Nice.
one amber, and then upgrading it to +1 costs 1
Yeah,
amber, but if you
this-
dismantle it,
so-
it gives you 2
外
back.
出てフィ
So
ガル
you're
接
getting
議に来ま
everything
し
back
た。
plus extra. So the extra thing we're getting is coarse tampering powder, and that is another ore that we need in order to upgrade weapons. And we can only get that by dismantling weapons that are +1 or more. And we're going to be needing about 18 of those throughout the run. So at this shop, I intentionally upgraded 4 weapons to +1 and dismantled them. And as we go further, I'm going to continue doing it until we have all the tampering powders we need for the rest of the run.
Yep. So that's why we have to buy a lot of equipment, and also every time we are forging and enhancing a weapon or an armor or whatever, this is going to cost some gold. So again, you can clearly see that gold is going to be a very, very
洞窟行くのかな？
important
どうなんだ
factor
ろ
for all of this management.
So that chest over there is
なんか拾った。
equivalent. It's the item that resurrects any dead character in a battle. It's not necessary for any fight, but it's just a backup.
Yes, unlike most RPGs or most Tales games even, where you are expecting characters to die and you are going to expect to revive people. Well, Velvet is basically invincible because, as we mentioned
船
earlier,
座礁してる。
use Velvet's break soul, she goes in Terran mode, and in Terran mode she is going to lose HP every second, and it's going to go even higher the longer you are in Terran mode. And once you hit 1 HP, you don't die. When you hit 1 HP, you get to use another break soul from Velvet that is dependent on the enemy type. So if you see a human, for example, she's going to use Discord. And therefore you can then reuse a break soul that is going to give Velvet like an extra 100 HP, and so she can keep going. So as long as you've got
よく
more
イン
than
コース
three,
で走っていく。
soul, yeah. As long as you've got 3 souls and therefore can use the break soul, Velvet is invisible.
Yeah.
And
So-
because stuns are really easy to proc, well, there's no real good way to die.
Yeah, so Velvet, that's probably also if you played casually, it's something that you probably discovered is that Velvet is just invincible. And that is something that we use in the run because later on we're going to be intentionally getting Velvet to low HP. And her being invincible is a very convenient way to get her to low HP without dying. So that mechanic will be used throughout the whole run of just break souling so you just can't die.
But yeah,
これは
Velvet
どこに向かっ
was
てんのか
broken,
な？
but she's
とりあえ
even
ず
more broken because she's invincible.
とりあえず西側目指していますが
There's、something really wrong with this character.
あ、洞窟かな？
But it makes the run more entertaining, so
Oh yeah, for sure. Imagine,
good.
Imagine hitting 0 HP with Velvet being a thing. That'd be so sad.
So here, as I mentioned earlier, we have to go through the dungeon again, but thankfully they were kind enough to put a teleporter that takes you from the beginning to the end of it. If I didn't grab it, we would have had to run through the whole thing again, but now we're just at the very end again. And here there's a cool thing about this game is whenever you talk to any NPC, they turn around to face you before they start talking, and they take so long to face you. It's quicker to walk around this guy and any other NPC we talk to. So we're actually facing them before talking to them, because otherwise they're gonna just stand there for
会話
a
だけ
couple
かな？
seconds and then slowly turn around and start talking to you.
And then now that we've got our good old pirate down, we are going back to the town and basically stealing a ship.
ここでワープ
So our ship
ワー
was
プポイ
broken
ントが
in
生きる。
town facing, and we need to steal one because we don't want to stay in this town. And at the same time, the government, the exorcist as they are, who cleanse demons, know that there are some demons around, which is Velvet. So they're gonna be on the lookout, and we're gonna be having to go through a lot of different guards and exorcists who are
次は
trying
ど
to
こ向かう
stop
の
us
か
from
な？
stealing.
フェラピーさんに向かうことは書いてありま
We
すか？
don't care, and we are going to vault into the town
とりあえず
because we're just demons.
Yep, so I just upgraded a bunch of weapons.
そう、
So
星
you
のとこ
probably
向かって
realized
強制
earlier
戦
how
闘。
long it was taking me to kill enemies. But now that I upgraded weapons as much as I did, they just die.
They were nothing.
早くね？
Here's the fun thing is I'm gonna
早くない？
actually unequip these weapons now because for the next fight, I want to do less damage. And the reason is I did mention earlier that we need combo kills, which is killing enemies with a combo of 40 or higher. This next fight has 6 enemies that you can combo kill. I've already combo killed 1, so I need to do 4 more. And this is the perfect fight to do it. So the reason I took out some of my equipment because I
中央
wanted to do
広場
too much
で
damage and kill them quickly. So for
強
these
制戦闘。
you guys with the long swords, They can be killed with long combos. And that is what we're going to be trying to do here. So I put Rokuro on defense because I don't want him doing damage. 40, okay. So that was one combo kill. And Discord is the break art that Velvet does whenever she hits a human. And all of these people are humans. And Discord is very convenient is because it does little damage, but it does 12 hits. So it's very easy to increase the combo rate with Discord. So we're going to be trying to spam it as much as we can. So I'm going to kill these guys to collect more souls. And then go back to the other guy with a lot of HP. And kill him. There we go. Oh. This guy is too low HP, so we're just gonna let him go. These small ones, we just kinda two-shot anyways.
Also, shoutouts to Velvet's voice actress for the Discord cries because they are really amazing.
Here, again, Discord.
敵多いな。
Doing more combo hits. And this guy should be almost dead. Another 40 combo.
Also, you might have noticed that Lurking is switching to Rokuro every
後ろの人も戦おうよ。
because as you can see there is
後ろ邪魔だからそこにはけてんのかな。
being played. And considering Discord is 9 hits, all those hits done is really slow. And since it takes no time to switch character, we just do that to save time.
I'll show it here. So if I don't switch, this is how Discord goes.
As cool as it is, it's slow.
Meanwhile, if I hit this guy, and I'll show it again here,
出番がなさすぎる。このお兄さん。
significantly faster.
Worth noting that if you're playing on auto, you actually kind of still control the game, but there's no hits done whatsoever.
Yeah.
So it's a cool
強制
mechanic
戦闘
for
は
all bosses.
Oh, I didn't get enough combo kills, so we're gonna try to get
こ
one
れは
here.
ボス戦かな。
I accidentally killed too many enemies with a lot of damage, so we're just gonna try to get one
これでヒロイン。
on Teresa here. If not, then there's
ヒロインなんですか。うん。
just the early
しょっぱなから戦ってますけど。
a significant increase to damage.
And it really is going to be necessary later on. Like for now, we are still just controlling the fight and doing good combos, but later on, you're gonna see that those combos are.
I mean, even in this fight, if we had combo artists, it would be going so much better. But it's not to the point where it's too bad. And she actually got burned, so that should help me get a combo kill on her ideally.
I って何もできない。
Casual 83 combo.
Yeah. So, Rokuro might have stolen the kill there, but
あ、終わりましたね。
yeah, because there was like the whole ding of like you killed an enemy. So this is actually the only time in the game gives you like a.
Combo artist.
Now
Yeah,
that is
they're
certain,
good.
So now here we just have to talk to a few people. I'm gonna have to open Velvet's equipment menu just to.
まあ
equip
脱
combo
出かな。
artist. Well, yeah, so combo artist will be on for the whole run. And actually, the build that I have on will be on for the whole run. So even not just arts, but also equipments that we get early on are also still the best in the game. At
メン
least
バーが増えた。
setting, not in like, if you have time to grind anything out.
Alright, so this is Aizen here. He's a
これは誰だ。
pirate, so he looks cool. And the G. And if you remember this might ring a bell.
Yeah. And again, he's a character that looks unique and has cool music, so would you be surprised if I said he's gonna be in the party after
ヒ
this?
ロイン。
Yeah. So this is actually one of the like only fights in the game that we just can't do anything about. Aizen can defend, he can dodge, he can do whatever he wants. And Luffy set is there now in our party. He's very good at stealing stuns because the art he uses generates a lot of stun.
海賊かなこ
And
の
he did
人
it。twice there, so that fight can end instantly basically if Velvet gets everything from the burn to the stun, or it could take long. That wasn't the worst fight that could have
あ
happened.
ら、かわいい。
So now that we've got new characters, there's a thing that we have to check out, which is costumes.
Yes, so we have Luffy set now, and Aizen will be there in like a couple minutes. So can you let us know what is there
洞
now?
窟入
And
る
if。anyone wants to snipe that, you have about a minute or two after this.
Oh man, it's been going back and forth behind the scenes here. We have $50 from Grumble Cake. Pirate costume? No.
なんか落ちてきた。
way. Here's some cash money to get Tales of Legacy into the game.
Ooh.
So now Tales of Legacy is catching up to Pirate and Maid. And then Acid Fire Boom donated $25. The ships of Berseria have set sail. Let's get Pirate Rokuro. And then the Burning Hunter donated $10. Did someone say Bid War? To the Battling Maiden Butler Cafe, and $5 to the Mystic Arts Showcase. So now, with a refresh on the bids, Maiden Butler is winning by
普通に奥まで進む感じで。
Look at all these items.
Alright,
なん
so
かあ
this
る。
actually go on Aizen and Luffy set because by now we already unlocked Aizen too. So let's go in here.
あ、燃やすんだ。
Butler, Aizen and Luffy.
てっきり居合切りやるのかと思った。
Okay,
That
that's
doesn't-
fine.
あら、かわいい。
That's fine.
あ、ここでコスチューム変更ですね。メイドかバトラーかなんで、男性陣は執事の格好をしましたね。 離島の。
Remove all their equipment that doesn't deal damage so we can dismantle it. And for
ただ一人だけ普通の格好ですが、妙に浮いてますね。
Sonic Thrust, so I'm gonna equip that. And then take out the other characters' weakest arts and only leave one on. So it's gonna be Form 1 on Rokuro as it is, and then also Wind Lance on Aizen.
And Luffy is
Right shade. But yeah, so here there's gonna be a little bit more of movement. So CC,
そ
we
して
have probably a couple minutes here that you can take it over for.
これ、分かれ道ありますけど、これどっち行くんかな。
That explains my feelings about the pirate costume losing. We have $15 from Airplane Artorias. And then we have $25 from Heads Up Level Up.
まだまだ進んでる。左行きまし
Mental
た。
health and treatments for it are extremely near and dear to me. And what better time to donate than during one of my favorite games of my favorite series, Tales of Berseria. Second only to Zillia, of course. Good luck to the runners. Much love to everyone watching. And as always, cute chat is cute.
cute. Chat is cute. Good choices. Xillia is a really cool game. Cool characters.
Yeah. If we were doing an all bosses run, which unfortunately we are not, we will see some Zillia characters show up in this game actually.
Oh yeah.
Right. So here we just met one of the people who will be running a lot of the shops in the game, the Turtles. It's a recurring character in Tales. Unfortunately, we don't talk to him here or anything, but later on we'll buy a few things from him, and
まだ進む。
that is it for him. So
Actually, I don't think there is any turtles in Arise. Thinking about it.
I haven't played it yet, so I'm not sure, but that is
Oh, no.
unfortunate because it's a great character.
いろいろ
Showing up.
してることできるんですね。
Grabbing a
Missione di
multiple chests
Gissimo.
throughout the run from here on out, all that give items that dismantle into bronze scrap, because bronze scrap is the material that's going to be used to equip Velvet's main weapon that we're going to use. But all of the bronze equipment are actually like some of the unique ones, unlike the amber one that we used for, you know, the belt. So we can't really buy those easily. So it's just gonna
外
be
出ま
grabbing
した
chests and also hoping for them from random drops, which can happen from fights or
売れ
from
な
these
くない
sparkles that I'm going to be picking up throughout the next maybe hour or so. I'm only going to be grabbing specific ones that I know give something useful. Most of them don't.
You did your research.
I had
So
to.
there's one specific cool item that we'll want later on, but I don't think it's can spawn for now.
No, not yet. Yeah. So actually, there is no like real way that
い
we
や
know
ー、ここ、
what is in
高
the
所恐怖
game.
症の人が見たら発狂しそう。
There is no database or anything that shows all of it. All of it is kind of just runner experience, grabbing things here and there and seeing where you got something useful. So there might be a lot of places where we can get good stuff that we just don't know about yet because there isn't a way to know what they give.
リザードマンと戦
There's
闘。
probably some way, but no one has dig
Yeah.
too far into that. Because like it's not necessary for now. We are too good
終わりました。早い。
to change much if we know about it or not.
So the only thing it would change is like we can skip a couple
Oh,
of chests
tiga.
here and there, but
うん。
they're minor, like time saves. They're never necessary.
室
and
内
even
ダン
the
ジョン
time
で
that
す
they
ね
save。is not much. So actually here in this next screen, there's a decent chance they didn't even spawn. But this wall can have 2 spawns of sparkles, and more often than not, they have at least something useful.
Alright, so this game really likes gates. Actually, I don't think you get to open it for now.
You don't open the gate for now. This game likes 3 things: gates, ladders, which we're going to be climbing a lot of, and bridges. I will elaborate on the bridges part later when we see bridges, but for now there's just a lot of ladders. But
Okay.
a little bit of lore of what's going on is we are trying to get our ship to the main, the capital of the world, I guess. But there is a big defense fortress there that the government set up, the Abbey, as they call it in the game. And they don't want to allow a pirate ship because we are hanging out with pirates now through. So we're trying to go in and basically destroy their defenses.
はい、
so we can get our
私ここで
pirate
司会
ship.
交代となります。
So again, we're
の
not
で
good people in this game.
で司会交代の時間となります。一旦
Pirate and
で失礼いたします。
Yeah. People don't really like us.
Yeah. So the entirety of the game is going to be people trying to come after us, and then we're like, yeah, you're not doing that. I'm going to do what I want.
Freedom! So this is basically One Piece, huh?
In a way, yeah. So here I'm going to be grabbing another chest. That one actually has an earth ring, which dismantles into calcite, and that will be upgrading the boots that I will get after this segment of the run.
Now to take care of that ship. Right.
So we had to steal a key to get to like the main control room. Now we got the key, we have to backtrack. Again, this game does that a lot.
I promise I won't get mad if you talk.
And at the same time, Velvet is again being like a... I guess like a little thing is that earlier when we fought Teresa, there was this little kid with her that we beat up, and he looked like your brother that died, and she's like, oh, I want to kidnap him, and basically making a substitute to my brother that died. So for now, she's basically just constantly trying to get him to
は
like...
い、皆様こんにちは。時刻は1時を回った頃、ここからは4時間ほどカルミアが司会を務めさせていただきます。多分このベルセリアを終わるくらいまでですかね。よろしくお願いいたします。実は私もベルセリア把握しております。未把握勢でして、把握しているのはあれですかね、復讐を果たす RPG だということだけなんですけれども、ご存知の方いろいろとこうチャット欄で情報をいただければというふうに思います。ソーセさんとが英語で話されているところ、随時面白いなと思うところありましたら、私の方も翻訳してまいりますので、どうぞご協力よろしくお願いいたします。
I'm sorry. That's my fault. That's on me.
I just wanted to show off the gate. But yeah, if an encounter happens, you just have to run to the borders of the arena and you escape from the fight. It's really not a problem. Usually it's a small time loss.
エンカウントが入ったときは、
Look, it's not a
フィー
marathon.
ルドの端っこの方に移動して逃げると割と
I mean, look at both.
時間のロスが防げるよなんて話を今、奏者さんされていたかなと
I
思い
know
ま
there's
す。
a specific runner of this game that's probably very disappointed right now. Because I know he's always was unhappy whenever I used this costume.
I mean, there's one person right next to you that is really unhappy right now. So
Well, there's two now.
旅を稼ぎながら
I'm gonna
逃
grab
げ
the
る
North
と
bottle.
エ
I
ンカウ
actually
ン
got
ト
one
させ
earlier.
ら
I
れ
forgot
る
to
感
talk
じ
about
で
it.
すね。
But it's
これ私、下種類ちょろっとしかしてないんですけれども、テイルズシリーズ初の女性単独主人公というふうに聞きました。
one of the most cursed
なんかメイドさんの
fights in the
格好
whole
して
run
ま
on
すけ
how
ど、
fast or slow it can go.
あれですよね。
So basically, all you have to do is
女性主
put
人
your
公です
AI
け
in
ど、
attack
足技が
and
非常に強い、
just
た
start
くまし
attacking
い
the
タイプの
enemies.
メイドさんの
And
格
there's
好
not
とは
much
だ
you
いぶイ
can
メ
do
ージが
other
違
than
う
hope that they
いい意味
sneak
で
up
ね、
and get stunned.
面白いなと思いながら先ほどから見ておりました。
You're wide open. That is Aizen's break soul that we're going to be using a lot. But yeah, this fight went really badly so far because the enemies kind of all spread out. And also, I didn't get the stuns that I wanted on Velvet, so other people got the souls
なるほ
instead
ど。
of her.
本当は敵にまとまっててもらえると技が一緒に叩き込めたんですけども、結構散らばっちゃっているのと、それからスタンを狙ってたんですけど、スタンが全然入らなかっ
but
たの
every
でちょっと
character
厳しいな
has
なんて。
their own break soul that is really defining their character. So you've got left set who is going to boost your defense, I think, and maybe boost the stagger duration on bosses
Yeah.
for some weird reason. You've got Rokuro who is going to counter an attack whenever he's so like when he takes an attack and he's using his break soul, he's going to counter. And Aizen, when an enemy is stunned, he's going to go Draconic form, and you throw a giant fireball at them and deal massive damage. So obviously massive damage is good.
Yep. So that fight, if you looked at the in-game timer, I actually beat it in 35 seconds. That fight can end in less than 10 seconds if you get really lucky. It all just depends on whether the enemies decide to stack or not, and whether they decide to stun or not, and if any of your AI
ね、
takes
足って人間の体で一番こうリーチの長い部分なの
But
で、やっ
so
ぱ
there,
り
from the
体が
sparkle
小さい
mission,
分
got two
足
amber
技をどう
fragments.
使うかっていう
Amber fragments are
のは
not as useful as bronze, but they're still good.
ある
I
んで
can
しょうね。
buy
単
less
純に
things
かっ
from
こい
the
いっていうの
shop,
もあ
which
りま
means
す
I
けど
can。grab less gal chests.
Look, a gate.
Yep. We can see it now without getting, hit by encounters, but yeah. But yeah, we were speaking about break souls. Break souls, we won't really use many, except for way later. We're gonna use Laffy sets, like near the end, in the end game. But for now, it's only gonna be Velvets and Eisens that are useful, because Eisens does massive damage, and Velvet, we already talked a lot about how she can extend combos, not die, and all that. But that
ブ
being
レ
said,
イク
I
ソウ
will
ル
be
という こ
actually
れは
using
決め技
break
で
souls
す
on
か
everyone,
ね。
but not
お
for the
話を
effects
奏
of
者
them,
さん
but
がし
only
ていま
because,
した。
as we
後
mentioned,
半に入らないとそんなに使わ
whenever
な
you
い
use
け
a
れ
break
ど
soul,
も、
it's not
このベルベッ
using
トと
break
アイ
soul,
ゼン
it's
の
giving your soul to
ブレ
the
イクソウ
enemy.
ル
And
は
we're
非
gonna
常
be
に強い。特
spamming
に
every break
ベ
soul
ルベ
of
ット
every
の
character
技は非
just
常
to
に
give
ダ
our
メージが
souls
出
to
る
the
ので、
enemy.
後半の方で使っていきま
Because
すという
the
話
more
をされてい
souls
ま
the
す。
enemy has, the weaker they are. We can explain that later, but for now we have a gate.
Gate.
So, my
で、
hands
こ
off
こ
the
で、
controller, we can sit back for about 20
開
seconds.
門を
As the door
開い
opens, it
て、
is the only unskippable cutscene.
でこれ唯一スキ
Hell
ップ
yeah,
できない
someone
カ
else loved gate here.
ットシーンだそうです。
That's the spirit of the game here.
And it's open.
Let's meet up with the Von Eltia.
So coming up is going to be another tutorial. So this is where we unlock Mystic Arts. Mystic Arts is the game's strongest art that you can do in each character. So in the tutorial, you
ミ
actually
スティ
don't
ックアー
lose
ツってい
souls
う
whenever
の
you
が
break
キャ
souls.
ラクターごと
So
の
I'm
決め
just
技
gonna start off a combo with Velvet on this enemy, and then break soul. And just look at the damage; it's gonna speak for itself.
でこれはベルベットで攻撃を始めて、そこからブレイクソウルの笑う一撃1200ぐらい入ってましたね。
Without stun too.
Yep. And for the rest of this fight, we're just gonna use break souls to infinite loop this enemy.
悪魔の手みたいになってますけど、あれで相手に攻撃を強く与えられる感じですかね。
BGs, so blast gauge points. I think that's the name.
Yes.
So that's a little circle next to the character's name. An MA is going to use 3 BGs, and every time you use a break soul, that's also going to give
仕
you
込み
some
ブレードと体術とさっきの手ですか。あの手じゃない方ですかね、仕込みブレードってあれば。
and it's pretty.
でようやく海に
Again,
出たよ。
our best way to deal
Yes.
damage is using those those MAs which consume BGs, and therefore spamming even more reason to spam break souls.
Yeah. So the only other way to restore BG is in rests, but we don't get to do in rests a lot in the run, so we have to tightly route BG. But now that we have a lot of characters, there's this menu, the strategy menu, which kind of tells the AI what to do, and we're going to be changing all the AI to do
今
nothing.
仲間が増えたので、仲間の AI に、
AI is,
戦術を指示しています。
Yeah, so
なんかあんなに
I mean,
細かく
we
戦術
mentioned
指示で
earlier
きる
how
んです
Luffy
ね
was。taking my stuns, and that's annoying, and later in the run, him taking any stuns from Velvet can end the combo, and basically you can't do the fight anymore. So the AI actually hinders you more than it helps you. So we're just gonna put them on defense, and
後半になっていくと、この主人公のベルベットにスタンが入ってしまうと、コンボが止まってしまうので非常に困るので、
Just like in this area, shops are completely
操作さ
random.
れています。
Or rather, it's random because it's going to pick random items in the
やっぱり魔物の手なんですね。普段は隠している。
and therefore we can never really tell what exactly we're going to get in shops. So that's why it wasn't.
片手にコーラン、片手に剣ならぬ、片手に魔物、片手に剣です。
And but unlike this area, you have a set amount of items that you can have, or minimum amount you can have. Because in this area you can have 0.
Yeah.
And you feel really sad when that happens.
yeah. So actually, what happened there was there's a lot of items in the shop that it took me a bit to figure, like, to find the items that I'm looking for. But basically, what I did is I bought Kalkai boots, and those immediately went on Velvet. They're the best boots that we can have so far. And then I did some of the enhancing and dismantling that I mentioned to get core stampering powder. And then I upgraded my Amber Belt to +3. That makes it as strong as it could go so far. And then I
か
also
な
did
りお店で売っているアイテムが多いので、迅速に買い物をしてアップグレードをするというのは結構大変というようなことを今
Yeah, we never
話され
really
ていま
talked
す。
about stats, but obviously this is an RPG and there is a bunch of different stats. So in order to deal physical damage, you've got physical attack. In order to deal, so that's going to be used by your physical arts. Your seraphic arts, which is basically spells, which we are not going to use, are going to use. I think it's M attack.
キャラクターの技にも物理と魔法があって、例えばフィジカルな物理的な技の時には物理攻撃を上げなきゃいけないけれども、セラフィックアーツっていうのは魔法なので魔力を上げなきゃいけないっていうようなステータスの調整がありますということ。
So if you've got low magical attack, that is going to use that, and instead vice versa.
Yeah, so for Mystic Arts is like really the interesting one, and is how it does. So each of the different attacks have like a specific one to use, but for Mystic Arts, which we're going to be using for the main damage in the run, it uses your strongest physical damage or your strongest damage stat, and then the enemy's weaker defense stat.
ミスティックアーツというこの後のダメージ源になるスキルに関しては、魔法攻撃でも物理攻撃でも強い方の攻撃力が反映されるので、ありがたいですね。攻撃型のを持っているけれども、実は普段物理にしているみたいなタイプのキャラクターの育て方をした場合って結構せっかくの決め技がダメージ出ないってことありますけど、そこはうまく対応されてるんですね。まさにキャラクターの決め技ですね。なんか魔法使いみたいな人が出てきましたね。
Yes, I think so, yeah.
So here, we basically met up with some of like the underground evil people who are helping us. So we want to get some information out of them, but they told us that they'll only help us if we do some jobs for them. So they gave us 3 tasks to do, and we can do them in any order.
地下で苦しめられている人を救いたいんだけれども、協力してもらうには支援をしなきゃいけない。ミッションをしなきゃいけないというので、これからミッションを少しクリアしていきます。
So if we do this earlier on, we're gonna get that increased movement speed for the other 2 jobs. So it's very important to make sure you pick the second option in those 3 options.
顔の一部がこう魔物に体の一部が手だったり顔だったりっていう魔物になってしまっている人たちがいるんですね。虐待っていうのもやっぱりそういう人たちに対する虐待。
And enough bottles are what we're gonna get here, and those
テイルズのシリーズってまだ私プレイしたことないんですけども、RTA で見るために結構エグい設定が多いですよね。
Until later in the run. So now we have 2 to work with. We're going to use them at the 2 most efficient areas, and then we're going to not have any more for probably another like 30-40 minutes until we can buy more of them.
Yeah, this game really makes you move around and go back and stuff.
Yeah, so now this job that we're doing is basically saving some guy who's been forced to work somewhere. So he was kind of kidnapped in a way by the Abbey, and now we just have to
今やろうとしているのは、誘拐されて強制労働させられている人を救出しに行って。
As we're running through this dungeon, because again, dungeons in this game are uninteresting, CC, you could take it over for a couple of minutes.
The takeover has begun. Toast Sandwich is donating $5 and testing my voice acting skills. Discord!
今ドネーションでちょっと演技をしてくださいというドネーションがあったのでちょっとやってらっしゃいましたね。
Still $1,500 away from the Mystic Art Showcase. And we're also conveniently $1,500
$1,500のドネーションがあるとミスティックアーツショーケース決め技のショーケースが実現します。このゲーム結構3つぐらい確か衣装ミスティックアーツのショーケースと何かもう一つぐらいビットがあったかと。
Cool hint for the fans of the series.
RPG は割とビットの設定がすごくしやすいのがたくさんあって、ドネーションの違いがありますね。
The cameo fights that exist in every game where you fight characters from other games.
or even arts as well. I mean, can we talk about Tiger Blade for a second and how many times it's been in games? Or good old Demon Thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of arts are repeat, which is really interesting when you play the whole series and you start seeing the patterns.
Yeah, and usually you're like, oh my god, it's Tiger Blade. It's one of the best art in Tales of Symphonia. Let's use it. Oh wait, it's bad in this game. Oh.
Yeah. So here there's a lot of teleporting enemies. I don't know if you've been seeing, but they just kind of pop up in front of me and I have to react to them. And this coming up fight is similar to the last fight I did, which I was saying is completely dependent on luck.
ここの戦闘は先ほどの戦闘と同じような
Stack up this fight
感
can end very
じ
quickly.
で、敵が一箇所にまとまっていると非常に早く
So
ダ
I
メー
did
ジをま
put
と
all
め
the
て与えられ
AI
ることが
on
あるっ
defense
ていうの
only
でクリアで
earlier,
きるんですけども、
but I will be doing like physical commands and telling them what to do. So in this fight, I want them to attack, so I just kind of do a go all out command. For later fights, I won't do that whenever I don't need them. So it's just easier to control them.
ここはもう味方にたくさんダメージを与えてほしいので全員攻撃するというコマンドを AI に入れています。
Oh, I have no souls.
この後の方になると必ずしも攻撃してもらうことが有利にはならないので攻撃してほしい時だけ指示を入れるみたいな
Also,
形
whenever I
に
want
し
to
ます
do
ということ
break
で
souls, it's really better to just switch to the character and use it yourself. Because while I do have Aizen to use his break souls whenever he wants, most of the times he decides to not use it. So we just switch characters. You can actually switch which character you're
で
controlling at any
ブレイ
point.
クソウルの技を使うときにAI に任せていると大体使ってくれないのでそのタイミングだけ操作キャラを
So now,
切り替え
again,
て、
these
技を
traits,
出すっ
actually
て
now
いう
I
の
can
が
confront these guys.
重要に
So
なって
earlier
く
on
る
you
そ
saw
う
me
で
go
す。
towards the wall because they were faster than me and they could have caught me, but I hug a wall and then they can't see me anymore. At this point, I can actually outrun every enemy.
でこの辺りからはこう壁をこするように走っていくことで相手の視界から逃れて、エンカウントを避けられることが多いそうです。
So now we have to keep running back and forth into this town, low grass, to keep picking up more of the missions they assign to us. So the next one we're going to do is like foiling an ambush, which is again just going to a certain area, killing a few enemies, and then coming back. And then for the third one, we're going to have to fight an interesting character that we're going to be seeing a lot, but we'll get there when that happens.
ここはあともう2つミッションを行います。1つは、
And
ちょ
actually,
っとお使いみたいな感じで行って何かして帰ってくるっていうものなんですけども、1つはちょっと面白い敵と戦うことになるのでご注目くだ
so
さい。
far I have a strong request. There we go. So far I put 3 of my 4 lines into one ability and those will stay, but then we have one of the 4 lines that is kind of a wild card. We switch to whatever we need at the time. So we're gonna need Twin Whip and Rising Moon later on, so I'm just gonna put them there from now. And these arts
まあちょっと
in
後で使うスキ
combination
ル
are
を
actually
設
very
定しました
interesting because the way status elements work is whenever an enemy has a specific debuff on them, that increases the chance for another stat, like each debuff buffs the chance to get a specific status element, and the debuff that Rising Moon gives increases the chance of Paralyze, and that's or Twin Whip's
なるほ
debuff
ど、
increases the
デ
chance
バ
of
フを受け
Paralyze,
た
and
と
then
きに、
Rising
そ
Moon right
の
after
補
it
修というか、他
We're gonna
の
be using these two
も
abilities like
ところ
back
が
to
バ
back
フされる
abilities
というようなバランスになっているんだそうです。
More
なので、
consistently
今、レーニングムーンでしたかね。が、こちらがデバフされると、スタンの確率が上がるという効果があるんです。す
But it's going to have some
みません、私の理解が間違ってたら指摘してください。
well later on.
Yeah, so now we have to kill a bunch of these like gorilla monkeys. They're just demons that were attacking us.
で、ここで、この
And these enemies can
ルジ
actually
エン
drop
の
these
ような、
weapons for
敵を
dismantling.
倒し
So
ま
I'm
す。
just gonna check the drops here. They give nothing, unfortunately.
残念ながらここいいドロップを期待してたんですけど何もドロップがありませんでした。
But they're never required. Everything's routed to never need any random drops. At least from enemies, there is a
いやで
specific
も
random
RTA
drop.
の奏者さんって本当に細かい仕様の細かい部分まで使って走られるのでそういう意味では本当にゲームを
So of course,
いい意味でしゃぶり尽くしてるというか遊び尽くしてるっていう感じがして特に RPG みたいな選択肢のゲームを私見てるとすごく楽しいです。
Again, not here.
テイルズなんかもいろんな選択肢のあ
After we
る
pick it up, that
い
is
ろん
one
な
of the
戦
key
術のある
factors
ゲー
that
ム
we
だというふうに
use.
理
The
解している
bottles
の
that we
で
got,
すごく
so
見ていて
because we have to run all the way back to the docks where we came
も
from,
工夫が
this is one of the best places. Actually,
意
I
識で
think
き
the
てい
best
るか
place to
あ
use
り
it.
ますね。
But again, I'm gonna continue picking up these sparkles. Right now, I'm only looking for bronze scrap. Each bronze scrap I
で
get up to, you know, 2.
今のピカピ
Means
カ
I
光
can
るこ
skip
れ
the
は
chest
ドロッ
later
プアイ
on.
テムというか
After
で
I
すか
get
ね。
2, like the third one just becomes
配置ア
useless.
イテムで、ブラウンズスクラップ、
But in this next
銅
quest,
の、
we're gonna have
か
to
けら
like,
かなを
burn
探
the
しているというふ
warehouse
うに。
because it has materials in it that we're supposed to get rid of. That warehouse generally has a bronze scrap in it. It's not consistent, but at least I find it probably more than 75% of the times there. So this very cool music for this area. I do enjoy it.
Fun
この音
music
楽結構好きですっていう
is
ふうに奏者
as
さんおっしゃってます。
memorable as
環境のこの音楽って結構プレイしてる時の気持ちに影響するのですごくその気持ちがわかりました。
Yeah, this series has some of the best themes in the whole series, in my opinion.
Fine job.
shout out to Goshina.
Bronze scrap. So because I got this bronze scrap, I can
Ito
skip
yung
the
bronze
chest later on. It
scrap
probably
ko,
takes about
tiniremashita.
10 seconds to pick up, a little bit less. But first we have to fight Eleanor, which again looks a little bit unique. I wonder why. Oh, I just switch focus. Alright. So she actually comes with a couple of ads that we have to kill. So generally we kill the ads first and then go after Eleanor. But they are running around a lot, so they're being annoying. I'm
ま
gonna
ず
get the AI to do stuff.
雑魚敵を倒してからこのエレノアを倒す。なんかね、
She actually got paralyzed, so I can combo her for longer now. Because whenever an enemy
Exorcist
has a
って言って
status
たので、
ailment
タイマ
or
シ
paralyzed here, they're more likely to
で
stun.
すかね。主人公の敵に当
So
た
it
るとい
should
う
be
か、
easy to stun her, except
この
for
世界
first
の
and then
正義
we'll
の
get an MA.
戦
For
士
some reason, this MA, whenever you do
や
it,
ったる
the
人
screen
ですね。
freezes for like a couple seconds.
あ、
I do not know why, but
1450 ぐらい
it's
入ってましたね、今一
100%
時で。
consistent in this fight for that to happen. So it looks like the game's about to crash, but it usually doesn't.
No worries here.
Alright, so now we use the other Denor bottle to get back to the town, and now we completed all our requests. So they're gonna tell us
で、
what's
これで
going
町
on
にと
because
も戻って、
Outlet, of course, the reason we came to this town
頼ま
is
れ
to
た
find
ミッションをすべて済ませました
Pretorius,
ので、
you know, is the guy that Velvet wants to kill for revenge. And he is now basically like the leader of the world. Everyone thinks he saved the world. He's called the Shepherd. Everyone loves him, respects him, but we want to kill the good guy. And now we're getting
で
information.
今我々が倒そうとしているのは、
Underground guild.
この世界で救世主として崇められているお兄さんですよ。義理のお兄さん
Told us where he
で
is.
す
We
よ
want
ね
to。figure out how to get to him.
世界の人たちはこの人は素晴らしい、本当に救世主だっていう世界のリーダーになっているけれども、
And
我
that
々に
is
とっては
gonna
最
be
後の目
like
標
our
的
next
です
main。boss fight. Gonna have to go through another dungeon in a little bit. But on the way
次の
there,
ボ
we're
ス
gonna
戦
have
には、
to
ダンジョンを
a bunch of these
一つ
sparkles.
また
This is probably the
済
best
ませる
place
必
to
要
look for
が
sparkles
入
in
っ
the
てい
whole run.
ます。
Because like that was his bronze scrap. So now I've gotten 2, so I can just skip another chest later on that saves about 6 more seconds. So now I have all the bronze I need, but this area has the chance of spawning an item called the rough gemstone.
Hell yeah.
And the rough gemstone is an item that does nothing, but it
一応
sells
必要なブランドスクリプトは全部集めました。ただ、ここ
This is
の、
Yeah, it's
Area
all the
というのは
chests that I've been picking up have been giving me like
ジェムストーン
1,000.
を
This one
ドロ
gives
ップしているか、が
21.7k.
配置され
So
ている
if
こ
I
とが。
get it, it's a very rare drop. You can skip every gold chest for the remainder of the run.
え
So
っ
this is one of
と、
those like
もしこれが見つかると、その後だいぶいろいろと
but it doesn't usually happen.
ショートカットすることが、戦闘とかを避けられ
Yeah,
る
the
みたい
other
なことをおっしゃって
thing that we're going to be looking out for in this area and then the area right after it is a silver scrap. So we're going to be getting a shirt later that is upgraded using silver. And again, silver cannot be bought, at least easily. We can buy it later on, but not in time. So we're going to need random, well, quote unquote, random silver.
ここからは先ほどまでにブロンズのスクリプトを集め終わったので、シルバースク
So
ラ
if
ッ
we
プを
get
集め
a
る。
sparkle with it, it actually saves probably 20 seconds or so. So that's one of the more important pickups to get randomly.
これで20秒うまくいくと減らす、時間を節約することができま
And
す
the。gimmick for this dungeon is we're in the sewers. And
ここの、ダンジョンの、ギミックというのは基本的にこう排水溝、
at least
水をのけて、先に進んで水を、排水して
But yeah,
先に
since we're in
進
the
むというよう
sewers,
な仕
there's
組
a
み
lot
で
of water. We're having to drain water by pulling levers. And
RPG で下水道って案外多い
the
ですよ
game's
ね。
attempt at a puzzle.
RPG だ
Really
けじゃ
not
な
a
いか
puzzle, it's
バイオ
just
ハザードと
clicking
かも
a
下
line
水道
and
出てき
moving
ま
on
す
to
か
the
ら。
next area.
It's a puzzle for berserk people.
Yeah. I feel like the thing that the game attempts to do more than puzzles is MAs. And mazes are like, you know, if you know the way to go, it just becomes very uninteresting. But like if you look at the map, there's like many different paths, and only one of them actually
ダ
leads
ンジ
to
ョ
one
ンが
area. The other
迷
lead
路
to
方式か
either
ギミックのパズル方式
chests or
か。
nothing, or an optional boss somewhere.
迷路方式だと単純にこう道のりを覚えるだけなので飽きてくるけど、こうパズル方式だとちょっと楽しい。
Yeah, like again, as you could see, we are really already overpowered, so we really don't need that much more.
Yeah. And like, if you think we're overpowered now, it's just gonna get worse and worse the further we get.
Yeah.
So right now we're still not.
現状で、もうこれこの技強って思うようなこう強力な部分っていうのは今後さらに強力になっていきます。
That fight, like the enemies can stack and you could one combo, but it's never guaranteed yet. But relatively soon, that's gonna change. Yeah, but there's just one more screen in this dungeon, and this is actually the screen that can spawn silver scrap. So hopefully if it shows up, it's gonna be like next to the wall over there whenever I turn the corner.
Just don't forget about the
こ
teleport.
のマッ
And
プ
there's
でもあ
another
れですね、
teleporter
こ
that
う
we have
端
to
っ
grab
この
similar
方
to
を
the first
こ
dungeon where we fought Dial, the lizard.
うでエンカウ
So
ントを
earlier
きちん
we
と避
picked
け
up
て
the
ます
teleporter
ね。
and we used it a few minutes later. Here we're gonna pick up this teleporter, and if you
で
forget
こ
it,
こ
you're
の
not
ピック
gonna
ア
know
ッ
what's
プ、テ
still
レポー
like
ターをちょっと
3
起動
hours
し
from
ておい
now.
て、後で
And
使
you're gonna
え
get to this dungeon again and realize
後で
that you're
3時間後ぐらいっていうふうに今
so
言われ
it's
たんです
very
けど、
important to pick it up there.
だいぶ後です。
It happened more than once at least.
It does happen. It's one of those things that like every runner has to specifically pay a lot of attention to. So again, I'm gonna be checking all these in this area. Actually, this villa can also spawn rough gemstones, which we only
もう
relatively
ジェムストー
recently
ンと
found
か
out
が、
actually. At least I hadn't known
配
that
置されている
until
ことがあるそう
recently.
です。ラバカワ警
It's
備や
that spawn that can have it. But yeah, we fought Eleanor earlier, and we're gonna fight her again, right here. So we're gonna be.
な。
That's the guy
先
we're
ほ
trying
ど
to
戦った
assassinate.
エレノアさんとここでまた戦う
But
こ
of
とにな
course,
り
right
ます。
before we
タイ
killed
マ
him,
シンエレノ
Eleanor
アさん
kind
で
of
すね。
tracked what we're doing, and she showed up. So we have to beat her.
So on phase 2 of this fight, we're going to be introduced to a new mechanic that is going to heavily change the way we play game and allow us to play even more aggressively.
And at the same time, we've had Magilu hanging out with us the whole time, just kind of memeing around because that's what she does. She's now actually in our party, so after this fight, we're gonna have to do something. But first off, we are gonna unequip everything on Magilu as we do for everyone else, change everyone's titles to something that does a little bit more damage, and then steal Magilu's equipment because it's actually really good. And put it on Velvet.
ここで新しいギミックが入るんですけど、
Now
コ
we
ンピオバと
unlock
書いてましたね、今。
Switch Blasts, which allows you to switch between characters. Well, since we have more characters than we fit in the party now, we can switch between characters. And that will be significant because every time you switch between a character, you get one soul on the character you switch to. So,
キ
if
ャ
I'm on
ラクターを
Velvet,
切り替
or
えるご
if
とに
Velvet's
ソウル
part
が
of
1
the
個
party
手に
and I
入
switch her
る。
in, she's gonna have 4 souls instead of 3. And, you know, more souls equal more combo. So we're gonna be having Velvet not in the main party for pretty much the remainder of the run and switch her in at the beginning of each fight. And sometimes switch her more than once. But right now it's, again, another fight where we just have to slowly beat up Eleanor and all the other ads. And unfortunately there's a lot of them. And these guys can actually all stack up at the beginning and you can one combo this fight. Again, early game fights are very RNG dependent. They can end almost instantaneously. They can take a while.
One thing that
早い時期のこの戦闘は、乱数要素があるんですけれども、
1 BG every time you want to switch, so you can't do that infinitely. That's kind of limited, but it's still going to be more than enough in order to do what we need.
Yeah, so it's basically like a way to convert BG into souls. And BG can be regenerated
BG を、
by
ソウルに
break souls.
変換する
Meanwhile, souls, like,
という、
the only way to get them is through stuns in a fight, and you know, you go into the fight with 3. So we need ways to increase them during the fight. We can't do it outside. So that's the best way, is just switching between different characters and then getting Velvet to however many souls we need, and then start the combo.
なので、キャラクターの入れ替えによって、ベルベットが必要なソウルを集めて技を出すというような戦術を使うようになるそうです。
If you're going to see a soul that's going to pop somewhere on the battlefield, but that takes forever to actually grab,
Yeah.
and your allies can actually grab it. So it's really not consistent and slow too. So we really don't want to go for that.
Yeah, the only time we did it was way earlier in the prison against the Drake. Because in that fight we needed to get a combo kill, and getting an extra soul mean longer combo to get a combo kill. But now we have unlocked Magilu, which means
なるほど、ベイクソウルでソロ消費、BG が回復消して、奥義が使える。
Oh no, I've got good news and
な
bad
るほど、
news.
リソースをこううまく移行させるっていうのが重要なん
We
で
had
す
a
ね。
$100 anonymous
あ、そうか、それ
donation.
でソウルをまた回復するために、ブレイクソウル用のソウルを回復するために切り替えを頻繁に行うと。
So, good
そう
news
するとまた
is
BG が使える、BG を使って技を出す、ソウルを回復するっていうこうループをするというこ
And
と
then
で
we
すね。
had
ありがとうご
another
ざいます。
$10 donation to try and snipe the Tales of Legacy donation for high school. But Tales of Legacy wins out by $5.
Meet up
right, the Tales of Legacy for Magilu.
with the scouts at
What outfit is it?
I actually don't know. Does anyone know who that is?
Oh yeah, I know.
Port Zexon.
Who is it?
Arch from Fantasia.
Fantasia. Yeah, I'm not too familiar.
これレガシーっていうのは過去のキャラクターの衣装ですかね。
The
こ
Legacy
れどれ
costume, I
の
don't
キャラ
know
クター
who
の
they are.
衣装だっけみたいな話を今。
Fantasia is the
Chicago
very
Sun
first Tales of
Fantasia.
Games on the SNES and
キ
Arch.
ャラ入れ替えが使えるので、なので、最初言ってたのは、ベルベットを外しておく。で入れ替えてベルベットの、ソウルを回復するっていうこと。
A little less nasty and
Well, Magilu's not that bad. Well,
less clowny. Let's put it that way. But lovable, not.
この衣装の方がちょっと
so when I unlocked Magilu, I actually
道
did a
化師っ
couple
ぽく
things,
ない、
as
ジョーカーっ
every
ぽくない
fight,
みたい
I
な
took
ことを
out
今
all
言
of
い
her
ましたね。
equipment.
あ、アーチェ、そういう名前
Cleaned
言
up
ってた
all
と
of
思い
her
ます。ありがとうご
accessories.
ざい
I
ます。
don't want her doing anything in fights. The only thing I did is I actually assigned her a manual art, like if you're using her. Because a lot of the times we're gonna need the ability Spirit Beads. It procs Fiend weakness, and we don't have much that procs that, so that is almost necessary. So every time I'm gonna need it, I'm actually gonna switch to Magilu, use that art,
で、
and
マギ
then
ルを
switch
使う
back
と
to
きには、マギルで名前合ってますかね。
a lot of
使う
the
ときには
fights.
特定のキャラクターにバフデバフかな
I think
を
we
か
can
ける必要があるので、
go into more depth about,
基本的には手動で使うキャラクターですというふうに言っていま
Soul
す。
Gorges works into the game now that we've got Switch Blast. So every time you use a soul, you use a break soul. This is giving a soul to an enemy, and the more souls the enemy has, the more chances he has to be hit by a stun or burn or whatever.
で敵の場合はソウルがあればあるほどバステにかかりやすい、スタンなどにかかりやすいんだというふうに今説明してくださっています。
Soul is in the pool, so if you use like I don't know 5 or 6 break souls, this is going to stack. Even if the enemy was at already at max soul, which means that we can actually hit the maximum amount, a guaranteed way to get stuns and burns, etc., making fight ultra consistent. Also, Zavid time.
This is actually the only fight in the game where it's like, instead of it being you versus the enemy, it's like a 4v1v1. So we're trying to fight Zavid, but then Aizen is also fighting us and fighting Zavid. So Aizen, being an enemy, can stun Zavid and take the stun from you, or he can hit you.
ここ
while
は
you're
アイ
trying
ゼン
to
という
attack
キャラク
Zavid.
ターが
So this
中
makes the
立
fight
み
like
た
a
いな
complete
動
like
きをする。
mess. It all depends on what Aizen decides to do when you're trying to kill Zavid, and then it also depends on whether Aizen stuns or not. So now Rokuro is nice enough to
なので、
burn
アイ
Aizen for
ゼン
us.
がスタンをかけて
Then
くれる
now
か
I
どう
should
か
be able to just combo Aizen until he dies.
が、
And as we were
People
talking about stat
timing
elements, when
equals
someone
not.
has a burn or a paralyze or a slow on them, they're more likely to stun. So we can just keep comboing him that way. And that's Aizen.
So I hope you guys
で
enjoyed this.
コンボではめて倒します。
Play Zestiria.
Play Zestiria, maybe watch a certain runner do Zestiria on RPG Limit Break if you're interested in that game as well. It happened.
今、ゼステリアっていう話をしてますよね。で、テイルズ・オブ・ゼステリアの話。
Elements, as LGG was mentioning, whenever you use a soul on an enemy, if they're on full souls, it puts it in like a hidden pool called the soul pool, and that is what
ベ
affects
ステリアがこのゲームのこの舞台の何千年か後の話でしたっけ？
As soon
じゃ
as
あ
I
その
start a fight, I use break souls with all my
時
characters.
間軸上は未来のキャラクタ
Puts
ー
more
ですね。
souls in the enemy's soul pool because they're not doing anything on like the AI characters. So I'd rather those souls be in the enemy soul pool. So when Velvet is attacking them, they're more likely to stun. So I've started every fight with just dumping the souls with everyone, and later on I'm gonna actually start using switch blasts or switches to get more souls just to dump them.
なるほど。味方のソウルは最初捨てることで相手が、回収することができる。そうなると AI キャラクターはそんなにソウルを有効に使えないけれども、ソウルを持っていることで敵がスタンにかかりやすくなるので、それでベルレットが、スタンをかける。でまたその後でソウルを貯めて、ソウルを放棄してっていうようなことを、繰り返しそうです。ここがラスタンなんですね、前作の。こういうつながりいいですね。あ、ここ来たーみたいな、こう、ね、なんとも言えない。
So it does a lot of that. That's why this game, when playing casually, might take a bit to pick up because the game doesn't explain anything. But after you really start understanding things, you realize there's so many mechanics that you could use to your advantage. That, like, if you look at the run, for example, everything one-shots it, and we haven't grinded or we're not doing anything fancy. It's all just knowing all the mechanics that the game doesn't explain and using them to our advantage.
Also, there is something important I have to mention. Your expedition has returned.
Thanks. Yeah, so expedition has returned. If you see that ship icon over there in the bottom right, that's gonna stay there for the rest of the run. Expeditions are completely useless in the run, and we're never gonna worry about them again. We only have to pick one expedition up as a tutorial, and it's actually really cool because you pick it up as you get into Port Zexen after you unlock MAs. And this thing will pop up like, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes, like at a consistent timer after you first get the tutorial for the expeditions. So the only reason we use expedition is to kind of know how the past 30 minutes have went. So if you get the pop up when you're on this ladder, that means the past 30 minutes have been really good and you're fast. If it pops up where I had it pop up, that means it's not a great but not horrible run. Like it's a way to gauge how your past 20 to 30 minutes have went, and that's the only reason we use it. The only way we can utilize this useless mechanic. Wait, and now we got to this new temple that was built. It's where Artorias is supposedly, and we're having to,
これはおそらくアルトリウスによって作られた寺院だろうと思います。
And then we can go to the main building and face him there.
でその建物の中に入って、アルトリウスと対面します。なんかもう見たことのある場所なのですごく。
Yeah, instead of red and, you know,
apocalyptical.
Yeah, so this is another point where we actually just use it in order battle to leave the dungeon and go back in because it is faster than just walking back.
でここはダンジョン一瞬出ることで、時間の短縮をします。
We use anything we can to save a little bit of movement because we do so much of it in the run, and if you can save 20 seconds by using a bottle, why not?
いろいろと時間短縮はするんですけど、バトルで1回で平気で20秒とか無駄になったりとかする。
Recently built to worship Innominat, which we haven't talked much about, but it's basically like a god that the Abbey is trying to resurrect. And they're trying to use him to basically achieve their goals, but we don't want them doing so, obviously. And we're gonna know more about Innominat later.
I don't even
今、神を復活させようとしている。
Yeah, so Velvet doesn't.
アルトリウスが神を、
some sort of
復活させようとしてるん
beef
ですか
with the
ね。
Abbey, all unrelated. So we kind of all just like, all right, let's hang out because we all have a common enemy, but each of it is for different reasons. But over there, I just grabbed a weapon called the Shell Shredder. That is gonna be the weapon we're gonna use on Velvet for almost the rest of the run.
ここでこの後ずっと使い続ける武器を手に入れるというふうに。
If you have no shadows, the floor is actually completely white in this area. This
これ
fight
がアルトリウスですね。
a fight that you can't do anything about, you
アル
can't
ト
beat
リ
him.
ウスってあれですか、アンサー王から取ってますかね。
Put your controller down and just wait as Artorias tries to attack you, but auto auto defense in this game is so good.
なるほど、
that
角主
you
って
don't
い
need to
う
worry about dodging attacks.
精霊を
Sit
あれ
back
復活させようとしてる。
Yeah, turns out Arcturus is too strong for now, and we cannot finish the game yet.
Yeah, so if we hit him, it's just 0 damage. Similar to the wolf at the beginning of the game. But the wolf earlier was about 20 seconds, this guy is about 80. And funnily enough, this is actually the longest break you get in the run. Since you can skip cutscenes, you never get to put the controller down and walk away. This is the only spot you get to.
ここは、時間節約のためになりもしない。カットシーンほとんどスキップできるので、
Fights are, however, really good at dodging.
結構長い休憩時間になります。
There was no reason to. So the only thing is we
言い
do
ます。
soul dumping there at the beginning to
カの主でカの主。
Magulu.
なるほど。
That's the only thing we have to do in this
あれ
fight.
ですが、名前を言ってはいけないあの方みた
But
いな
yeah,。so Artorias was too strong. He almost beat us. He almost killed us. But
で
then
アルトリオスが強すぎて、ほぼ
Earth
負け
Pulse
そうになっ
Rift opened up, which is a way to get into this Earth Pulse, which is I don't know, the equivalent of the life stream in other games or whatever, which is, you know, a hidden area in the earth or something.
これは命の源みたいな、
But
こう
we use that to escape.
力を
And Luffy said is now
この倒
feeling,
れているキャラクタ
feeling sick because he had to use a lot
ーに
of、power to keep a little
渡
bit
そう
alive
として
there.
いきます。
And this is where we actually realized that Luffy said has some like immense powers that we didn't know about. He's actually one of the strongest Malakim in the world.
It should be around here somewhere.
Who would have thought a party member is actually very, very strong?
Yeah, as we escape
そうですね、今、攻略サイトを拝見しながらあれですけど、地脈というふうになって
different screens
いますね。
with Velvet talking to herself.
他のゲームでライフストリームって言われるやつのと
But
ころ
I
に
guess
行こ
as
う
we're
として
running
ま
through
すって
your
いうふうに。
CC, you could take it over.
ライフストリームが出てくるゲーム、何でしたっけ？
Alrighty,
I've got
$100 from DeWolf by my mystic arts. Fall again as windswept snow. Wait, wrong game.
そうですね。そうですよ
$75
ね。
from Acid Fire Boom. Tales of the Soggy Show.
ありましたね、ライフストリームっていうのが。
Where is this
2022 from Hooligan. Hello, Lurking. We've been trying to contact you about your walking simulator's extended warranty. For the low price of one rough gemstone, you could be upgraded to premium windstepping. Good luck with the rest of the run, and remember, just because I'll be asleep doesn't mean I won't find out if Hellkite bodies you.
Thank you so much. Hooligan is the world record holder of this
で、イ
game.
ボルグの遺跡にまで
He's
行
done
き
a
ま
lot of
し
the
た。
work of routing the current route,
Shoutouts to Hooligan.
and he's also routed Zisteria recently. So he's kind of the person overhauling the Tales of series at this point.
で、ここで、
in terms of speedruns.
味方が復帰したのかな？
But yeah, so now we escaped through the Earth Pulse. We ended up in this other temple somewhere that we don't know where we are. So we're trying to escape out of here. That is basically our goal right
Oh
now.
no, a dead end!
Wait.
And so the adventure came to a close in a most sudden and unsatisfying
Oh, no.
manner. Look, that wall
Oh,
is
the wall is
cracked.
cracked. Okay.
That means
人なりだわって壁が割れてるからって言ってぶち壊しました。強いですね。
We had to let her get her jokes off.
Shoutouts to Magilu.
So this area I know has 3 enemies, but I only saw 2. That means there was an invisible person. That's gonna be common, so you kind of just memorize different rooms always have the same amount of enemies. And if you see less than that, that means there's invisible enemies and you need to be careful. Right, this is turtles.
この遺跡で重要なのは、
Many of the run
一
will
定
die.
数の敵がそれぞれの部屋にいるんですけれど
So
も、
we're just gonna
一部の
dismantle
敵は
it.
不可視になっている。だから本来ここに例えば3体いるはず
Shell shredder.
なのに2体しか見えなかったら1体不可視の敵がいるということなので気をつけてくださいという説明をしてくださいました。
For the rest of the run. Well, we're gonna switch off of it for a little bit and then get back, but this is probably the strongest
買い
weapon
物をしま
we
した
can
ね。
reasonably upgrade without it being too expensive. That's why we were collecting all the bronze fragments earlier, because this weapon uses bronze, and I needed to have enough to get it to +3 there, and then I'll need to get it to +5 a little bit later when we can go that high, because right now we can't upgrade past +3. But yeah, a little bit of what's going on is actually when we were in the Earth Pulse, we found Eleanor, again, who would have thought. And she helped Luffy said, because she's an exorcist, she can like bind with him and make him less sick. But as we exited the Earth Pulse, she disappeared with Luffy said, and we're trying to find her because we don't want her taking him away from us. but we have agreed to do a duel between only Velvet and only Eleanor. And if
ここで、エレノアにまた
Velvet's every command,
会うんだけれども、この後エレノアとの一騎打ちになる
obviously Eleanor will be joining the party after this fight. So if you want to get any donations towards the costumes, do it quickly.
で、この後このエレノアが、仲間になるそうです。なのでエレノアのコスチュームの、決めるドネーション、今が最後のタイミングというふうに
And then try to generate a little bit of stun on her, which actually we didn't talk much about stun generation, but we can do so. when we have a little bit
で
more
きれば
time
こ
later.
こエレノアにスタンをかけられるといいんですが、なかなかこう決まらないようです。
And it all depends
これ
on
で
when
コ
she
ンボを
stuns
決
and whether
め
you
て
will combo her or not. Sadly, since
で、
we don't have any
こ
other
この時間は、スタンが入るかどうか、あとコンボがどれくらい決まるかどうかにかかっています。
She could have stunned, and if so, she would have died. But now she's gonna get down, which means we can't hit her again. She'll stun here, and we'll just kill her.
やっとスタンしましたね。スタンすれば非常にもうあとはやはり倒しやすいそうです。ということでエレナ
So
を
now
倒
we can
し、
actually, we have to talk to Laphicet here. We can Denor bottle out of the dungeon. It actually took us so long to know that. We've always walked out of it like an extra 20-30 minute walk, 20-30 second walk, until like we found a random runner do it.
で、
once, we're
2、
like, oh,
30秒
that's
ちょっとある
possible. So it was just like a very convenient time save that we randomly found out about a few months ago. But so now
なんかここでもちょっとタイムセーブの、技があ
a
る。
little thing about rest in this game. A lot of the times you hear the sleeping music, it actually is not an in rest. You don't get regenerated for it. So if it's a story sleep like here, you actually don't get anything from it. It only plays the audio. You only get BG back if you pay for the sleep, and which we didn't here. So here there's just a little menu
この、
to take off.
いわゆる宿屋の音楽的なもの
Steal her
でも必ずしも回復するとは限らない。ちゃんとお金を払うことで回復するようになる
want her
という
doing
ふうに
anything.
ね。
And we're gonna swap her into the
で、
party.
エレノがここで入っているのでエレノをパーティーに入れま
So she can
す。
have more souls for the rest of the run. That's always gonna be the case. But we had just unlocked Eleanor, so who is winning the final costume?
Well,
でエレナの衣装
Sofnum
ここで
did
確認
not
です
leave
が、
a comment on his donation, but in chat he said I had to. He donated $10, and he made high school the winner.
We get one high school.
最後10ドルを、入れた人が決め手になって、高校
I think we
ユ
had
ニフォー
one
ム、
winner from every
学生
category.
制服のユニフォームになりま
There's
した
actually。multiple. Let's just go with the win. Nah, let's go with this one. I didn't realize there were actually multiple school outfits for Eleanor.
なんかエレナの制服のユニフォームいろんなのがあったんでどれにするか迷う
Towards
みた
that,
いな感じで
Bid war.
選んだん
But
で
that
す
was
ね
the last
あ
one.
確かに雰囲気っ
For
ぽ
the
さ
rest
あ
of
り
the
ま
run,
すね
so
一応正義の方のあれだし
for the MA
Exhibition.
yes. All right, so this next fight is an enemy that has one soul. We call him one soul guy. Which him
で
having one
次の
soul
人は
means
ソウル
that
1個しか持ってないので
we can't
ソウル
do
1個やろうというふうに呼んでま
But
す
him having one soul means you
た
can't
だ
get souls
ソウルが 1,
other than just the first one. So
の
you have
1
to
個
do
しかないということは
it.
本当に1回しか魂がソウルが取れないということでもあります
But if he does, he's so weak that it takes him forever to kill you to restart the fight. And he can't be stunned again. Or it's very hard to stun him
で
again. It would take
もし
forever
ス
to
タンしているのとその
So it's like
後
a
も
fight
ス
that's
タンしないよう
very
な
simple, like not really a boss fight, but like a mini boss. But it's actually one
ボ
of
ス
the
ファイトというほ
hardest
どではな
fights
くて
to
ちょっと中ボスぐらいの小ボスぐらいの扱いですけれ
But
ど
if you're
も
watching anyone do PB attempts or something, that fight is dreadful.
Always sweating once this guy appears on screen.
Yeah. And right after him, there's another boss, Kurogane. So he's
ここで、もう次のボス黒金戦に入ります
like a, kind of a party member. We don't play him, but he's always hanging out. So the thing about this guy is we need to burn him. And to burn him, we're gonna use Magulu to do Spirit Beast on him. And that will give him a debuff.
彼は焼き尽くしてやる
Two
と
debuffs.
だったら、マギルを使います
Looks like we're just not burning him. So if Magulu gets the debuff on him,
マギルが、このキャラクターにデバフをかけられたらあとは、
oh, there we go. She just did it. A burn is not necessary, but if he burns, we can keep him.
まあやけどかな
That's
やけどを、
because we didn't get a burn.
受けると
So a lot of the bosses we try to burn, but it's never guaranteed, unfortunately.
は殴るだけ。
And the other thing we're using Magulu for actually is to proc weakness on him. So as you see, he just got chained from Magulu's Spirit Beads. So we use it for like 2 things at the same time. Unfortunately, we didn't get the debuff, so it was a little bit of a
今回ちょっとデバフがかからなかったんですけれども、マギルではコンボを入れるのと、それからそのデバフをかけるような。なるほどな、ヤクザでドケ取り時間アップ、それは大きいですね。ちょっと今回はうまく当たらなかったという。
Something that you could see if you pay a little bit of attention is that he somehow managed to break out of the combo. That's because there is one mechanic in this game known as Soul Burst, because the devs obviously realized that Velvet was broken and could infinite combo stuff. So that was a way for the developers to prevent you from doing one combo and finish the fight. Is that every time a boss is going to hit a certain HP threshold that is completely unique to whatever boss you're fighting, they're going to use an ability called Soul Burst. And when that happens, well, that's not going to do that much damage, but this is going to break any kind of combo that is happening right now.
Yeah, so most bosses have Soul Burst at either 25%, 50%.
敵のボスのソウルバーストっていうのを打っていることがあって、それが入るとコンボが途切れてし
So
まい
while
ま
it
す。
is meant to break you from one comboing the enemy, you just 2 combo them instead. You wait for the Soul Burst, and then you just do the same combo again.
なので、その場合はまず、コンボ1回決めて、その後敵ボスがソウルバーストするのを待って、
So most fights later,
その上で、再度コンボを叩き込むという戦術を使います。
before the Soul Burst and then MA and kill it with that MA, so that way we wouldn't have to sit through the Soul Bursts. So while it is supposed to stop you from one comboing enemies, it really doesn't for the majority of the fights. So now we're having
それだと、無限コンボが決まるにもかかわらず1コンボで殺せないっていうことがあるんですけども、そうやって対応している。
A demon that is only living to make swords. His whole life purpose is to make a sword that's stronger than another specific blade that's the strongest in the world.
Isn't it called a Stormbreaker?
Yeah, the Stormblood? No, Stormquell? Something like that. Anyways, that's Aizen. Yeah, that's Rokur's brother. Not much to this fight. He's dead.
I hope you enjoyed this MA because this is the last time you're going to see it.
Unless we get more donations towards the MA showcase and we can see more of Rokur's amazing MAs. But yeah, so for that fight, MAs are not only strong on Velvet, they are strong on everyone. So we just use, we stun the enemy there, and then in fact, every time I MA, we haven't mentioned that, but instead of me doing a Mystic Art, we do what's called the Break Soul Mystic Art, is instead of only pressing the MA button, we do the Break Soul and the MA button at the same time, and that does a Break Soul and an MA at the same time, like to put it simply. And what that does, it is, whenever we MA, we do it after we stun an enemy because that does double damage. But whenever you stun, you take a soul out of the enemy, but you want the enemy to be at full souls whenever you use an MA because that does more damage. So whenever we do a break soul enemy, it actually puts in the soul in the
ミスティ
enemy
ックアー
again,
ツ
and
と
then,
ソウルの関係につい
so
て
that
の
way it
説
does
明です。ちょっと
significantly more
私きちんと理解してるかわかんないんですけれども、
you know, they're at full
負荷を
souls.
かけた後にミスティックアーツを当てて、ダメージ倍増っていうのを基本的に狙うんですけれども、
I stunned him, did a break soul MA, used Rokur's higher stats, Shigure's lower stats.
をさせてブレイクスルーをして MA を、ミスティックアーツをかけることで一気に大ダメージが
Sadly,
を出すこと
the
がで
other
きる。
MAs
これによって
are doing very well compared to
ボス戦
Velvet.
が非常に早く終わ
Only
るというふう
focus
に。
on Velvet's damage. So they're going
あと
to
詳細のところも把握しきれてない。
but for now,
なんと
Rokuro
かせて
still
なかった。
manages to stay on touch.
Yeah, that's basically the only time we use anyone else's MA because it's a 1v1 between Rokuro and the other guy is his brother. The reason, well, from now on, the reason Rokuro is going to be hanging out is because he has the goal of killing his brother. And that's why he's going to continue going on because he just found out that Shigure is part of the Abbey, the same people are fighting.
The ship is one more. So it's in the
And yeah, so Kurogane is now making Rokuro a blade to basically make Rokuro stronger. He's basically teaming up with Rokuro because, you know, a swordsman and a swordsmith are becoming friends. And we're just going to have to wait for that.
ろくろ、この人は剣使いだけれども、
We talk to everyone when we wait.
Yeah, but me.
Also, shoutouts to
彼
BN.
と、
Bad news.
鍛冶師の仲がだんだんこう良くなっていきます。まあ剣を使う
Yeah,
人
so
と剣を
Bienfu
作る
is
人なの
like
で
a
みたい
little Norman that Magilu has kind of forces him to tag along with there, and he told us that there are exorcists coming into the cave to come after us. And that's why he's saying it's bad news, but realistically, it's
な。
not.
反対のボス戦だったんですね。すいません、完全に把握できていませんでした。あ、この前の
So we're gonna start walking
Really
out of the
funny,
cave as we wait for Rokuro to
samurai
get,
っぽい
to
人
get
で
his
す
new
かね。
blades, which we're actually gonna equip on Rokuro. Even though we don't use them, it's slightly better than his current weapon, and we're gonna dismantle his current weapon. So it is convenient that we just get a free Rokuro weapon, so we can just put it as a placeholder on his main equipment spot.
単中ダメージ倍って言ってましたけど、倍以上になるんです
So
ね。
this fight actually has a
なので、
slightly
その
different
タイミング
mechanic.
でダメージを一気に技で叩き込むことで、より効率的にダメー
And
ジを
then
出す。
one stronger one.
でそのためにリソースの
The stronger
ソウ
one
ルを
actually has a thing like I think it's called
回
like
収す
soul
る
to
みたいな
the
のです
weaker
ね。
ones. So as long as he's alive, the weaker ones are buffed, so they don't die easily. But after you kill this guy, the other ones get weaker.
この
So we just killed
リ
the first
ーダー
guy.
的な敵を
Yeah, we actually have
が
soul
生きてる限り、
weapons then.
雑魚が強化されているので、そちらを先に倒しますというふうになって
We
いま
just
す。
stun him. You know, keep stunning so we can keep break soul and keep the combo, and then these people will just fall over. So this mechanic's not used much. It's used in a couple other fights, but generally it's very rare that like one enemy buffs the others.
ここからは、
It's usually something that you
エネミーが、一体が誰かを強化するっていうのはあんまりない
bosses, I can't remember the exact name. That exists throughout the game. So there is quite a few fights that let you fight tyrants or unique monsters that are going to be like basically mini bosses, and if you beat them, you get a lot of money as a reward. And that's where you're usually going to see this link thing.
Yeah.
そ
Do actually
ういう
zero
強化
out
され
fights
た、
in this run, because they
リン
don't give us
ク
the
により、
rewards to care about
他の
going out
敵
of
を
our way
強
for
化す
them.
るっていうような、パーティーがいる場合っていうのは非常
Yeah,
に、
there's just now we
報
got
酬も
Roku
多い。
back in the party. He got his new weapons, and we're just
うん
kind of going
出場
out.
されてま
And
す。
Rokuro's brother actually didn't just leave us. He told us that he's gonna meet us outside at the docks, and if we want to leave this place, we're gonna have to get through him. So the first time we fought him, he was weak, and Rokuro basically 1v1s him. But at this point, he's gonna be playing seriously, and we're gonna have to do a legitimate combo
さっきは
on him. But he's
1
still.
対1でロクロが倒したような敵なんだけれども、今回はすごく
It's not
相
gonna
手
be
が
as
強
simple.
化されていますと。
But yeah, like a little bit of the lore is what's going on is we ended up in this random island after we exited from the what was it called, the Earth Pulse, and Aizen basically sent a carrier pigeon message to the pirate crew to come pick us up from where we are, and now we're just heading to the docks so we can head to our next destination, which is we're basically looking for one of Magilu's friends to translate a book for us, and that's what we're going to be trying to head to next.
Yes, because we realized that we were not strong enough to defeat Artorius, so instead we're going to try and prevent him from doing his goal.
先ほどのアルトリスとの戦いで我々はアルトリスを倒すにはあまりにも弱すぎるので自分たちを鍛えようということ
We have a
で、
book that Laphicet had that basically talks about Inominat, but it's written
い
in
ろいろ
some
とやっているようです。
dead language that none of the party members know. But Magilu has a friend who knows it, so we're gonna be trying to go find her now, and that's basically the goals of the
今、
party
マ
right
ギル
now.
のお友達を探しに行ってるのかな。
Yeah, this dungeon again doesn't have much. You have to light up candles to open doors. The candles are
ここのダンジョンは基本的に、
hidden,
明かりをつけて、
That's it. Other than that, just listening to
先に進むっていうのの繰り返しになってい
because
ま
there's
す。
very faint music.
I've got some donations if you got some time.
We got about a minute until the next fight.
All right, we got
ドネーションをもとも思ったら、
Roses are red.
次のファイトまで
Donations go
戦闘まで時間があ
far.
るから大丈夫
We
です
got
よ。
Magilu. Look, a shooting star. $20 from Venkalos with no comment. Thank you very much. And $15 from Anonymous. Let's see some artful artistry with Mystic Arts. We are about $1,300 away from the Mystic Art Showcase and 50K.
Right, so here we're just grabbing this chest. I think I actually don't need it. I think I got enough bronze scrap, but I'm not completely sure, so I'm just gonna grab it for safety. It's very close.
で今の箱は開けなくてもブランススクラップの数は足りてたと思うんですけども、念のため、もし足りなかった時のために開けました。これがさっき、六郎が一人で倒した時ですかね。
We're gonna do Discord on him and a Searing Edge to proc weakness, and this way we should be able to just one combo him here.
ナタレによってワンコンボで倒します。
There we go.
お兄さんなんですね。
This is basically how every fight will look. Well, most fights from now on will look like.
この後の戦闘大体みんなこんな感じになりますと。
We do MA, it does so much damage and they die.
スタンさせる、ソウルブレイクをする、ミスティックアーツをぶつける終わりみたいな。
Very big in one thing, and it's it's the vein of this run, and what makes it rough to run sometimes is that there is one weapon that we need. It's called the Floric Blade, and the Floric Blade only shows up in shops. And as we mentioned earlier, the contents of the shops are random. So that weapon might or might not show up in shops, and it is basically required for the run. And there's two shops where we can get it. This town. And if we don't get it in this town, there's one more town later on.
この後2箇所ショップを訪れるんですけれども、欲しい武器がランダムで出てくるので、どうしてもこの武士欲しいっていうのをちょっと。
So you get 2 hours into the run, the weapon is not in the shop, you kill the run. That's how it goes in Berseria. But for now, we're going to go for an in
ここまで2時間、1時間43分ですね、2時間近く走ってきたんですけれども、ここで欲しい武器が出ないっていう悲劇に出会うことがありますと。なので、じゃあここお祈りですかね、2箇所のショップの中でその必要な武器が出るかどうかお祈りしてください。出たらもう速攻で買えない。
Is the rare drop in this shop, so the common one is Kalkai, the rare one is Floric. So we usually don't expect to get it here, but it's very nice if we do. If not, in the next shop, the
カルサイトの剣が、比較的、一般的な剣で、フローライトの剣がちょっとレアな剣。
Again, it's something that we're going to have to keep in mind for later in the run, where if we don't find it, we're going to have to start going for a bunch of backups.
見つからなかったらちょっとバックアップは準備してますと言ってますが、ここまで来てっていうのはなかなか辛いですね。
We gotta find some cure for them, and that cure is in this very specific forest that we landed next to.
Yeah, so the reason we stop in this town is because the medicine for that disease is common around this area, but then the pharmacist said he doesn't have it. And that the Abbey has completely locked out
何かの病気の薬はこの辺には結構あるんですけれども、今、行った薬屋さんにはそれうちにはありませんというふうに言われてしまったと。この薬があれですかね、体の一部が異形になってしまう病気を治す薬、ね。
Also, puzzle movement with his switches that are really simple again.
Yeah, so this one is earlier it was like, you click the switch, the door opens. This one has like it switches doors, so every time you click one, it closes the door but opens another door.
Not really too complicated.
今の仕掛けはこれを使うと1箇所のドアが開いてその代わりに別のドアがロックされるという仕掛けだそうです。
But yeah, so to talk a little bit more about the combos, so
武器にスキルがついてるんですね。そのスキルが重要なスキルを持っているものが欲しいと。
Magilo and Velvet multiple times. So that's for two reasons. One, to get more souls on Velvet for the combo. And then the second one is to get more souls on Magilo that she can dump. So, it's not only to give Velvet more souls, but to give other characters
今ソウルをゲットするっていう話をしてますけれども、ベルベットは、ソウルを使って技を使いたいのでソウルが欲しい。で、マギルーは、ソウルを放棄する、投げ捨てるためにソウルが欲しいっていうような違いがある。
He's gonna stun every
ソウルを捨ててもらってそこでなんだっけ、
So he's just gonna keep getting perma stunned.
敵にわざとソウル拾ってもらうみたいなギミックみたいな。おしゃさんしてた
And
ん
in
で
this dungeon, there's
そ
really
れを
nothing. We have to grab a couple
供
of
給役
chests.
がマギル
What's
で
coming up one
回
of
収
the
使用
floric
役が
present is, as
ベ
I
ルベット
mentioned,
み
the
たいな
floric blade
感じなんですか
is
ね。
what we're going to be using. So we're going to need a bunch of floric to upgrade it. So this is
で、ア
one
ッ
place
プ
to
レー
get
ド
it.
用に、
And then the rest of it is
フローライトかな
actually
素材を集め
Eleanor
ている。
came with a bunch of floric equipment on her. So whenever we unequipped her, we're going to have those waiting to be dismantled later. And then the other thing that we're going to be grabbing within this dungeon is silver, is because the body piece that we're going to use on Velvet that will unlock before not in this boss, but in the next boss. It's going to be like a shirt that usually has defensive stats, but there is one shirt for Velvet that has attack and focus, which are two best stats. So we're going to be putting that
で
for the
あ
rest of
と
the
は、
Rpglb.
これは防具装備ですかね。シャツの中でも、普通は防御のステータスを上げるけれども、攻撃とかステータスを上げるシャツがあるので、これをベルベットに装備したいってい
In
う。
fact, later on, like we're gonna be wanting to go to low health, so like our defense stat is low enough that it doesn't make a difference, but technically the lower the defense, the better.
ディフェンスは低い方が防御力は低い方が
You
実
just
は
have
いい
to
んだ
loop around. There's actually gonna be a chest that has Gald in it. We still need to buy a bunch of that's a bad spot. Also, some costumes actually have music attached to them, and I don't know which costume we have, but it changed the music for this battle.
で一部の、衣装にダッをつけると BGM が変わりますと言ってましたね。レガシーの衣装ですかね、普通に考えると。
It's actually over there when I saw that enemy almost got up to me. I wanted to quick save and then load, because whenever you quick save and load, the enemies go back to their default position. So if you're about to get caught, you can
で
actually do
敵
that to not
に
get
捕
an
まりそう
encounter.
捕まりそうになった時には、クイックセーブをして読むっていう読み出すというやり方もあるそうです。それをやることによって、敵が初期位置に戻されるので、結果的に敵から位置が離れて逃げられるというようなやり方もあると
4 or 5 tutorials. It's not really a
や
problem.
っぱりレガシーの BGM ですかね。そうすると、マギルさんでしたっけ紹介たの。
These guys are weak.
Huh?
You just die.
その音楽になったんでしたね。
So that's, not surprisingly, they're not the boss. There's going to be a boss in the next screen who's the actual enemy of this area. Which is going to be like, I would say the first boss that really showcases exactly how combos will be. Because while Shigure kind of did it there, with Shigure I only switched Magilu and only dumped Magilu. While for the next fight, I'm going to be dumping Magilu's souls twice, and then everyone else at the same time. So when I first get into the battle, it's gonna look like a mess of me just switching between characters so quickly and just
今度しぐれ戦で本当にコンボを完全な形で見せることができると思いますというふうに言ってますけど、またしぐれさんと戦うんですかね。
I usually just toggle.
発音がしぐれじゃなかっ
I'm
たん
just
で
used to
一
doing
瞬あれ
that, but yeah, like you can.
That sounds weird.
A lot of it just goes down to like what you knew and didn't know when you learned to run.
Yeah.
Do you feel anything
Yeah.
here?
So this is the plan that we want, and obviously as soon as we pick it up, a big bug is gonna attack us.
で、ここで虫が攻撃してくるので倒します。
So here we're gonna wait for him to attack, start a combo on him, and then we're gonna do twin whip, proc chain, and then just combo him down until he's low enough HP to where a break soul would kill, or a mystic art would kill.
こうやって攻撃とコンボを重ねて、ブレイクハウスソウルからミスティックアートで、一撃するところまでHP を減らしてからコンボを叩き込みます。
Our enemy has, and for this one it works out very conveniently, or if you do this combo you'll kill him almost exactly with the amount of HP the bug has.
Yeah, it's something that we didn't really talk about, but basically since we know that you can one combo every enemies, obviously that means that every bosses are routed in order to have a very, very specific combo to know that it's going to be the most optimal way to kill. And so you just have to execute the combo and you win.
Yeah, so from here on out, it was a little different in the
で
beginning parts of the run where we
もう
didn't have
コンボでダメージが十分入るようになっているので、正確にコンボをきちんと実行す
from
る
here,
ことさえできれば、ほぼ確実に倒せ
not
ます。
quite every fight, but almost every fight. It's a very set combo where if you do the exact combo, they will die. If you mess up the combo even slightly, you will drop the combo and the fight is done. You just have to retry.
Yeah, there's probably a few backups here and
ただ、その代わりにコンボを非常に正確にやらないと、ちょっとミスしたとか、ちょっとずれただけで、止まってしまうので、そうするともう戦闘1からやり直しというふうになってしまう。
because like every boss has a different combo to it. Like it's always going to be a little bit, little variant between every bosses. So that's really the difficulty of this run.
Earlier
そして
on,
非容疑、ありがとうございます。
proc chain whichever weaknesses the enemy has, and then just do gouging spin, harsh rebuttal until the enemy is low enough and your combo is long enough for combo artists.
アライフセットって
Does more damage.
弟みたいなちょっと
But later
子
on,
供っ
it's
ぽ
gonna
い
be more
若いキャラクターですよね。確かに日本語だと、私すみません、日本語聞いてないのでわからないんですけど、割と
So one thing about this
女性
game
に近いような中性的な声のイメージがありますけど、ああいう
but
キャ
if
ラク
there's
タ
a
ーって。
cutscene between where you are
案外
and
英
where
語だ
you're
と
recording
がっ
to, the
つ
game
り
doesn't allow you to go there.
男の
So
子
when I
っ
was
ていう
leaving
感
the
じの
dungeon,
声
I
だったり
actually
し
just
ま
had
すね
to。walk almost the entire dungeon to trigger a cutscene, and then I could teleport out. And then when I'm trying to go to the
あ、
sound,
それはそうか、海外は初太声と
find
い
the
うか、
cutscene and then teleport to it. And that's gonna
日
pretty much
本
happen
の
every
少
time
年
when
声を女性がやるの
you're
は
in the middle.
あれですよね、昔の
Very inconvenient.
児童福祉法 昔は子供を夜とか労働させるというのが非常に難しかったので、女性声優が代わりに子供の声をやるようになった流れというふうに聞いたことあるんですけれども、おそらくそれは日本特有の事情なんで、きっと全然違うんでしょうね。
They didn't start a fight, but they're basically starting a fight, and Aizen ran after him. So now we have to go find Aizen, help him from whatever is going on.
でここからアイ
Again,
ゼンを
another
探しに行き
detour
ます
from
と
our。main goal.
Golden Tower lies beyond the Burnak Plateau.
So a little bit of
でここ
lore
回り道をします。
about David. Like David is a seraph who used to have a wife, and the thing with seraph is that if there is too much malevolence around, so malevolence is basically just evil stuff, evil thought, and etc. etc. If there is too much evil around them, they turn into a dragon. And there is no turning back, so you have to kill the dragon if that ever happens.
So it's the same with demons.
Like,
All the demons are which the party
悪の
actually
気に
doesn't
さら
know
され
most of them
続ける
do,
と
some of them do, but
竜に
Velvet
変
Doesn't know.
身し
Like
て
most
しまう
demons are actually
ドラゴン
just
になっ
people who
て
are
しまっ
exposed
て、
to
そうなると
evil
もう戻す方法がないの
evil
で、
thoughts.
それをなんとかし
And
よ
that's
うと
how
しているとい
so
うふう
many
に。
people that like you run across turn into demons. It's just because of that.
テイルズは女性声優が男性キャラあまりやらないんですね。面白いですね。
They are the only ones who can purify its. Wait, no, that's just the stereo.
You can't
結
purify.
構私いろんなゲームの日本
is the only one
と英語
him
版
and the people
こ
he gives powers to
う両方
can
やって声と
fight
か
the
喋り
demons. Like,
方
if
と
you
か
remember
の
at the very
違い見る
beginning
の
of the game,
楽しいん
there
で
was
す
the
け
one
ど
wolf that we couldn't do damage to. Is because we didn't have powers
好
to
きなん
fight
ですけど、
demons.
テイルズはそうなん
But
で
then
す
the shepherd
ね。
basically gave people power to fight demons.
そういう
That's
シ
what
リ
he
ーズによっての
says
違いみた
because
い
of
な
that.
のもこう楽
So
しめ
people
そうで
think
す
that
ね。
Artorias saved the world by giving them a chance to fight the demons.
But really, we
な
are
るほ
just
ど。
killing
世界の人たちは基本的にはお兄さんのアルトリウスが
bad thoughts.
悪魔と戦う力を与えてくれて世界に
Really nice
守ってくれたというふうに考えている。でも現実はそうじゃない。
change that and make the world a better place. Though we don't really know that yet.
Yeah, so as far as like the characters know is that it's actually a disease called demon blight, and when they get that disease, it's what turns them into it. They don't know that it's related to like the evil in their hearts that's turning them into it. And they also think it's like a contagious disease. So because whenever it happens somewhere where people get demon blight, everyone in that area gets it. But it's more so because there's a lot of malevolence in that area that just does it to everyone in the area.
Yeah, so it all relates to whatever is explained as well.
心の歪みとこの病気の、
You're just the shepherd.
症状みたいなのがリンクしている
Yeah.
ので、
Yeah, so in this area, we can
善人
actually
ばっかりいるところだとそんなに症状は影響しない。ただ基本的に
different language.
一人がこの症状になると周りの人にもこう同じ影響が出るので感染症というふうに考えられているみたいな説明をしていますね。このあれですかね、主人公の手が悪魔みたいになっちゃった病気なのかな。
There's a funny fight up there.
It's a great fight. First, there's going to be a quick menu that I have to do. So again, giving people just their best arts. Oh, I forgot Eisen's. There we go. Change people's equipment. We just picked up the Garish pink shirt for Velvet. That is the best shirt that we were talking about earlier. So we're going to equip that. Give Luffy, Aizen, and Rokuro their best arts for this fight, because this fight doesn't have a combo. This fight has 3 wyverns that you just have to beat up, and we want them doing useful stuff. So first we're just again gonna dump souls so they can get stunned faster, and then I'm gonna do attack command and wait for Rokuro to attack one of the wyverns. And then I'm gonna attack the same wyvern that he's attacking, because he actually puts a debuff on them that makes them weaker. Like, it just makes us kill them faster.
これで味方がデバフを与えた、ワイバーンから先に攻撃することで、ダメージ効率を高めています。
I actually have the wrong art on Aizen, but it doesn't matter.
It's like it's holding right.
What matters is Rokuro's art, because we have the art on him that gives a physical debuff to the enemies. But the reason this fight is really interesting is, as you see right now, I'm killing basically 1 wyvern at a time. These wyverns can stack up, and you can kill them all simultaneously. But that just requires you getting lucky with the enemy eye lining up, similar to the fight we did earlier in the fortress.
今回はちょっと1対1倒してるんですけれども、運がいいと1箇所に敵が集まっていると、ここのバトルは一度に倒せることもあるそうです。
But it could go down to less than 20 seconds if the enemies just cooperate.
なので敵が1箇所にまとまっていると20秒ぐらいで倒せることもあるそうです。
We found another one of the Abbey legates, as they call themselves, Melchior. And he basically got these wyverns to attack
こ
us.
こはメルキオールという同志み
And
た
the
いな
reason
人、
Zavid
指導者みたいな
went
人
after
がいる。
Zavid is that Zavid had a weapon that the guy that Aizen is looking for, the captain of his pirate ship who's gone missing, it was his weapon, and now Zavid has it. So Aizen is like thinking that Zavid either killed him or knows where he is, and that's why he ran after him.
でアイゼンが探している師匠の武器か何かを相手が持っている
I
の
don't know
で、
exactly what it does, but it makes
おそらくその師匠か
Malachite
な、探している
stronger
人
and
が
demons weaker or
殺
something
され
like
て
that.
しまったんだろうという判断したという説になっている。
Siegfried.
Which
人
is
間
again
関係
something
が
that
ややこしい
if you
な。
played Zestiria, you're gonna know more about it and why it's a very significant thing.
まあ
So this
ゼ
cutscene
ステリア
is
知ってれば
really
ここの
interesting.
ところ
The
ちょっと
force on
分
the
か
right
る
was
人
in
いると
here.
思うん
We
で
can
すけ
walk
ど
out
み
the
たいな
trigger
こと
for
を
this
おっ
cutscene.
しゃって
But
い
since
ます
it's there, we have to watch this cutscene. And this cutscene unlocks a class 4 island.
なるほど、恩人なんです
Which
ね。
means now
自
every
分を
time we
拾
try
って
to
くれた。
go anywhere on the ship, there's gonna be the option to go to the class 4 island. So it's just inconvenient.
Yeah, Class 4 Island is a side quest that we really don't have to do because it's a side quest.
So earlier I was talking about the
なるほど。
Chloric Blade and how necessary it is. This is the town where we can find it. So I'm gonna do a quick save here as my
この
first
恩人
step.
の銃をこの人が持っていたんですね。敵が持っていたの
Yeah,
で
so this is now
殺され
we're
たん
in
じゃ
a
ないかというふうに判断した。
area, the beach,
ありがとうござい
continent.
ます。
And this is where supposedly Magilu's friend that we've been looking for so long is, and that's what we're gonna be looking for. But first off, we're gonna have to go to the shop. And if it's not there, I'm gonna reload that save that I just made.
Yeah, don't worry, there is no beach
ここ
episode.
から、いろいろあることあるんですけど、まず最初にショップ行きます。
For evil.
で、ここで、欲しい武器がなかったら、
We will have a good
今
time
作っ
with
た
the
セーブを
So this is basically the deciding point of the run. If it is there,
リ
we are set for
Reload
the rest of the run. If it's not, we're gonna have to start scrambling around. It's not. We got the rare drop, the Amphiblade Blade. So I'm gonna load this quick save.
That's too bad.
で、すいません、欲しいのがなかったので、ロードしましたということで、
So the way that shops work in this game is every time you do 3
ここからちょっ
battles,
と、
the shop resets. And this fight
バトルを3回すると、ショップが、リセット始まるので、
hope that the weapon
3
is
回
there
や
the
って
second time.
で確認してというのをやるみたいですね。
That was 2.
なのですいません、3回目かな、これが3回目のバトルをやったら、お祈りタイムでぜひ欲しい
Doors and they also got 10.
アイテムが出ることを祈ってあげてください。
And now we've got the Norman hats.
You know, since we got the Norman hat, we'll keep the maid costume, obviously, because people donated for it. But let's do this.
なんか遊んでますね。
Yep.
This is
That's
kind of
the
the hat of
ミニ
shame.
ゲームでも戦闘3回やれば OK なんですけど、確かにね。で、ここかな、ショップ。はい、お祈りお願いします。わざわざ見せてるカメラ変えて。
Oh, this is
Got
going to
that.
look
もう一個先か。
amazing on the amaze.
Oh yeah, and the amaze, you're still gonna have this hat on, and it's perfect. Alright, so now I'm gonna check this shop again, and if it's not here,
はい、
since I did 3 battles, the other shop that could have it also resets. So I'm gonna go there next if the weapon is not here. It is.
ここにもしな、
Flurry Blade is here. We're set. Oh, it is.
あったそうです。
Did all that just to have the Norman head, really?
でもしここなかったら、もう一度別のお店に行って、リセットされた品揃えを確認しようと思ったんですけれども、無事にあったそうです。
And now we're set.
Yep, you saw.
So now the
1回で済んでよかったですね。
is upgraded.
願掛けのおかげですかね、ユニフォームの。
Our
You mentioned Grimoire as a Moloch.
戻そう。
belt is almost at its final form, and as soon as we get
Spies listening everywhere.
でベルトはもうほぼ強化完了だそうです。
basically, except for the boots. So you know we're halfway through the run, and we're already at almost end game equipment.
今これでだいたい全体のゲームの半分ぐらい走ってきたんですけれども、これでほぼ最終装備同然の装備ができました。
Some specific skills into them. And you can, as long as you've got those weapons or armors equipped, you can learn them. The better you do the fight, the better you're going to learn those skills. And there's going to be some passive that's are going to stay with you and give you some bonus during fights. And what's so good about Flurry Blade is that when you are under 8% HP, you're going to get an attack bonus of 30%, if I recall correctly.
Yes, 30% more physical damage.
And obviously,
なるほど、武器をずっと装備していると、その武器のスキルを習得できて、で、今フローライトの剣かなの、そのスキルが最大 HP の 8% を切った体力の状態だと、物理攻撃力が 30% 上がる。
So now we have a 30% damage increase on Velvet.
これによって、ベルベットのダメージ、最大ダメージが、3割
just have to count
上昇します。
amount of silvers is here.
Oh, that's not enough damage. What am I missing? Oh, I didn't equip the Flurry Blade. Alright, so we're just gonna retry this.
と思ったけど、すいません。せっかく買った武器装備していませんでした。
So the bonus and
なので、すいません。今3割ダメージ出てますけど、
when the weapon is not equipped.
できてないで
And
す。
whenever I retry this fight, when he kills me, you'll see that he's gonna.
Oh, he's shy.
I didn't realize it could turn red. It's been so long.
Alright, so.
あれ、わざと死にましたね。
That we want, and everything is good. There we go. Just do the combo one more time.
そして相変わらず買えないんかい、顔は。
One thing that we also, the calcite boot that we have also give an 8%, when under 8% HP is going to give a 30% boost on the focus this side.
So we have 2 buffs that we get when we get to below 8% HP.
なので、現在、8% を、最大HP の 8% を切る体力だと、バフが2種類かかることになっています。
And this should kill him. That's
これで決まると思う。
each
そうですね、
attack
さっき3000台だと思いましたけど、
did about
5700ぐらいのダメージを。
because again, as we
顔で
mentioned,
かいな。
it's a 30% damage increase, but everything's multiplicative. That includes
Oh, yeah.
the combo artist. Break souls, actually, we didn't talk about it much, but every time you do a break soul,
It might be.
you get an extra damage multiplier on Velvet for the rest of the combo. But there's actually like a
ブレイクソウルを1回するごとにベルベットのダメージ倍率が
certain amount
強
of
化され
extra
るんです。
damage for every break soul. But when you get to 8 break souls, you start getting less extra damage per single break soul in the combo. So if you do 7 break souls, let's say you get about 100% damage increase. When you do the 8th one specifically, your extra damage goes down to about 50%, like about half of what it was.
今ブレイクソウルを何回するかによって、
Like more than 7, so it never reaches.
ベルベットへの攻撃力のバフが変わってくるっていう話をしてるんですけども、7回やると、100% ぐらいの、だからほぼ倍のダメージが出るようになる。しかし、8回やると逆に減って 50% ぐらいになってしまうんです。なので、7回ブレイクソウルをするところで止めておくというのが重要みたいですね。細かい仕様がですね。
So for this boss fight, it's not worrisome because you generally just don't get anywhere near close enough. But for later boss fights, like we do exactly enough break souls that if you do just one more, like for this one, you usually have one extra leeway. Like you can go to 7, but you could get away with only 6 break souls. But for later fights, it actually gets to the point where one extra break soul and it's gone.
基本的にはブレイクソウル6回までっていうふうに言ってます
We
ね。
didn't actually pay for the end, so we're not getting anything here. And Feebler Fragment, I'm gonna grab that because it's gonna upgrade my brain later on. But while we are here, this is actually one of the longest walking parts in the entire run. We have probably about 5 to 10 minutes where you could take over at CC. There's nothing going on for this part of the run, so take it over and go as long as you need to.
Every time I see
Oh boy, 5 to 10 minutes. All right, well, we're gonna keep
ここから 5分から10分ぐらいはちょっと、何もないところが続きますというふうに言います。なのでちょっとドネーションを読むお時間になっていますね。すいません、じゃあ私も5分ほど休憩を取ってよろしいでしょうか。またすぐに戻ってまいります。その間、優雅な、綺麗な海の風景をお楽しみください。
15 minimum dollar donation will get an SMT Nocturne prize pack. There was a hat in there, there were pins in there, there was a mug in there, there was a poster in there. Oh man, there was so much stuff in there. Just a reminder, RPG Limit Break 2022 is coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses. And NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. We also have t-shirts from the Yeti. That's YETEE, theyeti.com/RPGLB. The Yeti is donating $5 for every t-shirt sold. We want to send out a thanks to the people involved in our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/lefrenchrestream, and our Japanese stream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love. RPG Limit Break is grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ Marathons and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Check out her work at Jazzaboo, that's JAZAABOO.com. Another artist that deserves special thanks is the one that worked on our overlays, Oro, who can be found on Twitter at OroLen. We also want to show some love for more community artists. Carrie Fry, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for some of the emotes that you can gain access to by subscribing to the channel. All revenue from subs and the ads we run will help us run future RPG Limit Break marathons. But fret not, 100% of all donations go straight to NAMI.
戻ってまいりました。今ちょっとRPG リミットブレイク、 サブスクすると素敵なエモートが使えますよというような宣伝をされていました。また今回の、イベント、現在このチャンネルで、ミラー配信を行っているイベントですけれども、RPG リミットブレイク2022となります。こちらの収益は全額アメリカ国内で精神疾患の患者やご家族を支援して、それから精神疾患に関する、啓発活動、あるいは教育活動を実施している、ナショナルアライアンス・オブ・メンタル・イネスのために寄付されますので、ぜひ寄付してくださいねというふうに、おっしゃっています。もしね、お手元で、例えばサブスクの数に余裕があるとか、そういう方はぜひ、RPG リミットブレイクのチャンネルに、サブスクライブよろしくお願いいたします。
I mean, I could just talk about my love for the Norman head that you're wearing right now.
It is great. I should
私も今休憩いただいたんですけど、皆さんも休憩ちゃんと取ってくださいね。この後ね、30分ぐらいのが、あと2時間半後ぐらいかな、1本入りますけれども、その後は今回の RPG リミットブレイク一番長いゲーム、新女神転生3ノクターンマニアックスでしたっけねが入ります。頭さっきちょっと、ショップのリセマラの願掛けで、変えたらすごいことになっています。ビットで決めたのは衣装だけなので、頭を変えていけないというルールはどこにもないということで。これがあれかな、話題の、なんとか病ですかね。の世界を蝕む謎の病ですかね。という受けにを足りに走ってしまう体質になる病気。色々そうなんですよね。柔らかいピンクなんで結構合ってたりしますよね。でも頭の大きさと胴体の体の大きさがほぼ同じという。
That reminds me of something we've heard a bunch of now. Yep. Therion mode? No.
Therion eyes with velvet.
Yeah. Velvet is.
このゴーマ病だったらあんまり世界に嫌われない気がする。
Yeah, the party is not worrying about that yet, but because it hasn't occurred to them that Velvet is actually one of those Therions that we were looking for all along, and we didn't realize that it was her until later on. We're like, oh.
この時間、日本は金曜日の午後なんですけど、アメリカだと金曜日の真夜中ですかね。真夜中テンションですかね、これはちょっと。
So it took us about 2 hours to 2 hours of the run, and in the game it's like the half of the game to really figure out what your goal is.
Basically, you also.
大体この辺でゲームは売り返しだというふうに今説明がありました。
Artorius sacrificed Laphicet. He also turned Velvet into a demon.
これ精霊なんだ。いい方というか、この世界の世論でいう正義の味方、この。
So basically, the Therion that we're looking, we heard in that village that we were in that there was.
安心してください。メガテンセリは実はね、奏者さん2人いるんですよ。解説者さんもたくさんいるんで、なので、それぞれ息抜きできるかなというような感じになっています。奏者さん2人で前半と後半でリレーをするというような感じになっているそうです。そうです、そうです。
To reach their goal, even if it's little kids or parents who are trying to help their children. But this mini boss doesn't have any soul bursts. It's easy to get proc chain on them, so you just kind of one combo them.
で、これもチェーンが非常に決まりやすい敵なので、ワンコンボで決めます。たまにボスでね、コンボを止めてくるようなトロールしてくる敵もいるんですけど。
But yeah, this dungeon is pretty much the only dungeon in the game that actually has a puzzle. So there's a door that you can only
このダンジョン、正直このゲームの中で唯一パズルらしいパズルのあるダンジョンだというふうに。
Get to all 7 of them without actually closing their way. Because every time you turn one of these ones on, it turns a waterfall that blocks your path. So you just need to figure out.
7つの目的地を扉を止めること、閉めることなく回らなきゃいけないのかな。言ってますね。
But in a run where you're not sure what you're supposed to do, this is like the only time in the game where you have to maybe think a little bit in terms of dungeons.
なのでこのゲームの RTA でここが唯一頭を使う場所ですっていうふうにおっしゃってるんですけども。
Amazing movement speed. I wish there was a game in the Tale of series that allowed you to move like more faster. Yeah.
タイルズ・オフ・アフロヘアはちょっとね、明日の朝一番にも
My boy.
アフロヘアの人が活躍、ヒーローが活躍するゲームございますので、
It's really rough going from this area to this game. Yeah. Because you're moving super fast. On top of that,
こ
keyboard
の頭ちょっと
even faster. And then you go to
非常に重要なアイテムを引きたくって、願掛けみたいな感じで気分転換に頭を変えて、そこでアイテム引けたのでそのまま進めてます。
And that unlocks this one. And that only leaves one thing. And if you remember before the mini boss,
確かに頭を使
there
う
was a waterfall.
頭を使うんだったらね、うっかりぶつけても大丈夫なようにね、クッションつけとくの大丈夫だ。その使い方じゃない。
Conveniently enough, there's a
ちょっと頭使
teleport
うじゃないんだな
from。back here to the front of the dungeon again that we're just gonna use to go back, unlock the door, and then come back.
That can actually take a little bit. I remember it took me a little bit to figure this out.
Yeah. Actually, when I was doing casual, the thing that I struggled with the most is I didn't see the cracked wall behind that one chalice.
Oh.
So I was like running around the whole dungeon for like an hour trying to find out how to activate it. So this is the last one. If I did everything correctly, there should be a text box. Yep. So now we can just actually proceed to where the boss is at the very end of the dungeon. We just have to, again, retrack the steps. So for this next boss, it's basically going to be the same as the big lizard, the poison toad, or whatever we call them, the dragon. It's not a dragon, but Loppy said claimed it is. But it's going to be the same, where we use Break Soul, try to get to 1 HP to get all the buffs, and then actually start the combo right after that. But for this one, we actually need to go to 1 HP because it does Break Boost, which is the ability that procs one of the weaknesses that this boss has. So it's actually a tree with a person in it. It's the big scary boss.
この敵は木の中に人がいますけども、
Oh, Magil is 27 health. Magil is actually required for this fight. We need spirit beads
マギルの体力がすごい落ちて、
chained on this
Yeah.
enemy. So if she had died there, it would have been bad, but not bad enough to kill their own.
なのでコンボにマギルここ必要なので、もし死んでしまうとちょっと大変なことになるんですが、
So for this boss, the combo is basically get him to about 15k damage dealt in a combo when then Mystic Art. Because for some enemies, like the stun
非奥
timing
義を
is a
使う
little
と大体
different,
5万ダメージが入
thing
る。
every time. You just do the
5万ダメージ
about the same thing until you reach however much HP the enemy needs to be at, so you can actually kill them.
Thank God enough bottle exists.
ムービーでこの
So this
頭
area
は
doesn't
ちょっ
have
と
cutscenes between where you're going and where you are. So conveniently, you can actually just teleport all the way back here. But on the way back, we're gonna have to stop by an inn because again, all the inn rests that we thought we've been getting actually don't regen our BG, but now we've done many bosses in a row without it. So we're just out of BG. So at this point, we have to take an inn rest to regen everything.
Oh yeah, by the way.
You got time for donos while you're resting in the inn?
We have a minute or two.
Thanks. We've got $25 from Grumpy Tiger. Let's get that 50K. We've got $15 from Jetboy the Mage. Let's get to 50K. $5 from Egoin with no comment. Thank you very much. And $25 from Carbon Drank. Good luck, Lurk. Glad to see you running Berseria, switching out Eleanor and doing your best bobblehead impression. May the rest of your run be incredible. You might break my soul, but you can't break my heart. Don't be a hooligan.
今ドネーションの、
Hug your brothers and sisters
あれで
and lethal pain.
ブレイクソウルはできるかもしれないけど、私の心は、乱されないわっていうことを言ってましたね。
Yeah,
面
so,
白い。
Floor here.
コーブダメトメルルヘストミジャポね。今ちょっとフランス語があったの
I
で
thought that that's kind of whenever the Abbey started kidnapping people from it, people started turning evil.
The church is bad.
And basically what happened is that after everyone turned into demons, Velvet was like, all right, explained to me why everyone's turning into demons, and that's where Aizen, who knows everything about the world and how it works, explains to the party that it's not really a disease, it's just malevolence, people being evil, turning into demons. And that's where the whole party has like a, shock face of like, oh, that's what it's been all along. And apparently it was like taboo to ever speak
今
of it.
アイゼンがこれは病気なんかじゃないんだよっ
But
ていう
again, he's
話
a
を
pirate, he doesn't care.
ゴーマ病
Pirates.
の本当のことについて話してくれたと。
Right, so and then here,
病気じゃな
the
かっ
people
たん
that
です
were
ね。
helping us way earlier in the run told us that they have a mission for us. Just 3 of this, whatever. Okay. So we were basically told to help escort this guy out of town and hide him somewhere. We don't know who he is, but it turns out to be like the prince of this big city. And he doesn't believe in the Abbey at all. He doesn't like what they're doing. He realizes they're evil. So he's just trying to get away because he doesn't want to be a part of it.
町の、指導者
A cool.
の人に説明したんだけど信じてもらえないので逃げま
Turns
す
out
と。
this Hulk actually turned into a Therian.
Yeah, the Hawk was one of the Therians. Yep, I believe.
And so we're starting to have quite a few Therians in our party. So we decide, we should
なるほど、
probably find a
昔
place
から存在してたけれども見えていなかっただけ。見えるようになったのがたまたまみんな見えるから感染したように
or
感じた
a。good old prison where
なるほ
Velvet
ど
was,
な。世界の見え方の問題だったんです
So
ね。
when we were in the prison way earlier, Velvet basically started a riot, told everyone to get out of their cells, try to escape, and to not accept being prisoners. And then everyone broke out, and because a lot of evil was going on, all of them basically turned into demons. And now this whole prison is overfilled with demons.
Reeks with malevolence.
I imagine it's emanating from all the big old demons
Yeah,
roaming
there we
the
go.
world.
Thank you, Magula. But yeah, so before we can make this a safe spot as like a hideout, we have to kill all the demons. We heard that there is a headless demon that's kind of running this place. So we're trying to find them. Of course,
ここには頭のない悪
the
魔
dungeon.
ゴーマがさまよっ
If
て
you
いる
remember
ダンジョン
earlier, we mentioned that that Velvet was a Therian, and she was being held here, and that's not a coincidence. It's because that's one of the places they were holding Therians. They were kind of putting them
で
along their pulse point.
あれ主人公がさっきまでここに
Area that we skipped from earlier at the big temple. They were putting one in
あ
each
さっき
point
まで
and
か
then
最初に捉えられたのが
Nominat
ここ
power.
って今ちょっと
Velvet
話
was
し
the
てま
one
す
in this area,
いい
basically
感じなんで
just
すけど合ってますか
giving
ね
the Nominat power.
でここに捉えられてたのも偶然じゃなくてここにそういうゴーマがたくさんいたからみ
Velvet
たい
was
なこ
angry
と
enough
を
in the first place.
当社
She
さん
gets
説
more
明し
mad
てく
about
だ
like
さ
how
って
she
いま
was
す
being used to power up this evil god.
Yeah. Velvet angry and even more angry. And that's not going to stop.
でこれが、ヘ
That's
ッドレスナイト
supposedly the headless demon that we're worried about. But as we fight him here,
我々が倒さなきゃいけない頭のない敵
you're gonna realize that he's not that strong.
だとである意味主人公はこういう悪魔同士を
Something
吸収してなんだろう
about this, well, undead enemies is that every time you deal damage to an undead enemy is going to
孤独じゃないけどより強いゴーマを作ろうとしてた
after
主人公のお兄さんがやった儀式でそれが見えるようになってしまったんですね今まで見えていなかったものが
There's this combo here, and this is going to be interesting for the next boss fight because turns out this was not the actual boss of the dungeon.
So we were hearing about a headless knight.
地脈にゴーマを配置するこうなんだろう魔法陣み
But
た
it's
い
not
な
the headless knight that we're worried about because
敵
there's
は
still
頭を
this
つく
area.
う
We'll find an
ーん
actual headless knight, which is gonna be back at the beginning of the dungeon where we came from. So we have to walk back.
And yeah, this looks very similar to what we did already at the very beginning of the game. And yeah, I hope you liked playing it.
Yep. So the same route I'm walking, we're gonna be.
物理的に頭使うとすり減りますからねってなんでやねん
Our HQ, the pirate hideout.
消しゴムじゃないんだから
Yeah, to touch a little bit on what we're mentioning about paralyzed and undead enemies. So on that enemy right there, we used the Twin Whip Rising Moon combo that I talked about earlier, how Twin Whip increases the chance of paralyze and then Rising Moon right after it almost always paralyzes. Like if the enemy is stunned, it should always
今
paralyze.
ツインウィップという技を使うと敵を高確率で麻痺させることができる
It takes a while. Like it does one hit, pauses, does another hit. And with the quick recovery time of the next boss, he will break out of the combo during that downtime. So we can't use Twin Wave to paralyze him, but we still need to paralyze him.
で、次のボスは、
So that's where we're gonna have to use Rokuro to use
コ
another
ンボと
ability
コンボの間に
that helps
そういう、
us paralyze.
大技を使ってくるので、その間を、麻痺をさせることで、
First,
攻
I'm
撃
gonna
を
go
キャンセル
down
す
to
る
1 HP, and I'm gonna do Concealed Blade and switch to Rokuro so he does it. Okay, so he landed his
今、ブレードを入れた後で、ロクロに切り替えて、
like he does it
一
when
瞬
he
で
hits the enemy.
舌を入れさせるみたいな、こ
The
う、
other thing he
コン
can
ボ
do
決め方をしてる。
is
切り
steal
替え
the
早い
stun.
ですね。
If
す
he
ごい
takes
な
the。stun, Velvet doesn't get the soul. He gets it, so we can't actually continue the combo. And the third thing he can do
相手が
is
ス
that
タンした場合には、ベルベットはソウルを手に入れられないんですけども、敵が手に入れるので、
to that
そのまま
point
コン
in
ボを
actual
継続で
attempts
きる
is
というふうに
similar
で
to
す
the
ね。
one soul guy that we talked about earlier is like one of those fights that as soon as you get to
なる
you
ほど。もともと、
this fight has killed so many runs by just Rokuro not cooperating.
見えるのは霊力が高い人間、すごい視力がいい人が何かが見えるみたいな感じで、こう本来だったらあっても見えなかったものをみんなその霊力が上がってしまったので見えるように、みんなの感受性が
On his
高く
right,
なってしまったみたいな
starts
感
a
じ
little
だ。
bit.
なるほど、ありがとうございます。
This to Shadow Flow, this to Water Snake.
皆さんこのあれですよね。
Don't need to do
見かけは突っ込みどころが。
throughout the run, so that's why we can remove that.
Yeah, and we just unlocked Shadow Flow, which is a
なんでこうなったかは30分ほど前の動画の
and
動
it
画
also
を
gives
ご覧
like
いただ
physical
ければ、
damage down on enemies.
ちょっとしたガ
So
ムか
earlier
け
I
で
was
す。
using Rokuro to do that. Now I can just do it with Velvet. So I have to worry about Rokuro even less. But again, we have to climb a lot of ladders and we have to run around Titania a lot because now that it's our base, we're gonna be here a lot. And again, in rest, but we didn't pay, so we're not actually getting an in rest.
で、今、宿に泊まったはずなんですけど、お金払ってないので実は回復してません。
And now it's time to
Right.
to go back to where Velvet was, and we are going to actually figure out that Velvet was Ethereum.
Yep, so that's where they figure it out is basically we also find out that Laphicet has like a secret power to find where earth pulses are and
主人公おかしいな、30分ぐらい前まではツインテールだった気が。
Laphicet is on an earth pulse point. He can kind of
Stand back
track
it
it
up.
along to find out where other ones are. And that's why we're going to keep going back down to the cell at the very bottom of the prison because that's where the earth pulse point is, and if Laphicet is right there, he can figure out where the next one is.
So we're again going
あれですね、
back
ホテル、うちに宿泊というか、ホテルのロビーでちょっと仮眠するぐらいじ
So
ゃ
we have to walk all the
宿
way
泊
down.
にはならないと。
Actually, on the way down, one of the sparkles that spawns can give us a rough gemstone, which we were talking about earlier. At this point in the run, it's not that relevant. We've already grabbed most chests that we can grab, but if we find it, it can save us like a few seconds.
ね、主人公前半すごい、ね、ぶれてましたからね、復讐のために。
Child of the Wild. So there's quite a few more titles in this game, but yeah, combo art is just miles better than everything else you can ever imagine.
Yeah, there's a lot of titles that are the same for every character, like get a certain amount of kills, they get a certain amount of MAs done, and all that. And then each character has some unique titles that they can unlock. The one we unlocked there was like picking up a
で
certain.
それぞれのキャラクターでいろんな称号が、得られるという話をしていますね、今。
We're gonna use a bottle just to save a little bit of walking. Yeah, but now that we found out that the Earth Pulse point that we're looking for is in the middle of the ocean. Thankfully,
で
we're pirates,
今
we
目
can
標になっている
actually
と
go
ころ
there
が、
and look for it.
海の真ん中にある、海の中にあることが分かって
Definitely. Like, those
行こうとしてますね。
I love this
if you try to
Norman
go
head.
hands
Hey, don't be. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
a bit.
Listen, fine. But we.
Yeah, so as we're here, Velvet is kind of annoyed by everyone having fun. Velvet doesn't like fun. And Laphicet catches a big jar. And that jar starts spawning demons out of it.
An octopus?
It's an octopod. I guess it's a pod, not a jar. But... So for these demons, it's just kill them. They're all weak.
Wait, and they're shouting, "Let's flee to free!" Must do.
Meg looks great.
なんか頭の形がこのタコ
It
の
was an octopod, but actually,
貝殻背負ってるのに似ててどっちがどっちかわからなくなっちゃう。そうですね、これオマ国っぽいですね。というのも今回この
but obviously,
ゲーム PC で走らせれてるので、これ自体は Steam 版っていうことですね、これおそら
back
く。
on Velvet since we didn't get an in rest. And now this is the actual boss.
でこれがここのボス。
Just like every other fight, we're gonna dump a bunch of souls and then try to do a combo here. Ooh, that's very good.
でこまめ
So when
に
you have to
ソ
go
ウ
to
ルを
This guy is very slow at killing
で
us.
手でコンボを
If he
行
does this ability,
い
it's
ます
actually really fast. Oh, that's bad.
You're wide open.
ちょっとあれかな
This might not do
Right
enough damage.
open.
Let's see.
なんかガラ来たせみたいなもうちょっと真似してましたね。
So the reason this didn't do enough, he actually lived with like what, 400 HP, is because he dropped out of the combo for a little bit. So as I was comboing him, he didn't have chain on him. I ended up doing
まあダメージが足りなかったんじゃなくてちょっとコンボ
just
の
made
タ
us
イミングで
basically
一部
rely
外にい
on
たみ
the
たいで
combo
すね。
rather than on the MA. And again, that shows how tightly damage is routed. Each fight is, if you miss a few hundred HP, you're gonna not kill. But thankfully, if they're low HP,
何百ぐらい
they're in the
ダ
fall.
メージがずれただけでも
Just
倒せないので結構ギリギリのコンボを決めていますね。
with break souls.
Actually, the real problem with like doing no MAs is the soul burst that we talked about, how they break out of the combo. So if enemies didn't have soul burst, it wouldn't be that much faster to do MAs. Like it would still be faster, but most fights like it probably breaks even to just combo them down instead.
On top of that, that would mean you wouldn't have to bother with BGs too much and just focus on switch break.
Yeah. But yeah, the good thing about MAs is just it skips all the soul bursts. Right. So now we found the next Earth Pulse point. Thankfully, the game didn't make us walk to the very bottom this time. We just kind of... It happens in a cutscene. And here there's probably the biggest shop that we have to do in the game. So I'm just gonna...
で、ここで、今回のゲーム中で一番大きな買い物
to
をし
buy
ます。
some bottles.
ボトルを
Here I'm gonna just-
いくつか買い
Let me make sure that is actually... There we go. That could have been catastrophic if I did that wrong. Alright, so now we're gonna get Shell Shredder to +5, Amber Belt to +5, and Shockware to +1. And now we're basically at our final equipment. So right after that fight, we unlocked getting equipment to more than just +3. We can get it to +5, and we already had stacked enough fragments to be able to just do it immediately. That's why I was
ほ
doing
ぼ
all
もう
the...
装備は完成形に近くなったんですけれども、素材が十分にあるものは、プラス5までしていくみたいな。
Prepare for this shop.
So you guys don't need the Rpglb anymore, right?
No. So one of the old routes is instead of using Shell Shredder, we used to use an Amphibious Blade, and that one is also random drop.
From shop, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very convenient that we don't need it. We used to look for 2 RNG blades, now it's only 1.
The problem is that one is really unskippable. Like there is no way around it. It's just such a big damage bonus as you could see on the toad. Like it's just unskippable.
Yeah, so now we found out that the next Earth Pulse point is near the main city, Logres, that we were in earlier. It's on top of this mountain. So we're just gonna go there to check if there's any Therians waiting up there or not. But
There is another surprise waiting for us.
right, there will be another surprise waiting. But I guess, yeah, so now that all the weapons are upgraded, another reason why we upgraded all the weapons as much as we did, like specifically why I upgraded my rank by 1, that doesn't give us any significant stats, but every time you get a certain total amount of upgrades, so right now I was looking for 15 total, like I have 5 on my sword, 5 on my belt, 2 on the shirt, 2 on the shoes, 1 on the ring, so 15 total, you get more total BG on that character. So the reason I did all those upgrades on some things that are not
今、
necessary.
先ほど一番最後に1個だけ強化したりとしてたっていうのの理由をお話になってるんですけれ
Less
ども、
needs for sleeping, less needs for
全部で、15強化されていると、
We ran up
BG
to the very top of the mountain. There was
と
nothing
いう、
there.
数値が1上がる
The village of Stoneberry.
だそうです。なので、それを、に到達するために1しか上げられなくて、ステータスとしてはそんなに変わらなくても、あえて1だけでも上げていたというふう
Okay,
に
that
今
shows how well made this game is. Like, there's no glitches or anything that we can use to. We get to use. This is the only thing we can call out. It's the Stoneberry typo.
Yeah, the only thing we can use in this game is actually game mechanics,
Yeah.
which are very
BG、
much,
ブラストゲージ。
like well thought and planned. It's just
な
that
るほど。費用儀を発動するためのゲージですね。
what was planned, not really. Because surely we are not supposed to defeat bosses in 20 seconds.
Yep. This Sammy right here is a teleporter one, so he's gonna show up in front of me in a second and just dodge around. They're a little annoying at first, but when you get used to their timing, most enemies are very easy to dodge. This bee is similar to the beetles we were complaining about, but thankfully we walk out of its range. Because each enemy has like a certain range that they can move around, and if you walk out of that, they don't chase you past it. So this is why this area, even though it has some scary enemies, their range is small, so they never catch you.
もうここまで来たら全員着ぐるみっていうのもありだと思いますけど、それはいらないのかな。
For a while, we've gotten
まあ、それやったら誰が誰だかわからなくなっ
Velvet,
ちゃうか。
or not, you know, whichever character we're using in the overworld.
合ってるん
We
か
have
い。
one more speed up, and it's actually right after this we get out of this village is our last movement speed increase. But it's not really movement speed. We'll see what it is in just a second.
Don't need to use better design.
All right. If I were a Bloodwing, where would I be?
But yeah,
We'll
we
start
basically
at
earlier found out that there
なる
was
ほ
a
ど。キャラ
dragon
の
in the
交代、
area.
さっきソウルが溜まるっていうの
The
とか
dragon
いろいろ
goes
ありま
down
したけ
in
ど
the
も
very。frames, and conveniently enough, it immediately starts storming. And now we're gonna go after that
その
dragon.
辺も考えて、操作というか戦略立てないといけないですね。
Yeah, so on the minimap, there's something in front of me called the Geo Tree. So now we unlock the Geo Board. And the Geo Board is this. It's a hoverboard. And we can only use it in areas where we get the Geo Tree for. So here they put it right in front of it, just, you know, as a introduction to what it is.
今ス
But
ケ
later
ボー
on,
を使って
most
ま
of
すけ
the
ど、
Geo
これ
trees
ちゃん
will
と
be in the end of the
なんか
dungeons. So we're
使え
not
る場所が非常に限られてい
that
る。
much, even though it's this speed that I'm going right now is max
ステー
speed.
ジ上の木みたいなところが
Which
ある
is
ところ
still
し
not
か
much
使えない。
faster than just running.
でも、走るよりだいぶ
It feels better.
速いん
The
だ
problem
そう
with
で
it
す
is the
ね。
controls in it are very janky.
なん
Like,
か
turning is very weird. So as you see, like I'm kind of
シュールですね、スケボーで走るのって。ロストジャッジメントでスケボーで走ってた記憶ありますけど。
so you kind of just gotta tap it. Controlling it is not the best, but when you get used to that pattern, it's not too bad either.
You want
Here we're gonna switch eyes, mainly
バッ
just
クトゥ
switch
ザ
Sylvia
フュー
out
ジ
of
ョ
the
ン、
party
そう
for
で
the
すね、
same
ありまし
reason
た
we've
ね。
been doing the whole
懐か
time.
しい。
So we can switch her back in, get more souls.
And oh my god, it's a giant dragon.
It's a
そし
drag.
て巨大なドラゴンが出てきました。本当だ、でかい。
This wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, but training like this doesn't come around every day. Be on your guard. One more.
So this dragon, we don't actually have to do its full health. We have to do about 9k. It barely, no, it actually barely, exactly did enough. So, who is that dragon? So earlier we mentioned that Zavid had like, a
今の
wife
ド
or
ラゴン
something
何
that
者
turned
だっ
into a
たんだ
dragon,
と。
and it was that dragon. And we tried to kill it because Aizen basically has it out to kill any dragon he sees because he thinks it's the only way to save the. Because it was a Moloch that turned into a dragon. He thinks it's the only way to
で
save
ア
them.
イゼンは、ドラゴンを倒したい。
Lost all control
そ
of
れが
themselves.
自分の目的のためを達成する唯一の手段だからと思っているという。
So as we were trying to fight it, Zavid came up and stopped us. He's like, "No, you're not gonna kill her." But Aizen was like, "I will eventually." And it's actually one of the post-game bosses. If you ever do more of this game, it's another boss that you fight later, but not in the story.
It actually
で
changes
ストーリー上はあのボスには戦えないみたいですね。
it kind of
トーリークリア後要素として戦える隠しボスの扱いだそう。
It's like it's one of those quests that like doing it here, you learn why in Zestiria Zavid is the way he is. Like they kind of added this little side quest to build on Zavid's character from the other game, which is very cool.
キャラクターのこう背景がわかるようなサイドストーリーが結構設定させてて、設定されてて非常に楽しいですというふうに。
And once again, we have to go all the way back.
But now with the
で、もう3度目
Now,
の
there's something funny with
ですかね、
geoboarding
牢獄ですかね。
is that actually if you hit the door in the front of it, you will lose all momentum that you've built when you were using the geoboard. So what Lurking is doing right now is he's opening the doors from the sides on the corner, and that way that is keeping
これドアを真正面から当たると、こう
whenever you use
それま
it,
で
there's a bit of acceleration if you're stopped.
推進力というか、大きくブレーキがかかってしまうけれども、端っこから当たると、ちょっとその推進力、スピードが維持されたままになるんだそうです。
It barely saves anything.
なので、アイテムの中ではなく端から当たるようにしています。
Like I was told it's 2 frames per door. I feel like
no
it
way.
feels-
It's only 2 frames.
it feels more, but that's what
なんか2フレーム技っていうふうに言われてるんですけど、もうちょっと猶予があるような気がしますと。
So now, unlike earlier the game took us back out. It won't do that this time. We have to actually
ね、頭はぶつけてそうな感じしますけど、判定は足にあるので大丈夫です。
yes.
We have $100 from Anonymous with no comment, and then $15 from Noobtree. All right, here we go. Ellen, normally I just watch, but we are about to mega lose out on catching this Mystic Art Showcase. So I've Laffy set my mind to Roku roll out a few bucks for it. As a veteran of the series, I, Zen, promise everyone it is something worth
なんか
watching.
今ドネーションの
Let's donates
メッセージが読み出されてるけど、
I ran out
文章を
Bien.
こうキャラクターの名前とかけたちょっと掛け言葉の文章で
Turtles noises that
ド
were
ネー
added
ション
in
の
it.
メッセージを送ってくださった方のそうです。
Alright. So now that we're out of the prison, we found out where the next Earthwolf's point is. And it's back in the very first town we were in, the snow town, Elevies. So we're gonna go revisit it. And on our way there, we're just gonna be talking to a bunch of people to figure out where could the Earthwolf's point be in this area.
Well, several this much.
And basically, what everyone here says is that there was this little kid that turned into a demon.
これでも
And then the
なん
kids
か地脈の何かがあるところを探してる
when they tried to kill the demon.
っていうところなんですけど、でそのための聞き込みをしてるっていうふうな話をしてました。合ってますかね。
in the other area.
その
So
地脈にまたなん
following the
ゴーマ
patterns
がい
that
る
have
の
been
か
going
な。
on, every time the Abbey kidnaps someone, that ends up being where the Therian is because they're turning people into Therians. So now we're figuring out like, okay, we know where the next Therian is, we know who it is, we just have to go capture it.
If you go main, but heaven, not why do who knows?
And it's just time to get to that prison.
頭が全部持ってっちゃいましたね、これ。
Hoverboard.
エンディングまでこの頭で行くんですがね、それやると最後にジャパニーズリルストリームのツイッターで、クリア時間は何分でしたっていう
Attacking us, which is
スクリーンショットもこの頭になっちゃうんですけど、
It's only useful here and 1 point later, but yeah, so you can just run over the enemies if they're significantly lower level. Then you don't get any rewards, you don't get any
これこの
satisfaction of running them over.
スケートボードに乗ってるときは自分より大幅にレベルの低い
So obviously,
敵
we
だ
don't
っ
have
たら
to reward anymore because we haven't unlocked it in this dungeon.
接触するだけで倒せるそうです。
this hoverboard feature is so frustrating.
I think it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I'd say good. We can march straight in.
So now we figured out that this is where we have to be. Also, another like little fun fact, if that connects it back to Zestiria. When we were in that town, we heard people talking about a person called the Lord of
な
Calamity.
るほど。そう
That's the
それ
title.
ク
of the game.
ムまでいいんですかね、
That's
職
Zestiria,
まですか。
that's the
あ、
title
ゴー
of
マだ
the
から。
bad guy in that game.
を
And now we're the bad guy of
が配置されてるクーマが配置されてるところがあるので、それを探してそれを倒しに行ってるんですかね。なるほど。ちょっとお話ありましたね。どなたかチャットで言ってくださいましたけど、主人公もその地脈のあるところに配置されて、この敵とか戦ってこの頭もらったんでしたっけ？今適当に敵たらび言いましたけど。なるほど。
So there can be rooms with just 3 invisible enemies that you do not know where they are, and ideally you'd never
これさ
and it's just
ベルトもそうなんですね。この主人公もそういうふうになってしまっているんですね。クーマだから。今ちょっとここ先ほどの別のダンジョンと同じで、見えない敵がいる可能性がある。部屋によっては誰もいないようで3体の、見えない敵がいることがあるので注意する必要があるということをおっしゃっています。
So dying to an encounter is actually run killing, while dying to a boss is just time loss. And from here on out, like encounters, if you don't have a tutorial saved up, can kill you.
ここからは、チュートリアルを残していないと敵にぶつかって戦闘に入ったら死んでしまう可能性がある。
Really just better in this game to do 1v1 than do multiple enemies at the same time.
結構敵とのレベル差が今ある状態なんですかね。
I forgot a candle back there that the door didn't open. I'll just have to backtrack a little bit. So this room here is
チュートリアルを残してないとって言ってたので、チュートリアルによってチュートリアルをキャンセルすることによって戦闘をキャンセルするとかそんな感じなんですかね。
So whenever you try to enter it again, they're just all like walling you off. So sometimes you actually just cannot pass by a door without running into an enemy. So you just have to save and reload. But yeah, we just mentioned that we're not good against multiple enemies. We're only good against 1v1s. Well, this is a fight with 6 total enemies. It's just actually one of the worst.
ここは敵が6体います。
Also interlink. And so Maglo's break soul is pretty cool on this fight. So Maglo's break soul allows her to interrupt the spells of enemies and
マギルーのブレイクソウル技は、敵の炎症を止めることができる。
Very high level spell. So pretty fancy, pretty cool.
So I got stunned and poisoned there, so I lost all my souls. In this fight, since there are so many enemies, you can be attacking one and then another one like interrupts you. So it is actually one of those fights that there's just not much you can do about it.
先ほどちょっとコンボかなでソウルを全部使ってしまったんですが。
And they can always just mess with you. Thankfully, these ghosts are easy to kill, so if you need to get more souls, you can attack those.
でこのゴーストは非常に倒しやすいので、ソウルが足りなくなった時にはあれを倒して、回収します。
Not martial arts, but neutral element.
炎症を止めて味方の炎症を補助して強力な技も起動できる。あ、それ強いですね。
They just sidestep out of the combo.
なるほど。見たところこのリソースの管理、特にソウルの管理っていうのが非常に大変でもあり面白そうでもありますね。
Abilities they unlock later. So we've been using Consuming Claw every time we break Soul and Velvet, but she actually has 2 others. She has Heaven's Claw and Hell's Claw.
悪魔さん、悪魔を食うっていうか画面の面積を食ってるんだよね。
She does Heaven's Claw instead, and that just does more
インパ
damage
クトも
than
全部持っていっちゃって
Consuming
る
Claw.
し。
And later on, we're gonna unlock Hell's Claw, which is pretty much the highest damaging ability Velvet has, just to normally use without having to worry about like MAs or anything like that, which will be massive damage later on.
The interesting thing about Heaven's Claw is that it picks up enemies from the ground.
Yep.
So if they fall down, usually like there is no good way to picks them back up, so we can keep on dealing damage, and so Heaven Claws allow you to pick them up really easily.
Yes, right now we have Heaven's Claw and Water Snake Way, which both pick up enemies. Water Snake is not always great, so a lot of the times Heaven's Claw is just better to pick up enemies.
It's because if the art that you're using is not effective against enemies,
ヘブンストアと、ウォータースネークいう技のこう有効性の議論をしたりしてい
So snakes!
た。たくさんいますね。
Yeah, this fight, so yeah, the boss is like a snake, and she summoned a bunch of snakes to fight us. They're very easy. We literally just spam gouging snake break soul.
ボスがたくさんこうレビューを召喚して
Yeah,
い
let's make
ます
again the best physical art in the game. Just really fast, can stun, decent damage. Really cool.
So, as I mentioned earlier, the longer you're in Break Soul, the more damage you start taking. So I intentionally left Break Soul there because I don't want to be too low going into the actual boss fight.
で今あえてブレイクソウルを使いませんでしたというのは次のボスファイトこの戦いですかね。で、2度ブレイクソウルを使いたかったので、あえて先ほどのボスでは使っていません。
But thankfully they were like not between Maguro and the boss, so it wasn't an issue. Oh, I needed one more Break Soul. I tried to greet it thinking I had enough damage, but it doesn't matter. We just do a couple of Heaven's Claw and she dies. So fun thing about this fight is that these golems can actually be standing on top of Medusa, the boss, as you're hitting her. So sometimes you just kill them before you even do the MA, and sometimes you just have to clean them up. But
Yeah, that's what happened to one of them.
yeah, one of them died. Sometimes it's just all three of them stacked up. But yeah, now Medusa was the other Therian, so we just collected her too. She's tagging along with us. We have like 4 or 5 at this point. So as we have been doing, every time we get a new Therian, we go back.
Titania, yay! Actually, we're not going back to the bottom cell.
Not all the way to the bottom, we're going back to where we found Eleanor earlier. So it's like half the walk this time.
親の顔より見た風景になってきましたけど、
Magulo's friend.
奏者さんまた
We
戻っ
heard
て
that
き
she
ました。
figured out more about the book.
イェーイ、タイタニア
Actually, fun
だ
fact,
みたいなことを今言っ
Grimoire
て
is
ました
not
ね。
just any kind of Malak. She's actually a Norman. You
Yep.
know, like the thing we've got on our head.
And Bienfu.
And Bienfu.
Don't forget Bienfu. He's the greatest character in the game.
Unforgettable.
Yeah, we just go up here. I think she basically tells us that she figured out everything about Innominat that she can with the parts of the book that we have that talk about Innominat. So we basically just need to find the rest of the book to be able to really figure out how to stop him. Again, that's a fake unrest because we don't pay. And now the next Therian that we're going to be looking for is actually in the continent where Velvet is originally from. So this is going to be the part of the run, as in every game, where you go back to the starter town. But if you remember earlier, is at the very beginning of the game, how everyone in the village supposedly died. So now we're going back to what we think is an empty, ghost town village. But on the way there, here, in the main city, we're going to hear that people that Velvet knew all along are still alive somehow. And Velvet basically goes into breakdown
で、
mode.
非常に
What
賑
is
やか
going
な
on?
街に
Like,
来
is
まし
everything
た。
that I know alive?
これまで来た街は小さい街が多かった。人がそんなに多くなかったけども、ようやく人で賑わってる街です。
But as we're running to the village, we have a little bit of time, so Cece, you could take it over for a bit.
All right, well, just letting you guys know that if you donate during this run,
We'll just have to go there
up
and see for ourselves.
until
Which way
what
is
do
your
we
village?
got? The Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne run. You can win a Persona 25th anniversary bag, an SMT Nocturne prize pack that has pins, a poster, a hat, a mug, probably 80,000 other things in it. And if you donate $100 over the course of RPG Limit Break 2022, you are entered to win PlayStation 5 with Final Fantasy VII Remake and, oh, what's this? Tales of Arise?
今、プライズの話をしていますけれども、
Very cool game. I really enjoyed it.
新女神転生25周年パックだとか、それから
It plays out
プ
really
レイステーションとか、
other Tales of
Tales of Arise
nice
がプライズにあるというような今、
series has been
ご
going
案
on
内があ
for
りました。
25 years at this point, right? Something like that.
そうなんです。主人公は謎の病で、手と頭がちょっとすごいことになってしまいまして、この頭を普通の人間の頭に戻すために旅をしています。
So yeah, if the town of Velvet still exists, then that means Laphicide probably still lives too, right?
Yep, that is basically what we're thinking now, is like everything that happened the night where Velvet turned into a demon could all just be not real. Also, we picked up an Animalia ring that is the final ring that we're gonna have on Velvet. It does a lot of damage. It increases our damage.
視認性すごいいいじゃないですか。主人公どこにいるかこれでいつでもわかる。
This one helps on them, but it also just gives more stats than the shock word that we had previously. And coming up here will be potentially one of the hardest bosses in the run. It's called Xenomancer's
この後は、
very specific combo.
スピードランでは最強かもしれないボスが出てきます。
We do as long of a combo as we can do. So where we do like the maximum amount of break souls, the maximum amount of arts. We go for it. The combo takes as long
ブレイクソウルとそれから非奥義をできるだけこう決めていかないと非常に大変。
So we're getting to the point where what we have is almost not enough to kill bosses.
そうです。
Oh no, I'm not able to one-shot bosses. Whatever am I gonna do?
さすがにボスはコンボ1回でワンショットはしきらないので、
Don't worry about it.
なんかさっきとだいぶ桁が違うダメージが小さくなってるような。あ、スタン入りましたね。
Perfect. Yeah, this is probably the hardest combo to execute in the whole run. It is not similar to any other combo. It is very unique. We do so many arts.
ここのコンボは他でやってるコンボと少し変わるので、本当に一番難しいコンボだそうです。それでも最後、7000ぐらいは入ってましたので、もう完璧にコンボを決めました。
Yep, so this was the last time we're gonna see lethal pain. From... Oh, hopefully, yeah.
私らがちゃんディスらないでください。私とポケモンユナイト、常に若白がちゃんが真ん中にいます。
Another mystic art that looks cooler and does significantly more damage. So, you know, I just said that we are reaching the point where we don't do enough damage to one-shot bosses. Well, that's not the case anymore. Actually, the next boss has probably the shortest combo out of any boss in the game.
でたまにコンボがボスを一撃で倒すに足りないことがあることもありますと言いましたけども、この先はほぼワンコンで倒せるそうです。この後のボス戦なんかも超あっという間に終わりますというふうに。
But yeah, as we were fighting the boss, the reason we fought it is because the boss was attacking someone. We heard them scream before the fight, and that happens to be Velvet's best friend, who we saw a lot in the very beginning of the game, and she's alive. And remember that the whole reason Velvet is as angry as she is because she thought everyone died, her brother was killed, but we just basically just found out that the village is not actually destroyed.
Why would I want to take revenge if
ベルベットが復讐に燃えていたのはもうみんな殺されちゃったからだと思ってたんですけれども、実は故郷の村完全に破壊されたわけではなかったということが分かりましたと。よかったね、燃やされたエルフの村はありませんでした。
So this is where Velvet basically loses all motivation to continue what she's doing.
でもそうなると、ベルベットの戦う理由というのが見失われてしまう。
everything is going to stay fine like that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong is going
First
to
I'm
happen.
gonna whip up my special quiche, and then I'll throw
And
a
she went
tomato
back to
in
like her
soup
happy
and
voice.
some
Like the
bread.
whole
I didn't
game,
even know
she
your
had
face
like a different
had
voice
smile
tone than
muscles.
she did in the very beginning, which is a
で、
very nice
こ
touch.
こでベルベットの声色がちょっと声音が変わるんだそうですね。今までだったらすごいこう怒りに満ちてたのがちょっと
Yeah,
柔らかい
Like I already mentioned it when
あの
there's the Discord
明るい声になると。
shout, but like the whole thing is absolutely fantastic.
よかったね、顔も明るくなった
So
し。
now that we found
ハッ
out
ピーエン
that
ドですね。
Fluffy said, our little brother Luffy said, not the Malakim, Fluffy said it was still alive. We want to cook him food. And just like we did in the beginning of the game, we have to kill
We're
prickle
looking for
boars.
prickle boars. Keep
But
your
it
eyes
is
on
a
the
little bit more
pickles.
interesting this time, and we will see why. So if you look at the star at the top, it shows you where one set of prickle boars are. And earlier we had to kill 3 sets, and we have to do the same this time. We have to kill 3 sets of them, which are scattered across this forest.
Much easier to kill
Not
too.
even worth my time.
But the cool thing is, there's an oversight in the game where if you save, reload the save, the prickle boars that I just killed respawn.
ここなんですけれども、今、敵を、なんだ、こ
Rather
の
than
敵
having to actually run
を、
throughout the entire
なんとか倒したいんですけども、ここで、クイックセーブをして、ロードをすると、今の敵が
forest.
復
Back again.
活する。ね、なので、これを何度かやってるんです
There we go.
ね。
And this actually counts as if we had killed all the prickle boars that we need. So we can just head back to the village now.
これで、
We should run on
It
home.
seems so
目的
much
だったこの
movement because
敵何
the
体
places
倒
where
す
you
っていうの
actually
が
supposed
完
to
了
kill
したの
them
で、
so
この
far
まま
away
帰
where you
り
have to
ま
like go
す。
back to the very beginning of the dungeon. But so here we have to buy a few things and buy 1 quartz
主
piece.
人公は
We're gonna dismantle
頭
that
を
quartz piece, and
犠
since I
牲
just
に
got
主
a
人
new
公の
rank,
頭が
I
犠
need to
牲にな
get
って
this
村は
one.
滅びたな
So
かっ
as I
たんです
mentioned,
よ
we need
ね。
the 15 total
なるほど、
upgrades
本来参加所に変わるのを
And the reason
一
for
箇所
that
で
is
全部終わらせてしまっ
to
た。
get more BG.
それで移動を、
So it's very important to
の
actually get that
ロスを
upgrade
な
so
く
you
した
can
という
have
こと
enough
ですね。あり
BG
がとう
for
ご
the
ざいます。
not this coming boss, the boss right after. But yeah,
Dog, is this what
now
Rpglb
everything's
was
back to
talking
being
about?
bad.
We're going to the
Velvet's
campsite.
angry again. The reason is in that
Time to
cutscene,
drag out the Therian.
one thing that in the lore is actually ever since Velvet became a demon, she couldn't taste food at all. But in that cutscene, she
あ
tasted
そうす
food,
ると敵が出てき
and
て
that
し
made
ま
her
い
realize
ま
that
し
something
た
was
ね。
not right. So she asked Magil
何かがお
if
かしい。
there's any arts that make illusions, and she was like, "Yeah, this is what's going on." Magil knew all along. She just didn't care to tell Velvet. She just wanted to watch the show.
Yeah, Magil cannot just want to watch the whole world. She's pretty chaotic.
Yeah. So this fight is actually very simple. Like all the people that we thought were people were actually demons.
And now Velvet is going to be even more angry because she was deceived.
Watch, and I'll show you my. You.
It was all a dream.
Yeah.
Hell, even if it wasn't, I won't turn back.
So Velvet's angry again, and we figure out that they're
また
well,
声
actually,
が変わ
when
っ
we
て
first came to
怒
the
りの
village, we
声
went
になり
to
ま
go
し
to
た
the
ね。
shrine, but everyone in the village was telling us that we're not allowed to go there. It's taboo.
私はもう逃げないみたいな
Now
こと。
we don't care anymore. We're not listening to them because we know they were all demons that are just controlling us.
And we're pirates.
Pirates. So here we're gonna find the Therian of this area.
地震あったんです。地震あった皆さん本当に気をつけてください。
Cerberus.
ジャパニーズリストリームご覧いただきたいのは山々なんですけれども、後ほどまたね、アーカイブでも見れますので、
Come here, Dogo.
何かあった場合にはすぐ安全なところに移動して、あるいは
My son.
避難できるように
Try this fight.
移動してください。あ、
This is
福
one of the
島沖ですね。
bad parts of it.
東北の皆さん、それから、
You can take your son
関
and you
東
can't
地
do
区
anything about it.
あたりまで
You
です
can
かね
use the combo because he
皆
can
さん
fight
気を
slow.
つけてお過ごしください。すぐに移動できるように
But
お願
there's
い
no
しま
good
す。
alternative. You kind of just have to hope they don't do this to you. And
父親やめられない人はスマホを持って逃げましょう。
That was mine.
oh, come on. There we go. So yeah, if you die to bosses, you can just retry. So it's not a big deal.
今うまくいかなかったのでちょっと一旦レースしましたね。
I messed it up again. Oh, I could recover this.
あなたは2個の犬ねって言ってますけど、
Please. What am I missing?
犬もゴーマになってしまったんですかね。
Nope, that's not enough damage. We didn't get the stun, so we do no damage. This time we got screwed up by Magula basically not doing her thing. But he has low enough health that I can actually just clean him up. Like, we went past all the soul bursts. She took my stun again. So if there's
せっ
no
か
soul
くスタンを
burst,
決めてたの
it's
に、
not a big deal.
マギルーの、技でスタンが解けちゃいましたね、今ね。
Also, shoutouts to the best music in the game.
There's nobody here.
This is reality.
Also, another thing that happened
誰もい
during the
ない。
scene where Velvet found out that everything is a lie, we found the actual version of the book that we're looking for. So that's why
本
we're
当
going
は
back.
自分の故郷の村はやっぱり焼けていたけれども、先ほどのは
So now we're just gonna basically be
幻覚
disappointed. We got the
だっ
Therian,
た
but
ん
we
です
didn't
か
really
ね
get。what we wanted. But on the way out, conveniently enough,
実際には
we're
や
gonna
っぱり
find
故
it.
郷の村は焼けてました。
Because at the very beginning of the game, our brother
エ
lost
ルフの村と故郷の村は焼くも
He
の
wanted to
で
buy
復讐
Velvet
しかないで
a
す
haircut,
ね。
but he didn't have enough money. So he copied Arthur's book, Artorias' book, and sold it to the shop. And since the town has been a ghost town since then, the copy that he sold to the guy is still just laying on the ground. So we picked it up and now we actually have the book we've been looking for all along.
ずっと探してた本を、
And again,
Let's
in order to go
get
back to the town, we need to hit cutscenes, and then we'll be able to actually use our bottles.
And so there was a cutscene there, and then there's another cutscene in this area. So, you know, we're like almost at the area we're teleporting to before we can actually start using bottles. Nope, that's
この
not
エリアすごいこ
at all.
うカットシーンがいい。
Here. Then let's see. And so I used a Denor bottle, an extra Denor bottle, and an extra Enoch bottle. Just to make sure I don't run out of money, I'm gonna go grab an because I'm gonna have to buy the extra bottles that I just messed up. So just to be sure, I'm gonna go grab a Gald chest here. Because running out of Gald later, when we actually need to do our final weapon upgrades, can basically be
こ
killing.
こ
So
で、
I just
お
wanna
金
ensure
をもらい
not
ま
to
す。
do
というのは、
that
この後、最終的なアップグレードをする都合があるので、十分なお金がないといけないそうです。
So here we actually just fought multiple
もう
bosses.
島全体が現実がかかっていた
After
んです
this
ね。
point, there's gonna be a while where we can't sleep again. So this is basically a required in rest to have enough BG.
それはでも主人公にとっては辛いですよ。
And I'm gonna stop
せっ
by
か
the
くは
shop
みんな
just to
元
buy
気だったんだ、
bottles.
何もなかったんだと思って安心したら実はやっぱりダメだったっていう。
Just there.
Oh,
マジ一度喜んだだけに
right. But yeah, so another like small thing is that Cerberus boss that we fought was actually the next Therian. They were actually the dogs of Velvet's friend that we saw at the very beginning of the game. We actually saw the dogs multiple times.
Yeah.
So not only did the Abbey turn
Oh,
little kids and normal people into Therians, they also turned innocent pets into Therians.
How dare you do that to dogs? Sure, he's the worst of evils.
And this time the game's kind enough to not make you run all the way down. You just walk in and you walk out and you can go to the next area.
No, you're fine.
もう親の牢獄見なくてよくなったみたいですね。
Becoming a little daughter to that snake lady.
Yes, it was like kind of convenient how Kamwana's lost her mom and then that other snake lady lost her daughter or her son. So they kind of just replaced each other by bonding back together.
But
Pretty
don't let
cute.
your guard down for 1 second.
So we have a relatively long dungeon to run through here, so you can CC if you have anything to share, you can take it over for a few minutes.
More walking in Tales of Berseria? No way.
またちょっと移動の時間が入りますので、ドネーションを読めますというふう
Thank
に
you so much, Anonymous. We have $10 from Anonymous for Best Boy Bien Fu. Bien. And with those donations, we are $1,100 away from the Mystic Arts Showcase. We are $1,100 away from 50K. We are so close. 2 hours left. But I do want to remind everyone where these donations are going. We are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
今、ドネーションの読む時間があるので、このドネーションのがどの団体に、届けられるかというのを、本家の方の、司会さんが読んでいらっしゃいます。今回、今このチャンネルで、ミラー配信していますのはアメリカで開催中のチャリティーイベント RPG リミットブレイク2022となります。このイベントの収益はアメリカ国内で精神疾患の患者と家族を支援し、精神疾患についての啓発活動および教育活動などを行っています。ナショナルアライアンス・アルソン・メンタル・イルネスNAMIに寄付されます。
Alright, so starting from this point on, we actually just unlocked another thing, not only Velvet's level 2 MA, but we also unlocked Lafisette's level 2.
ここで、ベルベットの、レベル2の起用儀を解放します。
It increases the stagger time on bosses. So if there's a boss that we can't burn or something and then they break out of combos quickly, we use Lafiset's level 2 break soul. But to do that, Lafiset needs to have 4 souls, similar to what we've been doing with Velvet. So what we're doing from this point on with a lot of the combos is actually start with Lafiset specifically outside of the party. And the same way we've been switching Velvet in, we're gonna have to switch Velvet in.
コンボのやり方なんですけれども、
So the very beginning of
ラフィセットの、レベル2の、コンボをパーティー外から打って、そこから、投げていくコンボを作りますというふうに。
So many inputs at the start takes a ton of practice. Like it's not as simple as it looks. And starting from here on out, the boss fights become well. Starting from basically Xenomantis, the boss we did earlier, to the very end, a lot of the fights become significantly more complicated to execute than the earlier ones.
Yeah, really like this game is.
これまでのコンボよりもどんどんコンボが非常に難しくなっていくというふうに。
You've got a bunch of inputs to do correctly at the correct timings and stuff. Well, the timing doesn't matter too much, but the difficulty of the input is significant.
Yeah, so there is like very nice input buffering. So like as I'm doing an art, I basically just start mashing the next art and it goes off immediately after. You don't have to like time specifically when to use them, but it's kind of just remembering which button to press next. Yeah, so when I changed my team formation there, I had to make sure that Luffy, like now it has to be a very specific team formation where like Luffy and Velvet are both out of the party. And then the first 2 people in the party are Magilu and Aizen. And this dungeon has the same puzzle that we've been seeing earlier, which is, you know, switch doors where...
今なんかパーティーの順番を変えましたっけね。マギルと誰かを入れて、ベルベットとラフィセットの順番を変えたというようなことを言っていたかなと思います。まあ、ダンジョンの仕組みとしてはこれまで見てきたことと同じスイッチを押して、ルートを開放してみたいな流れですというふうに。
And when we went there, we found out that it's Teresa on the ship, the same person that we were fighting earlier in the game. And she was warning us about how Oscar, the other guy that we beat up earlier, has gotten a new art from Artorias that is really strong but really risky. And since Oscar's her brother, she doesn't want him to use it because he might die if he uses it. So she's basically telling us that, like, to use her as a hostage to get him to not try to use that new art. And that art, again, is a big callback to Zestiria. It's aromatization, where that person mixes with a Malak and they become one.
But since it's the beta version, it's going to be quite different from the Zestiria version. Well, quite different. It's going to look like a lot like it. Oh, nice.
Can't go back there.
And actually, this is the point where we start seeing enemies using Mystic Art as well. And this one is definitely see. Well, we're not going to see it. I'm not sure if you're planning to showcase enemies Mystic Art.
No, I was just only gonna showcase the party, but the party has a lot of different Mystic Arts.
Yeah.
And a lot of different forms of Mystic Arts that people might not be familiar with. So, again, if we get to that donation incentive, it will be a very interesting showcase.
There's definitely
のこの後ミスティックアーツショーケース
to behold.
ビートは達成したんですかね。お話をしていますけれども、本当にパーティーキャラクターがそれぞれいろんな違うミスティックアーツや非奥義ですかを持っているので、それを皆さんのお目にかけられればと思いますというふうに。
One of the more important items in the run, which is an hourglass, which will be basically necessary on a boss later, or so we thought. So we're gonna
この
grab
後、
it now.
3つの重要な、
Basically, this item will be really
ドロップア
bad,
イテムを回収します。
And then the other thing that's really important to not forget here is right before the next room with the boss, we actually have to do a little detour here. And if you remember earlier, I had to step on little teleporters to activate them so I can go through them when I revisit the area. But here there isn't a teleporter, but there is a wall that you can only break from this side. So if you don't come and kick it here, you're gonna have to go through the whole dungeon again later. But since we remember, we can take it
さっきちょっ
shortcut
とテレポーター触ったところがあったんですけど、今の壁のところ、これをかわしておかないと、また向こう側から来るときに一周ぐるっと回らなきゃいけなくなるんだそうです。なので、あそこをきちんと忘れずに壊しておくことは非常に重要だです。
Surprise. Or that's what we think it's gonna be. Because Teresa said she's gonna be our friend and she's not gonna attack us, right? So
Yeah.
she would never do anything like that.
No way.
But surprisingly, yeah, we have to fight Teresa. She mixed with a demon, so she has like, some demon form here.
She's actually the next Syrian.
Do you realize what you're doing, Teresa?
Yeah.
A trivial sacrifice. I'd do anything.
で、ここで、テレサ
Yeah, so the church
さん
people
と戦うことになる。
sacrifice themselves in order to attain their goal. Which,
I did.
yeah.
I messed up the tempo. I forgot to do a specific input,
Oh no.
so we're just gonna have to retry.
Yeah, so missing.
Oh, we get to see Mystic Art. This is what we could potentially see a lot of if we need the donation.
敵の非奥義ですかね、今のはね。
That's a mystic art from Zestiria again, right?
I
こ
don't
れはゼステリアにもあったミスティックアーツじゃないかなというふうにおっしゃっています。
I'm mixing it. I'm not sure.
So this
It's
is
a mystic art from another Tales game. I'm sure you guys will know about it. If you've got an idea of where this is from, don't hesitate to donate.
Let us know.
To-
This is actually normal stuff for the Berseria run. Like, all the combos are very specific. That, like, almost no runner has ever finished a run with, like, perfect combos.
And it's really hard to. It's not the kind of combos that you look at right before the run, right? Because like everything goes so fast and there's so little variations that you can just mess up too.
Yeah. So I think like even world record run still has 1 or 2 messed up fights. It's standard.
And so this now we are going to fight Oscar.
Yeah, and he armatized.
ここでオスカーと戦います。
From Zestiria.
That's one hell of an
The same for the abilities he's using here. It's all just Zestiria abilities. So here we're just going to bottom HP again, using level 2 Lofty set because that makes the stagger time longer on the boss, yeah. So whenever we do the combo, he's not breaking out. Also, I'm gonna have to change Quartz Boots and Velvet. There we go.
Very spooky face from Velvet.
So here,
今、当社さんが、ベルベットの顔怖いねって言ってましたけど、
Velvet
怖いねじゃないんだよな。
consumed them, and that's gonna be actually relevant for later. It's like a fun thing in this game is like whenever you beat an enemy, sometimes you just like have Velvet have dreams with the enemies in them because they're still inside of her and she is talking to them. Here we have to do a little shop. So we got the quartz boots just now. That means we have to upgrade them. So we just need to buy 3 quartz pieces, dismantle the 3 quartz pieces that we just bought, and then do the boots to +2. And that is the last shop we're gonna do for the rest of the run. So now all our equipment is at its final form. And as we're going back to our hideout, we get ambushed.
Yeah, it turns out
拠点に帰ると、なんと敵が待ち構えていました。もう親の顔は見せない、親の顔ほど見た牢獄は見せないと。
It's like the Abbey were one step ahead of us. They always knew where we're going next. So we always were suspecting what's going on, and people always suspected Eleanor was like a spy because she's still an Abbey person. But in fact, it was Bienfu all along. Well, at least lately it's been Bienfu, not all along. But it's because Melchior put a spell on him, and that spell basically made him control Bienfu and made him basically tell the Abbey everything we're doing. But now that Magilo found out, she took that spell off, and they don't know. They can't track us anymore, but at this point they already find our hideout, so they filled it up with demons, they filled it up with exorcists.
yeah, I'm sorry.
So this area is probably the most annoying in terms of encounters, because there's so many, and a lot of them are invisible, and we're having to geoboard, and some of them stand right in front of the door, to where you literally cannot go
こ
through the
こ
door.
注意点なんですけれども、結構見えない敵がいるそうで
And
す。
to add to that,
で、見えない敵がいる中で、この
so I still have some
ス
tutorials.
ケボーをするので、結構ぶつかる危険がある。しています。
So, you don't. It's okay. Thank you.
I could Kurgan if you.
And also, we just got a new weapon from Kurigane, which is supposedly the hardest sword in the world. And Rokuro is thinking that using this sword he can defeat Shigure. But we're gonna quickly find out that that's not the case.
I know. Willis.
Watch out.
So now we decided to use the prince we've been keeping here all along as a hostage to get ourselves to escape. And we also find out that Artorias himself is also on this island to try to stop us. So they basically sent everything they had all to this island.
Problems ahead.
アルトリウスがここに全ての手勢を送り込んで、自分自身も
That's what we
主
think.
人公たちを止めるために自分自身もここに来ているということが分かりました。
Surely we're going to finish an hour and 20 minutes ahead of estimate.
ここから、20分以内に、終わると思います。そうですね、4時間それだと切るぐらい
Probably
の
already strong enough to be able to
速
fight
さ
the
です
final
か
boss.
ね。もうラスボスを倒せるぐらいには十分強く
There
なっ
was
ていると
two
思います。
invisible enemies right next to each other, and because they were next to each other, it was a dangerous encounter. If I got that encounter, I
今、見えない敵が隣り合っていたので、あれぶつかると大変なことになるところでした。
Again, they just fall over. Also, we did unlock Hell's Claw that I was mentioning earlier. Oh, he's out of PG. Eleanor Rokuro. Yeah, so Hell's Claw is, I'm gonna do it here. Oh, I got. So one of the items that I have has an ability that gives you like a 1% chance or something to get crushed on an enemy. And crush just insta kills an enemy and somehow landed there.
今使ってたスキルのどれかかなが、
Me as well. I didn't even know that was possible.
1% ぐらいの確率で敵即死効果がある技があったみたいですね、今ね。
Fighting enemies in the overworld over and over again. Crush like sometimes helps.
前作の必殺技を使ってきたんですか、今。
Crush is useful, but in this run, it's never ever like used. So
There is so little normal enemies that you have to fight that like it barely matters.
yeah, I actually didn't even know that we have it unlocked at this point in the run. Just
Maybe it's a bonus one that you have on your item.
so here we find that Artorias is here, but not only is Artorias here, Innominat is here, and Innominat all along was our dead little brother.
今、アルトリアだけじゃなくて、もう一つ、
An even bigger breakdown.
もう一人誰かがいた
Trying to kill is also the
ま
person
した
she
けど、
was
今、
trying to
エノミナっていうふう
And
に
this is the last fight that we actually cannot beat, so we just have to wait.
カノ主か、名前を言ってはいけない人みたいなイメージの名前でした、もしかして。
I'll end all of it for you.
Yeah, BG routing in this whole segment of the run is very tight. Like earlier, I messed up and Aizen ran out, so I had to very carefully think about who
Whatever the case,
to use as a
we
backup
have to get
instead,
out of
because
here.
if you use the wrong
Let's
person,
keep moving for
you
now.
might not be able to do the next fight
guess so.
the
でも
same
な
way
ぜ
as
か
you
不思議な
would.
ところに来て、
So it
ここから
requires
逃げなきゃっ
blessing.
て。なんかさっき弟、ライフセットが倒れた時こんな感じのとこ来ましたよね。
Alright, so welcome back to Earth Pulse, but this time with encounters.
This time the encounters and very annoying encounters. So there's invisible enemies that teleport in front of you. There are snakes that are faster than you.
Almost got you this one as well.
And again, encounters here kill you.
やっぱりそうですね、カノ主がインノミナ、
Because
インノミネ、インノミナとかな、
pretty
英語だ
much
と。
every runner of
名前を付けられない人
has died to an encounter either in the prison
という、こういう名前になってます
It's
ね、英語
basically
で
a
ね。
requirement that you have to pass through in order to.
Well, the-
名のない生き物というか。
There's also this good old,
やっぱりさっきと同じ、同じ地脈なんです。まあ、そうか、
Yeah.
自分が捕まってた牢獄のあれかな。
who did the very first marathon run of this game, and yeah, he died. He game over. There was interesting, to say the least.
So this dungeon is a lot of running, and basically what's going on now that we're in the Earth Pulse, Inominat basically has the whole Earth as his like domain, so he can do whatever he wants. And what he's doing in the Earth Pulse is basically the Earth Pulse has a thing called the Earth and Historia that records events that happen in the world, and he's just showing Velvet all the truth of what's going on, just to break her down even further. and further,
今、
because
カノ
they want
主
Velvet
は
to fall to despair, to be
すべ
able
ての
to
地脈を
either
握っ
to
ていて、
Inominat
実際に何が起こったかっ
So
ていう
they're
の
basically
を
just trying
主人公
to
ベルベッ
Velvet
トに見せているというのを説明をして、
by showing here like a lot of clips from the past and why Luffy said is Inominat and why Arthur is doing what he's doing.
Like they haven't.
で
been trying
な
to
ぜ
do
ライフセットが、カノ主になって、カノ主が何をしようとしているかということを今ベルベットに見せつけようとしている。
on the bad outfit.
いや、ファンサービス。
Actually, this area also has a lot of treasure chests that have usually very good items. It's one of those that you have to get them on the first time because you can't revisit this area, but again, in the run, we don't care about any of it. The only one we'll grab is one that's right by the final boss of the dungeon, not the final boss of the run. Thanks.
で
Just
このダンジョンの一番最後がラスボスみたいなこと今言ってましたっけね。もうそこまで来てる。
So if you look at the bottom right of the screen, you can see that like if lurking presses
この
Y, there's going to be
佐藤里奈さん、これは主人公ベルベット役の方ですかね。
characters and
その
whatnot.
演技。あ、
A lot of them
なる
are
ほど、ありがとうご
very
ざいます。
insightful to that story, and also a lot of them are very comedic. It's one of those things that you have to do in order to really enjoy the entire
で
story.
今のヘッドレスナイトみたいなの、ディラハンみたいなのっ
They're just
て
great cutscenes.
だいぶ前に戦いまし
It's
たよ
all
ね、
voice
一度
too, so
これこれこれこれこれ
very good.
ボスとして戦いましたよね。
It's called Skits, and there's been some since Symphonia on the GameCube. Good old Symphonia.
I feel like this game has them way more often than other games.
Oh yeah, it surely does. It's like after every cutscene there is like this one.
Yeah, like there's another one now.
Lies without questioning a word. What a joke.
What? True.
あいつらの言う嘘を飲みにしてなんてバカだったんだろ
Here
う。
is
くだらないみたい
Luffy
な
said
主
he
人
didn't
公
get killed. He asked to be sacrificed. He wanted Artorias to kill him because he knew from reading Artorias' book that we've been doing all along, looking for all along, is 2 souls have to be sacrificed for Inominat to be restored, and Inominat coming back can
今本当の弟
So he
は
basically
アルトリウス
Inominat
の
said he was gonna die soon. He asked
書い
to be
た
killed or sacrificed rather than him getting
書
actually
籍を
murdered.
読んで、
We also
カ
found
ノ
out
主が復活するには魂を2つ犠牲にしなくてはならない
how she
の
died
で、
became serious and how
え
the Malak Luffy said is actually Velvet's
その
nephew
兄弟のお姉さん
reincarnated.
と、本当のライフィセットの2人の魂を犠牲にしてくれっていうんで、自ら殺されることを選んでいた。
Yeah, this whole game is just family business
Yeah, basically.
gone wrong. Just
I mean,
that.
the same
で
with
つまりこの
Rokuro.
話は、
The whole reason he's here is to kill his brother.
Same for Ivan.
盛大な家族喧嘩だっていうふうに
He's just trying to make a better world for his
奏者さんが身も蓋もないことを。
best girl.
Shout out to the best character in Zestiria. This is the next boss. This is actually Velvet's true form or something like that.
これは、ベルベットの真の姿。
And so the problem of this boss, at least especially casually, is that it reduces all your damage by 80, I think, and that's quite a lot of damage reduction because most of your damage is coming
で、この敵はダメージ
damage from one art, then
減衰が 80% と非常に高い敵だとそうです。
you have to hit all the weaknesses to get the power hit, and you can also just be a speedrunner and just get the chain and get the mystic art, and lol, he's dead.
So this didn't work out because Rokuro, I made him use an art and he missed that art. But I did enough damage that I can just clean him up. I just need to
今、
properly
ロ
aim
クロ
it
が、
and-
スキルを外したのかな。なのでちょっとダメージが足りてないです。
It actually might be better to retry this fight.
Yeah, as you can see, Gyojin
もしかしたらこれリトライした方がいいかもしれない。
which is a shame because yeah.
Try one more
実は
time.
壮大な家族喧嘩、そうね、そういう壮大な親子喧嘩とかね、壮大な兄弟喧嘩とか、よくあるっちゃありますね。
I will say one thing about this fight is that it has a better combo. I just refuse to learn it. I like the combo that I do, so I just...
神話にありがちなやつですね。
Might be time to
でも、あれですよね、このストーリーも、ゼスティリアでしたっけの時代には神話にある意味なっている。ですよね。
There you go. There's actually another boss fight right after this one.
a minute and 8 seconds.
で、今倒したんですけど、このまますぐ、後に、
Alright, so that's Melchior. It's like the second in power. In
連続で戦闘があります。
This guy just falls
で、
over.
メルキオールとかですかね。
Velvet one combos him. It's gonna do like crazy damage. He just dies, and then here we can actually kill this guy. Oh, I can kill him quickly. So we usually use him to farm BG for the next boss, but since I messed up the previous fight, I already
さ
had
っき
enough
の
BG.
バトルで非常に
So we just used like a 3 health
う
squad.
まくなかったので、ここで、ブレイクゲージの回収を少ししておきます。
There's a fight in the first dungeon. Also, yeah, this is a little callback to the stereo again. Absolutely not the EX dungeon of the stereo.
The size of the art that created this place. Just what is the
These are
average
5 life
use it
bottles. They're
for?
completely optional, but we just grab them for safety.
Yeah, remember the 5 life bottles that we picked up in the early game? Well, we haven't used any.
今、地名
I picked up,
KREX ってなってましたっ
one
け
or
ね
two。backups, and I
聖
didn't
杯
use
と
any
か
of
そういう意味ですか。
I don't think you need any at this point. I think you've got 10 right now. Like, you're fine.
Yeah.
So wait, there is no more shop now, so you don't even have to pick up
で
the
ここからは、ショップが
So
あ
this,
りま
this
せん。
area has 2 guaranteed rough gemstones, but in this
で
run
こ
we
こは、
don't use them.
ジェムストーンが、確定ドロップする場
In
所
all
があるんです
bosses,
けれ
which
ども
is、like a run that does obviously a
こ
lot.
のランの中ではもう使えないそうです。
Yeah, you need a lot more damage output in all
裏ダンジョンなんですね、前作の。あ、でも、さっきというか、前作ラスダンだったりとか、そういうのがあったり、それが、そうですね、続編で
The formation
回
is
収
here
されたり
for
するっていうのはすごくいいですよね。もちろんこのストーリーだけでもきちんと完結してるんですけれども、シリーズやってる人にはちょっとにやりとできるポイントって
it shifts everyone like one slot earlier. So it's very
み
important
みんな
to Velvet and
救われなかっ
slot rather than
なんですね、これだけ
outside
頑張
the
ったの
party.
にせっか
Because if
く。
we have her in the fifth one and the second phase she's gonna start in the party, that means we can't do the combo by switching her out and back in.
Twisted morality.
Yeah, so the next boss fight is yeah, probably the boss fight that everyone hates in the community.
Yeah, it is by far the worst fight in the entire run.
So hopefully this is going to go well and not
まあでも未来が必ずしも明るくないっていうのもこれもそれこそ神話じゃないけどあれですけど、例えばケルトのアーサー王の伝説だってね、結局ケルトの王王朝滅びちゃったりとかするし、そういう意味ではまあそういう儚さっていうのもストーリーの一つの魅力かもしれないなというふうに思います。
She protected it so we can leave. So even though she acts like she doesn't like us, she actually saved us here.
Yeah, and turns out Magilu is quite more powerful than you would expect. Because she was actually a student of Medgirl. Is you know, this big bad boy magician that we just saw.
I came here by ship. It's anchored by the southeast beach.
Also, David came to rescue us somehow. It's cool stuff.
Alright, this is pretty much the hardest fight in the
今
run.
クイックセーブしたなと思ったら
The thing is, this boss fight.
ボスなんですね。
So if you take out a fourth of his HP, I think, then the boss fight is going to end after a little bit of time. But you can also just kill it, and it's going to end the fight faster. But the thing is, the big problem with this boss is that it's going to heal a lot of HP at some point, and that's unstoppable. So you cannot drop this combo. Because if you drop this combo,
この敵はすごく回復が早いので、コンボを失敗することは許されないそうです。
He dropped? He dropped out of the combo. Okay.
and so the Hourglass is probably the most powerful item in any Tales games because it allows to stop time for an enemy for
ここで、先ほど3つ重要なアイテム回収しますっていう時に砂時計があったんですけど、ここで砂時計使いましたね。砂時計を使うことで時間を止めて、
damage to kill him. Okay, so if not, the boss is actually just gonna like the fight will just end in a little bit.
you can see Luminous Gem is healing that much HP.
Yeah, he stunned all of us. It doesn't matter. So since we got him
Wah.
third quarter,
全員スタンさせられました。でも大丈夫というふうに。
wait, I forgot to do like a whole part of the combo initially, which is why he dropped out. This fight is very specific, but
Alright, so phase 2 is also going to end before he hits 0 HP. And this time we won't have to wait for it.
Me too.
You stay out of this. Get down the point, always. Hands on skull.
You'll just have to flip it over for me.
Not happening.
can I?
The jackpot here.
So again, dropping down to 1 HP in order to proc Blade bonus, which is 30% some more physical damage,
Oh, bodyguard.
and also Phalanx Rays, which drop.
なんであんなダメージを受けてるのかと思ったら、ありましたね。だいぶ前に武器を
So he
装備
decides
し
to
て、
I'll just combo him again.
HP が、
dropping out,
体力、総体力の 8% を下回る
Yep,
こ
which
とで、ダメージが物理ダメージが3割増加する。 この状態に主人公を置いてるんですかね。
I think at this point I'm better off retrying the fight. The real unfortunate part about this boss is how long it takes for him to kill you. So now I'm just gonna have to wait for him to kill me. I could ult F4 and retry, but that means I have to do the first phase again. So I'm better off just waiting until I die and then trying again.
and I'm not even sure if you quick save right before.
I'm not sure either, and that's why I definitely won't do it. I usually always do even in like PB attempts, but don't do that.
レベット死んじゃった。
Okay, so Aizen is able to cast Resurrection right now. That's not a really good idea when you're trying to die.
And he keeps using the weakest ability he has.
At least it's AoE.
It is AoE and they're all stacked. That's the best attack he can do. Oh, he's gonna hit all of us. Rokuro, why did he go away?
I think he used a break.
これうまくいかなかったからわざと死のうとしてる感じですかね。何回かそれでやってますね。やっぱりコンボがきちんと決まらなかった時は。
Hellcat trying to point to
でも2戦目からですかね、これね。
It's a gamble. I'm in. Me too.
You stay out of this. The dumb coin always lands on skull.
Then you'll just have to flip it over for me.
Not happening. I'm going to the jackpot here.
Oh.
なんかこの戦闘の会話面白いですね。ぶど悪いかけようみたいな。でもだから乗るんじゃないかみたいな感じのこう味方のなんて連帯というか絆が感じられるような今セリフがちょっとありましたね。
Nobody broke out before that happened. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna retry again. This is just how this fight works. So if you remember earlier on, person donated saying he's excited to see me get bodied by Hellkite. This is Hellkite.
should have to hooligan.
ちょっと今また失敗したんでしんどきますって。
Wait, the reason this combo dropped in this specific fight is that I was supposed to do Shadow Flow into a dash. Dash counts basically as a combo step, but it's faster than doing spin. I accidentally did Shadow Flow into a spin, so you know one wrong input.
今シャドウフローからダッシュを決めて、それでコンボが追加になるっていうのをやろうとしたんですけれども、ピンのタイミングが早かったのかな。 それでちょっとコンボに失敗したので、わざと死んでやり直しをしています。分の悪い賭けは嫌いじゃないに対して、あ、なるほど、アイゼンはコインを投げると必ず表と裏の裏じゃないですけれども出るみたいなのがあって、そういう賭けは嫌いじゃないっていう、そのそういうストーリー上のエピソードにかけてるんですね。ありがとうございます。 でもそういうセリフができてくるのもやっぱりお互いのことをもうしっかり知るようになって絆ができてからみたいな感じのあれですかね。そうですね。コンボの失敗結構シビアそうですね。今回うまくいったかな。 これまでも何度かボス戦であえて失敗したからこのまま死にますみたいなシーンはありましたけども、今回は2回連続でやってるんで結構シビアそうですね。あ、で倒せましたね。
The worst part about this fight is not only that it is the hardest fight in the run, you have to do it twice back to back, and both of them are just as punishing to mess up.
でこの戦闘なんですけど、このゲームでも最も大変なゲームのバトルの一つなんですけれども、それを2回連続できちんとやらなきゃいけなくて、2回とも難易度が同じぐらい厳しいのは本当にこの今やったドラゴンとの戦闘の難しさだそうです。
But this one, since we actually have to pay for it to progress the story, we do get our RPG back, which is basically required because we haven't gotten to do an in-rest for the past like 5-6 boss fights, maybe more.
Yeah, something like that.
Curse it all. If only I'd noticed sooner.
So here, actually, all the pirates with the ship actually took the ship and left without us because they heard rumors of where their missing captain might be and they didn't want to wait for us. So we have to steal yet another ship as we do and go basically meet up with them to find out what's going on.
Yeah, we're back to that dungeon where we fought Teresa and Oscar.
If you remember earlier, I said that
オスカーと戦ったダンジョンに戻ってきました。
you know, they use it as a shortcut, and that's why, because we have to go back here to fight the next boss, which will be Ifreed.
So Ifreed, the captain of the boat, obviously something went very wrong for him to disappear like that.
Yeah, he's been missing for the entire game. That's the whole reason Isaac
敵の
because he thinks the Abbey has to do with
選手のリーダーの一人だったアイフリード と戦うことになるみたいですけど、アイフリードなんかちょっとやばいことになってるみたいです。
This is where the shortcut is. If we run through here, we get to jump to the last screen of the dungeon.
And you cannot jump with a geoboard, so
Nope.
actually do it
And the
in foot.
geoboard takes a bit to accelerate, so if you're going over small distances, it's actually slower than running. So for like a platform like this, you're better off. But this one is like a little bit longer, so you can geoboard. But
そっか、もしかしてここの辺でしたかね。さっき一回飛んで壁を割っとかないと次来るときにショートカットできないんで遠回りすることになりますっていう話がありましたけど、ここでしょうかね。さっき
do formation changes
一
here.
度壁を壊しておいたところは。
First slide and came out.
Oh,
So the next boss fight is actually like one of the easiest in the run. So even like we basically can't kill him with an MA because we can't chain him. He has a status element that's called unknown, or a weakness called unknown, and you just cannot proc that. So you can't do chain on him, which means
こ
you can't.
こは非容疑のチェーンができないそうです、彼は。てか、あれ
And
なんか悪魔みたいな感じになっちゃってる人がいますが。
Siren mode attacks is that it's going to change depending on the enemy type. So human, Discord, as we explained earlier, and that's obviously proc chain. But on a boss fight, on a boss with enemy type unknown, it's going to proc a random soul break soul art, and therefore not going to do much.
He's not doing Claw. But yeah, this guy, like, even if you don't kill him, it's so easy to just keep him in a combo and just kill him. So, oh,
この敵は倒せないらしいんですけれども、コンボを維持することによって、
it's probably not even much
そこ
faster
から技を
than
完封
one.
する
All
こと
you
がで
need
きる
to
そう
do
で
is
す。
skip
Soul burst.
one soul burst. So yeah, there we found out that Ifreed was basically turned into a demon by the Abbey.
We don't.
The first, right?
But he wasn't like, they couldn't completely control him. He was strong enough to where he can.
アベイだから、あれですかね。お兄さん側のこう組織、修道院みたいなものによってゴーマに変えられてしまっていた。あ、アイゼンの探してた相手。
Arcturus is actually managing,
アイブリーフードだってあれ恩人でしたっけ？恩人の船長さんでしたっけ？
which is removes the free will of everyone.
がゴーマに変えられてしまっていた。
His thought process was
しかも、
evil.
海賊団の船長、そうですね。恩人の人ですね。
He's gonna take away people's will and basically turn them into puppets.
Inominat's power did all
しかもその、黒幕、彼がゴーマに変わった黒幕が
No more malevolence,
アルトリウス。
no more demons.
ね。
That is the solution, is to just turn the world into
救世主悪いことしてんな。
A little bit too extreme, and as always, being too extreme is never a good idea.
思ってたらなんかまた天使みたいなのが出てきまし
Yeah,
た
so
けど。
those angels, pretty annoying. And in order to probe their weaknesses, we have to use Infernal Torrent and Swallow Dance, which are not very great arts, but it works out.
They were nothing.
So Infernal Torrent is actually like, it does a lot of damage.
主人公
Gauge that if you use it,
じゃあ今天使って言ってましたけど、天使のこの弱点をつくにはちょっとあまり強くない技を使わなきゃいけない。
Which is a main
まあでも倒せますというような
why
ことを今おっ
it's
しゃ
so
ってま
good
した。
because it's cost nearly no soul gauge, so you can spam it really hard. And
Yeah.
Obviously, as you can see up to throughout this run, the more combos you do and the longer your combo is, the better. So being able to spam equal good.
ここの先はコンボをいかにつなげればつなげるほど
is that the longer the combo
くなるので、スパムできる打ちまくれる技の方が
start breaking out of it.
強い
It's
っ
a
てい
way
う
to
こと。
make you not do very long combos. But if you're doing very fast arts like gouging spin or harsh rebuttal, like it's still fast enough to where even with the faster recovery time, they can't break out of the combo.
Yeah, like there was a lot of built-in strategies to prevent infinite combos. Because if you know a little bit about the advanced strats or the speedruns of Tales of Games, you know that like pretty much all Tales of games are trying their best to do infinite combos, and there is really just, I think, just Graces manages to not have infinite combos, and well, Arise, but Arise plays very differently. So yeah, there's been attempts in every game with an ever-changing battle system, and well, they somewhat manage to a certain degree, but speedrunners have way too much time on their plate in order to figure out the weaknesses of their of the devs' plan.
So earlier we had to fight one of the angels. Now we have to fight 3 of them.
先ほどは天使1体だったのが今回は3体と戦うことになります。
Like we're a bunch of heroes.
That's bad. Oh my god. Oh, that gave me a damage debuff. That's not good.
Rude.
Yeah, so this fight, like, you can't die. It just ends up being a little bit slower. It's not a problem.
で、この戦闘に関してはコンボ失敗してもまあ死ぬことはありません。ちょっと時間がかかるだけで終わると思います。そうですね、もうね、天使を送ってきてるのは多分アウトリウスでしょうから、ここで倒して終わりでしょうね。もうさっさと決着つけましょう。
Again, every time you stun or you burn or you do any kind of status effect, this is going to give you one extra soul goat. Soul.
Actually, there, when I did Jet Blizzard, it poisoned the angel, and that also gave me back a soul. Yeah, so now we just need to figure out a way to stop this whole, you know, mind control thing that they're doing. And
で、敵のやっているマインドコントロールを解かなきゃいけないなというふうに今。
So there are more gods than just Inomina. There's the 4 elemental Empyreans, as they're called, but they're all like deep asleep, and we need to go wake them up. And then they can
今、カノ主以外にも4体の、元素、4大元素の精霊というのがいるんですけれども、その4体は眠りについている状態だ。
Do that, we're going to
というふう
go
に言っ
to set sail into the big giant volcano that is
てい
in
ます。
Elevase and nearby.
Yeah. So actually, back
主人公の義理のお兄さんに呪われてこんな頭になってしまったというか、これは我々が呪われて洗脳されて幻影を見ているから主人公の頭がなんかこう着ぐるみみたいに見えますけれども、真の姿の主人公は普通の女の子です。我々が、アルトリウスに魔法をかけられてしまいました。
Thankfully, we don't have to go through the whole dungeon. It's just the dungeon has 2 exits, one that was blocked off earlier, but now it's opened up, and when we go through there,
先ほどなんかヘビー女と戦ったところと同じダンジョンだというふうに言って
the final boss.
So yeah, arcane bottles allow you to get plus 2 BG.
すみません、ゴホマは欲とかのマイナスの感情から生まれるから感情を消せば解決だよねっていう同じ解決法に思い歌った人がこの後多分2時間ぐらい後に始まるゲームにいたような気がしますね。
I've got some donations
ラスボスの考えることはみんな一緒。
$5 from Toast Sandwich. You've done it, Lurking. You have become the Tales of Berseria 2017. We've got $10 from Jetboy the Mage with no comment. Thank you very much. We've got $50 from Captain Falcon coming in from Super Smash Brothers. Hey Velvet, show me your moves. And we've got $15 from Old Man Jables. If Bienfu has 1 million haters, then I'm one of them. If Bienfu has
今面白いこと言いますね。ビエンフーっていうキャラクターに100万人の敵がいるんなら、
that means I'm dead.
これよくあるミームですね。100万人の敵がいるんなら私はその一人だ。たった一人しか敵がいないなら俺がその敵だ。もしそいつに敵が一人もいなくなったら俺は死んでいるみたいな。時々でレジットとかで見るコピペですけれども、ビエンフそんなに嫌われてるキャラクターなんですか？
25th anniversary bag, which I really want, honestly. the $15 gets you in to win that SMT Nocturne prize pack. That prize pack had pins, posters, a hat, a mug, other things. And if you donate $100 during the course of RPG Limit Break 2022, you get entered to win our grand prize, a PlayStation 5 with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise.
Thank you. So here we had to get into a village, and there was a little demon in there. We killed it, and as we killed the demon, basically everyone realized that we are the big evil people everyone's scared of. And we basically take over this village at this point. It
そう
becomes our
傲
new
慢
land.
病、要は人の、負の感情がたまるたびに文明がリセットされてたから、文明もリセットされなくなるされないようにするために、そもそも負の感情を含めて感情そのものを消してしまいと。
So we just have to run around this town, see what everyone's doing. Rokuro is getting new blades.
がね、人類が全部ね、この着ぐるみ頭になったら負の感情みたいなのは消えますから。でも本当にそれでいいのか？俺たちは
After this, we're gonna
着ぐるみ頭になるため
the
に
final dungeon. It's
生まれてきたのか？
the big volcano. First, we still only have to talk to Aizen, who was, I think, reading a letter from his sister. I think it's what his
こ
final.
のゲームのレースに煽りは確か自分らしい髪型にする RPG ですかね。アフロ着ぐるみを強制されるなんて、
So yes, there is
そんな生き方は主人公としては受け入れるわけにはいかないわけですよ。
We have to get the incentive met, and we have $1,000 to get. So yeah, you can do it, guys. I'm sure you've got it. Got what it takes.
I'm sure we could do it too. We have enough time to.
Just don't die, okay?
I'll try my best. Yep, so here is another area where we don't have our G-board again, and in this next dungeon it's actually really annoying. The G-board is in the very last screen of the dungeon, so the whole thing is going to be just running.
このダンジョンなんですけれども、
Cave. I
Like,
can feel a
スケートボードが一番最後のところにしかないんで、ちょっと走るのに時間がかかる
It
そう
actually
です。
doesn't even have, like, other ones had like torches that you had to light up or little doors you had to open. This one doesn't have anything.
Just have to run. And run will do.
Yeah, so those centipede enemies that I just ran past are actually faster than me, so I have to be very careful of them not seeing me, and if they do, I have to be next to a wall. Also drop a quick save just in case.
ちなみに皆さん覚えてらっしゃるか分かりませんが、主人公がこの頭になったのはゲームの半分2時間ちょっとぐらいのところで、
Inominat basically took out the will of all
ショッ
people
プで
to wake up the Empyreans.
生きたい剣が、ソードがあったので、その剣をうんぷじ引けるように一遍リセットしてから髪型、これというか
We're definitely getting close.
着ぐるみの頭にしたのがきっかけなんで、主人公
If an enemy is gonna catch you, you could just reload.
この髪型になる前と後ぐらいで同じぐらい時間かかってますね、今ね。
Powerful souls to
多分
them.
2時間5分ぐらいのところで
Worthy to wake up. There's 4 Empyreans.
これにして
We
たよう
picked
な
up
気
4
がします
souls.
ね。
So far we have Oscar and Teresa in Velvet's stomach. So we need 2 more. So
5分かな、
conveniently
5分から
enough,
20分ぐらいの
we're
ところだっ
gonna
た
fight
と。
2 bosses, which are the last 2
2時間
remaining
過ぎて
souls
ちょっと
of
過ぎた
Abby
ぐらいのところだ
Victorious,
ったので。
which will be Shigure,
こ
who
れ
we
奏
fought
者さ
way
ん、これ
earlier,
直す気ないです
and
ね。
Melchior, who we fought a little bit ago.
And lore-wise, Velvet is a little bit less angry now because she's decided she's not going to fall into despair, and instead it just has a resolve to end Artori's resolve and change it with hers. Just
ここのところちょっと奏者さんが主人公の感情に
So
ついて
earlier,
話して
after
るん
we
です
fought
けど、
the Chimera boss,
これまで最初だからすごい怒りに満ちた
herself, she was like, "Yeah, I don't
ベルベットの声だったのが、一度故郷の村が
but
燃えていなかったかもしれないっていう時には少し穏やかになってまた怒りに満ちた声に戻ったんですけど、この段階になるともうちょっと落ち着いてるというか、
right here.
もうアルトリウスの策略には乗らないっ って強く心を決めたので、ちょっと落ち着いた声になっていますみたいなことを話されてます。先ほどね、声優さんの演技がすごくいいですというふうにおっしゃってた方いるんですけれども、もしかしたらやっぱりそんな感じですかね、日本語でも。そういう演技を楽しむのもすごくいいのかもしれません。
She just wants to get her goal done.
私もプレイすることがあったら、ぜひね、これは日本語と英語と少し比べながらやってみたら面白そうだなというふうに思っています。
I'm gonna kill people to get what I want.
I'm a bad guy.
昔のね、結構ゲームって英訳がそこまでクオリティが高くなかったりとか、直訳的なものが多かったりしたんですけれども、さっき、カノ主がインノミナって聞いた瞬間に、あ、カノ主なんだっていう、カノ主の言葉の意味をうまく直訳じゃないのに訳してるみたいなのがあって、うまいなって一瞬思ったんですよね、聞いた
So
瞬
the
間
reason it's called the hallway of death is, as you're gonna see in a second,
なので、
a lot of enemies
そういう、この翻訳うまいっていうところがあると、ぜひ前編見てみた
catch
いな。
us. Thankfully, we're getting good enemies. There's another type of enemies that's a lot faster.
私は個人的に複数言語でやるの大変
Generally, if you have the wall,
推している
you
の
can
で
save, but
特に Steam のゲームの方が実はプレイステーションとかのコンソールのゲームよりも言語数が多かったりとかするんですよね。残念ながらこのゲームはオマ国ですけど、
they're just. I'm gonna be going back to doing the same thing I was doing.
Steam でできる人っていうのはちょっとそういう楽しみも楽しみながら外国語
So I had to switch him and Velvet out of the party.
を学べるっていう意味で非常にいいんじゃないかなというふうに。
And then, you know, it's
この間ちょっとどなたかゴーストワイヤー東京の走ってる方配信見に行ったら一番早いのはスペイン語になっていて、
You like working, right?
これはしぐれさんでしたっけ？
You got it. Round 1013, begin.
this combo, we used a bunch of searing edges on him initially to increase our combo multiplier. He actually got burned, so that makes it even easier. Since he got burnt, I don't know if Luffy said it's necessary, but we use it just to dump souls anyways, and then just do a small combo and he dies.
And easy.
So now,
気のせいかな、しぐれさんなんか特殊というほどでもないけども、ちょっと意味のある訛りをしていたように今一瞬聞こえたんですけど、
Leave now, Rokuro. I won't stop you.
Don't forget, my purpose here is to repay my debt to you.
the debt that he's talking about is at the
下
very
町
beginning
系
of
と
the
い
game,
う
he
か、
lost his sword, and we're like, oh, I saw a sword downstairs, is it yours? And that enough for him was like, okay, I owe you my life because you told me where my sword is, and that's why
ここで、退場なんで、しぐれさんお疲れ様でした。しぐれさんは最後までしぐれさんのままでしたね。アルトリオスの罠にははまらなかったんだよ。
Now it's fiery instead of icy.
Like a true
なるほど、六郎としぐれには因縁があるので、非容疑を使うと演出が入るん
This
で
guy's
すね。
also fast.
いいですね、そういうの。
walls are great. Again, if you are hugging a wall, then it's going to de-aggro enemies for whatever reason.
But I noticed that we still don't have the geoboard. I've ran through the majority of the dungeon at this point, and we still don't have it. It's just probably the worst speed up mechanic they could have came up with.
ですね、敵のね、仲間の間の絆というか人間関係もそうなんですけど、
So
敵との因縁とかを拾ってくれるってプレイしてると楽しいですよね。
getting closed out
同じキャラクター使ってみても実はあのキャラクターだと特別なセリフあるらしいよっていう人もう一度
Eleanor
やっ
is
てみ
not
たりとか
important enough to get one.
そういうスピードランっていうのはゲームの本当にいろんな仕組みを使い切ってで最短で
A couple minutes.
走るっていう形のやり込みですけど、そういういろんな要素を拾うやり込みっていうのも昔からありますし、そういう楽しみ方ができるゲームってすごくいいゲームだなって思います。
Oh, that's convenient because the Yeti is sponsoring RPG Limit Break 2022. You can head over to the Yeti, that's YETEE.com/RPGLB and pick up some t-shirts. $5 for each t-shirt sold is going right to Nami.
That crafty old buzzard is nothing like Shigure. He won't fight us head on.
So now as we're running up earlier on,
The geoboard, it's here.
イベントが始まっちゃうから逆に外されちゃう人っていうのもいるんですね。
stubborn to put any traps. He's just gonna be waiting for us. And now Magulu's like, no, I know Melchior. He's gonna be trying to set up a trap, so be careful. Just two opposite characters that we have to fight back.
猫ちゃんもいなくなっちゃうのか。
We're going to run straight ahead.
Yep.
でもさっきなんだっけ、
That's smart.
二つ頭だからオルトロスみたいなこ
Yeah, the
う
G-board is almost
敵
there.
がいた
but,
時に
you know, as
これ
you
は
can see,
誰だっけ、
that's
ネオ
the ones that done
の
it.
犬じゃないかみたい
It's
な
the
セリ
last
フもあっ
screen
た
right
し、結
after
構
it.
ペットも出てくる感じですかね。そういうこ
No,
う
it's still worth it
人
because the
間
next
関
screen
係
is
という
also
か
like
人間性を見せるために。
Oh, it's still procs on the next screen.
スピードランだとムービー全部飛ばしちゃうか
There's
ら、
only one Geoboard earlier on that procs in only one
こういう
screen.
のが
So it's the screen right
全
before
部
we
把握できないままに進んでしまいますけども。
There's a Geoboard at the end of the screen for just one screen. So that one is almost useless to pick up. But this one, like
で、
this
この
screen
ボー
is
ド
big
を
enough
ほん
to where
と
it's
ちょっとだけしか
worth
使わ
picking it up.
ないようやく最後の方に来た感じですね。あ、猫は生きてるんだ。ちょっと、待って。
Is
猫生きてるっていうことは、
also similar.
それ
The
猫
difference is now Velvet
それ
is
猫
level
ですか？
1 PG, so we can't switch
猫
her.
1000年は生き
And
ないん
we
だ
can't
よ。
switch to her.
で、なんか、また見たことある人が来ましたね。
BG on him. And also this guy's very
猫の姿をした精霊。精霊ってなんかこう、ちょっと、
to zero. So when we start the
神の
conflict,
使い的なあれですよ
exactly
ね
when。he's gonna get stunned, rather than it being very variant.
また火力を上げるためにダメージ食らってますね、主人。
And we should stun here. Yep.
どっちの帽子が、どっちの被り物が強いか。
So with that, we only have the final boss, which is a, you know,
被り物は大
Baptist
きい方が強いん
that
で
is
すよ。
all that's gonna be in the run. So it's very close to the end.
もうほぼ終わ
But
り
yeah, what
ま
happened
でやっ
there
てき
is
ま
a
し
little
た。
bit of him being tricky. So he almost actually killed us. But right before he did, Magula put an illusion flower under him. And apparently he likes flowers so much that he
もうほぼ今のところは死にかけたけれども、
and
マ
that's
ギ
the
ルに
only
救
way
わ
we
れたみ
actually
たいな
managed
使いなのかな。
to beat him and what's it called? Awake the Empyreans. So now people's wills have came back. And also Malakim are not controlled by exorcists anymore because they also got their strength back. So at this point the Abbey's almost in shambles. The only thing they have left is Artorias himself.
で
And obviously that's gonna be
こ
what
れ
we
に
do
よっ
next.
て、
And Artorias is going on his
アルトリウスの
his
修
progress
道院、修道会
in
み
Logras.
たいなのはもうほぼ崩壊に近い状態まで
We have to
散
run
って
through
しま
here.
いました。
Unfortunately, in this area, even the geoboard, like the geotree, seems like it's on the map close by. You actually have to climb like 2 ladders and run around the buildings to pick it up. That even though we passed by this town twice, it's still slower to
アイ
get
ゼン、
to it.
アイゼンもそうなんですね。まあ、精霊って多分、スピリットの精霊
Now we
に
just
か
have
けて
to
る
which is
で
we're
すか
basically
ね、あ
gonna
れ
go
は。
back to where
そう
we
いう種
initially
族
fought him
な
and
るほど。
got beat up.
アイゼンとライフセッ
Down
トとさっきのしぐれさんの猫がそういう種族ね。
and then just run through the
ありが
final
とうござい
dungeon,
ま
which will be about probably 20 or so minutes left in the run. So again, for the Mystic Art
なんか
Showcase,
さっ
we
きあ
have
と20分っていうから、ここから
probably
20
about
分っ
20
てまた言われたんです
minutes
け
left to reach that goal. So here in this next screen, this is actually another area where we have a G-board for only one screen. It is a big enough screen, or actually it's 2, but it is big enough to where it's worth picking it up.
Inomi not somewhere in the sky. In the
で
sky.
ここは非常に広いフィールドなので、このボードが非常に役に立ちます。
Actually, even if you look, you don't see it.
Good stuff.
Sadly, I can't control the camera when I'm.
っていうか、この階段前見たな。
Actually, wait, maybe you do.
一度来ましたよね、中盤ぐらいでここ。
Do you?
このくっそ長い階段、すごい記憶にあるんですけど。
Yeah, right.
Wait, you can't actually
な
control.
るほ
the
ど、
camera
昔
angle
みたい
when
に、
you- as soon as you hit,
アルトリウスが全ての人に、
which is one of the reasons it's actually really annoying to control it.
命令とか、
But yeah, there's a teleporter that takes us to the final dungeon, which is just a sky fortress.
ゴーマ
And the dungeon
が見えるようにしてた状態から普通に戻っちゃった。
Beetles are scary.
So this beetle has the same movement as the beetle at the beginning of the game that we were talking about being very annoying. And this
今、
beetle
イノミナっ
is
ていう名前が出てましたね。これ、英語だと、カノ主のことをイノミナになって
I
るん
was
ですけ
talking
ど、
about
同じ
tutorials earlier, how if
名
you
前の
encounter a
ダン
tutorial
ジョン
can save you.
ということであってま
My
すか？
Gamer's tutorials only
いよいよラス
enemy
ダ
has
ン
spellcast because
なる
it's
ほ
a
ど。
tutorial for Hair Breaksoul, and you can only use Hair Breaksoul against spellcasters. And not all enemies are spellcasters, but Rokuro's
よし、じゃあ、
works against
アルトリウス、サクッと倒して終わる
So
か。
even though it's a bit slower, I'm gonna open up. I opened up the screen and switched Rokuro to first slot because you only get the tutorial for whichever character is in slot 1.
なんか
And if
さっ
I
き
get
見
caught,
かけた
I'll
天
just
使さん
switch
み
to
たいな
Aizen
のがい
and
っ
so
ぱいい
on,
ますね。
just to maximize the amount of tutorials I get. Because enemies here will almost definitely kill you if you get an encounter.
あでもしここでエンカウンターに捕まってしまう
I hope
と
you guys
ほぼ
enjoy
死にます
the
と。
player of the theme, because, we're
それだ
here
け
for
今レベル差がある状況。
Yep. So this dungeon is huge,
Yeah.
and there's not much to do to make it shorter.
このダンジョンむちゃくちゃ広い上にこうショートカットの余地がほぼない。
This is fine.
This is all fine. Oh, like. Yeah, it's actually like it's more like I think
あー
that
って
it's
声は
usually
あまりエンジェルっ
overlooked
ぽさが
figure out where to find time saves.
どっ
It's
ちかという
easy
と
to
ハッ
think
ピーみ
that
たいな
movement
声
is
なんですけど。
consistent, then you always because it's simple enough. You're just running from point A to point B. But a lot of the time variance actually happens from what enemies spawn and how much running around you have to do, like I did there. Like if all the enemies is this little lamp that doesn't move, you can just cut straight through the middle. But if you get a lot of beetles or a lot of this guy that kind of surround you, you have to start maneuvering around, and it does add up a good amount to the movement.
敵がいろんな種類のがたくさんいるので、こううまく走っていかないと捕まってしま
So
う。
the premise of this dungeon so far
注意
is
点です。
there's just a bunch of teleporters, and we're trying to get to the very top of this this fortress, and we just have to find teleporters that take us higher and higher. And then some teleporters are deactivated, so you have to go find where to activate them.
で基本的にはこのいわゆる
So this first
ワ
one
ープ
was
ポイン
here,
ト
and then we're gonna
を、
next
見つ
teleporter
けて
basically
踏んで上に行
this
くっ
area.
ていうよう
So
な
it's
仕
just
組みなんですけども、ものによっては、まあ、この前のやつがそうでしたね。ちょっと遠いところで起動し
until
て
you get to the top.
で戻ってきて、ワープポイントを踏まなきゃいけないみたいな。
Lurking, do you have time for a
これはちょっ
donation?
と面倒
Yes,
く
we
さい
have
と
a
ころ
lot of
で
time
す。
actually.
Well, you may have noticed that we passed $50,000 for Nami. And it's because of a $1,000
画面の下の方しか、まあ、我々の場合にはちょっとその下に、
Oh my
ジャパニーズトリーブのあれがついてますけれども、本家画面の右下のところをご覧になると分かると思いますが、5万ドル、現在のレートで言うと、750万ぐらいですかね、の、寄付が集まりました。いよいよ5万ドルを突破にしました。今回のイベントはアメリカ国内で、精神疾患の患者と家族の支援を行っているナショナルアライアンス・オブ・レンタル・イルネス並みの、支援イベントとして行われています。いよいよ5万ドルの寄付が集まりましたので、これからも皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Art showcase has been met.
Let's go, CC.
Thank you so much for the donation and meeting the incentive, and that is a
そうで
lot.
すね、円から見ると金額はすごく大きく見えるんですけど、逆に日本の団体が海外支援するときは、これまでに比べて費用が 1.5 倍ぐらいかかるので、ちょっとそれはそれで辛いというようなことを聞いています。
We'll be able to showcase some cool stuff that this game has to offer. That
A lot of them
た
that
だそれでもね、
a lot of you might not even be familiar that that is possible to
寄
do.
付によっていろいろと変えられる救える命、救える心というのがありますので、
Different areas, like the other like outdoor
皆さん
area
も
and
ご無理のない範囲で身近な団体なんかに寄付していただければ
this
という
one
ふう
has
に思い
easier
ます。
enemies. It doesn't have beetles. It's more chill to run through. It does have invisible enemies and
こ
teleporters.
このところ虫の敵がいないからちょっと
kind of still have to just
敵を
run
避け
around
や
it.
すいという
Doesn't
ふうに
make much of a
言いま
difference,
す。
but just slightly
敵
less
が追いかけて
convenient.
くるのは頭が目立つせいじゃないのか。
And also, this dungeon actually has way more than we're doing. So, the dungeon in itself has 6 optional bosses, which, if you realize we have 6 characters in the party, and then there's 6 bosses. The reason for that is each optional boss unlocks the level 3 Mystic Art for one of the characters.
このダンジョンですけれども、必須ではないボスがパーティーメンバー6人にそれぞれ対応して、6体いるんだそうです。でその6体を、それぞれ倒すと、パーティーメンバーの、非容疑がそれぞれ、解放されるということになっているそうです。
The further we get in the dungeon, the louder and louder these bridges forming will get, because the game kind of stacks all the audios on top of each other. So I will give a slight volume warning every time I get to one, because
で皆さんちょっとボリューム、ジャパニーズリストリームは、放送段階でちょっとボリュームの調整をしているので大丈夫だと思うんですけれども、このゲームこの橋を開放するたびになんか音が追加されて、少し音が賑やかになっていくそうです。プレイしてるときはその演出いいですね。ちょっと静かだったのがだんだんこう盛り上がっていくとか、逆にそうで3つ目の合体評議がここで解放される。それがさっき、奏者さんがおっしゃっていた隠しボスですかねの、バトルということでしたね。ありがとうございます。
And then she goes into Super Therian form. And then in that you have to do a certain combo to do it, and that's just longer than we can sustain in that category, so it's just not even worth it.
Just better to go for the classic level 2 MA stuff. Because in order to
頭がアフロなのはこれが主人公の自己表現だからです。
8 arts, which is, pretty easy considering whatever we've been doing so far.
Yeah, the all bosses category actually does something
こ
else.
の主人公のアフロの精神を受け継いだ主人公というのが先進的続編が明日の朝7時前ぐらいからありますので、龍が如くセブン、光と闇の行方の方もぜひお楽しみいただければと思います。
Yeah, so here we have to go break the crystal over there, and on the way there's a teleporter. It's actually very, very important that we go through it and come back. And the reason is the teleporters at the bottom doesn't activate unless you go through it here. So if you go through it and then back, it unlocks a shortcut that we can use later. If you don't do that, you actually have to run that whole
これを今ショートカット開いておくことで後ほど使うそうです。
Oh, that was very low. Yep. The second one sometimes is very loud, but that was very, very nice. Yeah. So as you also can see on the minimap, we almost have the geoboard. In this dungeon, we get it maybe a little bit past halfway.
Yeah, something like that.
And also for some reason in this game, whenever you get close to light sources, the music gets slower. So it happened in some dungeons earlier where we ran over sunlight. But it also happens here. For some reason, the music just gets so much quieter when you see this thing up here.
I mean, look at it. It's pretty huge.
こう真ん中の光のところ何か出来上がってるよねというのでわざわざカメラを
That is the G-board.
して見せてくださっています。
Hoverboarding.
こんなところにボードがありましたね。
And this is where this dungeon becomes really annoying casually, because it's very confusing in where you're supposed to go. And there's again 6 optional bosses that there's so many different routes you can take and end up in where the bosses are instead of where you want to go. So here you see a next room that you think you're supposed to go to, but you're actually supposed to jump down to break a crystal and then retrace.
このところは降りないとこのクリスタルを破壊することができないので、あえて降り
retracing as than it could be, but
いるそうです。
again, volume
これによってテレポーターを起動します。
That was pretty loud.
That was loud.
Such a bad idea to make you go all the way down like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the same area we passed by a little bit ago, but again, now we have the teleporter. Earlier it wasn't there just because we
こ
couldn't
こ
go
テレポー
through it.
ターを、起動してあるので、先ほど通ったところですけども、ここから先に進めるようになります。
There we go. And now again, this whole screen that we just did, we have to do again. It's sort of final dungeon design.
Just make you enjoy the music a little bit more.
But it is like a, from what I get, like a Tales of staple of having a very big and confusing final dungeon. A lot of the games do
they
that.
do that.
だいたいテイルズの最後のダンジョンは非常に分かりにくいので、まあこんな感じでっていう。
Check out Soup Races that has like
奏者さん
6 bosses before the final boss in the final dungeon, or something like that. Races is a
ラストボ
fantastic,
スの前にこれをあと
very,
6回ぐらいやらなきゃいけないのかな。
speed game. Probably one of the hardest one of the series, just because of how the game works.
Yeah, I know Zestiria has a very seemingly confusing final dungeon, but then it's actually very short if you know where to go.
Yeah.
So in the speedrun with this fast speed and knowing where to go, it's like a...
テイルズ・オブ・ゼステリア、この
I mean, we all
ストーリー的には後の話、作品としては前の話ですかね。あれはラスダンは非常にややこしいはややこしいんですけれども、
if I get an
分かっ
encounter.
てさえいればすごくショートカットができて、スピードラン的には楽なんだけども、このダンジョンはそういうわけにはいかないと
Oh, it's Rokuro.
Oh.
And I'll switch
言わ
out.
れてますね。
Aizen is the same where his tutorial will pop up in any encounter. I pretty much didn't need to do it because we're almost at the end of the dungeon.
I don't think there is even any more encounters here.
There might be, just not the beetles. So there's just easy encounters, but
Right.
there's this room. Yeah, just in case.
セーブしましたね。
I mean, that's worse at this point. You just pop up a practice save and
But then we won't see this Velvet beating up Artorias.
true. That'd be a shame.
So there's gonna be, I think, like one room after this, and then we'll be to the final, to the boss, which again is gonna be two back-to-back fights. So the first fight is gonna be against Artorias and Inominat separate, and then the second fight is gonna be them armatizing together. So it's gonna be what we call Armatorias. And the first fight is definitely a lot harder because there are two enemies, like similar to.
今ラスボス戦の大まさかな説明をしてるんですけれども、2回連戦になるんですが、1回目は2体で、2回目はその2体が融合した1体になるというふうに言います。ただ正直1戦目の方が2体いる分大変だそう
Definitely
で
is a clan fiesta. So Magilu isn't taking much part of it.
And then the
Magilu
second
が
fight
すごい
is
重要な
actually
戦力
super consistent. So if you get lucky, it can go easier, but regardless, it should be a consistent combo that just works every time.
確かにエンカウント結構頻繁にいますよね。しかもあっち行ったりこっち行ったり多い
Basically
か
get
ら。
to the final boss. One more bridge forming, one more volume warning. This one is
あ
usually
ともう1個橋をかければ
Who knows?
who knows.
完了かな。なるほど。
To go through the
ショート、そうですね。先ほどお話ありましたよね。どなたかチャットで説明していただきましたけど、マギルの、技で敵の栄翔を止められる。あれが活躍するということですね。これがユーラスダの前ですかね。うまくいくセーブしました。
So for, obviously, since there is an interlink, we are focusing outdoors first.
So another important thing here is we need to get the break soul on him to get Discord. Sometimes Inomina just walks in front of him.
でブレイクソウルをアルトリウスに 決めなければならない。
So as long as Inomiya doesn't hit me here, I should be able to combo him. He's not gonna quite die from the combo. It's one of those where we
ア
get
ルトリウスコンボ決めてもそれだけで死んでくれるわけではないんですが、
So if he almost got to 25% health, or 75. It's very important to make sure he doesn't, because he soul bursts there.
でここで
And then we just clean him
殺
up.
さないでソウルバストを使わせたいみたいですね。
As we said, Heaven's Claw picks him up. And this should kill him. And then, Inomina
コンボで一度では死なないって言いましたけど、75% ぐらい落としますって言って実際に
So now this guy's
7割以上は減ってましたね。
Just a bunch of elbows into our good old MA.
And there we go. It should do enough damage to kill him. It did. And now for the final Armatorius, the final boss of the run.
そして最後に融合した今アルトリウスとアーマトリウスって言ってましたね。との戦いにします。
We also need to put a lot of souls
in. So we're just gonna keep switching as much as we can.
でソウルをできるだけ集めなきゃいけないので、スイッチキャラクターの、切り替えを頻繁に行いますということです。
Luffy died. That's bad, actually. So let's see how this is gonna work. It should work. He still has 2 BG, but this is why we picked up the life bottles. Okay. Yeah, Luffy said dying there to the boss really screwed it up because his level 2 MA is, or Break Soul is mandatory. Thankfully, this guy killed us very quickly, so we can just retry.
It's like it's a final boss or something.
Yeah. It's a very big step up in difficulty to other fights, like even casually.
カジュアルモードですか、イージーモードですかね。があっても4でやっても結構えぐいですというふうに、えぐい敵ですというふうに。 彼には負けられない、絶望に負けるわけにいかないんだみたいなことを今主人公が、まあ彼女のこの経験してきたこと、本当に絶望に落とされた状態からこう立ち直ってっていうのを考えるとすごくこう刺さるセリフですね。2連戦の時途中からやり直させてくれるのいいですよね。じゃないとものによっては本当に心が折れたりするから。これだけコンボをガチガチ決めるような RTA だとすごく助かりますね。
So usually I would switch to Luffy set and switch him and Aizen back and forth.
通常はこのところでライフセットのレベル2の第2段階の容疑を使うことが多くて、アイゼンとライフセットを差し替え切り替えながらやることが通常は多いそうです。今回は主人公でやってますね。
So time is coming up now.
はい、でここでタイマーストップです。
Sub for 30, pretty solid. Yeah. All right, but since we have
予定時間10
Mystic Art Showcase, we are not
分を切る感じで終わりました。で、この後にいくつかですね、ミスティックアーツ非容疑のショーケースをしてからこのゲームのタイトル終わりになるかなというふうに思います。
And are there anything else we want to talk about before we get into the showcase, or should I just go ahead and get started with it? Okay. All right. So The main thing I'm gonna be doing to showcase is I'm gonna get into dangerous encounters, so the enemies don't fall over easily. So first we're gonna do what is called an MA chain. So if you don't know what an MA chain is, you can actually chain Mystic Arts back to back, all 6 of them, by simply holding the MA button and an arrow D-pad towards the
着ぐるみ好きですね。
character. You can do this.
So that's level 2 here.
It's another level 2 for Lucky Set. And the MA
着
chain
ぐるみどころか何も着なくなったが
makes you go into higher level of MAs as you go. So this is Rokuro's level 3 Mystic Art.
That's
And
a shot
since
out.
we all like Velvet so much, this is her level 3 Mystic Art. Alright, so this was what an MA chain is. So next off, I'm gonna show what we were mentioning earlier, which is how we do all bosses runs. So, in top of MA chains, oh, we killed Velvet there. Yeah. Since I'm in a dangerous encounter, all the enemies are synced in level.
You'll need to use another arcane bottle.
Yep.
Or water use, yeah.
I also need one on Luffy because we need 5.
I hope you guys enjoy the Love Life team or whatever this is.
Oh, I used it on the wrong person. We just get to hear the music for longer.
先ほど衣装を変えると
The DLC
なんか
costume.
BGM が変わるっていうのがありましたけど、この今着てる衣装の中に何か BGM 変わる衣装がある感じですかね。
So each 2 characters. Wait, I did the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a
It's a little hard to execute, but you can
ちょ
actually
っと
do dual
難
MAs.
しい
Each 2
コンボを
characters
やろう
have
としてるみたい
an
で。
MA that they can do together. There we go. So Velvet and Luffy set have
ベルベットと、ライフセットの、
and this is actually the old bosses
Theory,
MA
yeah.
that is used throughout the entire old bosses run, or in the late game. But Velvet and Luffy are not the only one who have a dual Mystic Art. Aizen and Rokuro also have a great one,
後半のボス戦は大体これを使うことが本来多いみたいですね。
which is this.
I
And-
think you don't have enough PG on Rokuro.
Oh, I thought he was on max. Let's see. Oh, I don't. Okay.
Because they made chain.
So we just have to get some MAs. He has 5 now. This is enough.
明らかにこれ、このショーケースのためにこの格好にセットアップしてきてますよね。ここまで着ぐるみ着せるなら顔も着ぐるみにしてあげればいいのに。
Yeah, so executing some of these MAs are a little tricky, but we can see Aizen punching people. And another MA. Actually, what I'm gonna do is actually leave the fight.
This is Zerato card.
Yep, and then we can actually just elixir, so we don't have to keep elixiring the characters to get more PG on them. Yeah, so this should be easier now to show actual stuff without having to worry about BG. So again, I have to get into another dangerous encounter just to make sure the enemies don't die too easily. It's a lot of chickens, it's hard to get into. There we go. Oh.
Are you sure about this?
I think I have to do it with Rokuro, actually, maybe. So let's switch to Rokuro real quick.
ちょっとろくろの技を見せたいですということで技としてるとですね。
Oh, I'm not sure why this is not working, but you know, we'll just move on to the next MA for a bit. We'll show off the Magilu and Eleanor one, which is also very cool.
次はマギルーの
Everyone has
技をお見
enough.
せし
They
ます。
do. This is the Magilu Eleanor dual Mystic Art.
マギルーとエレナーの、技ですね。
And I think one that we have to show off, it is a fan favorite, is Magilu's level 3 Mystic Art. So I'll just make sure everyone
ろ
has
くろ対戦の方失敗したのか。なるほど。
it. We can get started on another Mystic Art chain that we can show off.
Yeah, I did
あ
have
アイドルマスターの曲に変わるような衣装なんですね。
We will.
Oh yeah, that one we didn't show yet.
Left sets level 1. This is also one we didn't see. This was actually, for a little bit, part of the 80% route. Broker's level 2. So Aizen.
Still not becoming a dragon.
We'll get to see Velvet's one more time. And finally Magiluz after this. She just shoots a bunch of Norman at the enemy, dealing a lot of damage to them.
今不死の軍勢よっていう掛け声かけてたんですけど、不死の軍勢出てくるのなんかすごい可愛かったですね。
Level 3, so switch to him. Actually, I'm just gonna switch him out. Make sure everyone has enough BG to keep a chain going. He has 7, so he's good. He has 5. We just need to give one to Eleanor. Oh, alright. Yeah, our good old we slide a bunch.
But I'm this close, I won't miss. Form zero.
With a single breath.
This actually we did not see either earlier, so that's the level 2 for Magulu.
Whatever comes next, this is just the first step. To kill you.
I stand in the light of the heavens.
あ、ルパンさん14人の方へレイドありがとうございます。今ちょっとあれでテイルズ・オブ・ベルセリアの、非容疑ショーケースをやっております。なかなか見応えのある映像ですのでお楽しみいただければと思います。
So I'll just get into one more dangerous encounter here. There we go.
Time to settle which of us is the better.
This the Aizen Rokuro. There we go.
アイゼンとロクロの、協力評議今のですかね。
Just,
無事決まりました。
finish this fight off with just random MAs, and then we can call it for the showcase. Because this is pretty much every MA that any of the main characters have. There are some very interesting MAs for the bosses, but unfortunately it's not easy.
今更ですけど、そっか、プレイヤーブルキャラクター6人が男性3人、女性3人で、しかも全然みんな違うタイプだったりとか、結構バリエーションがあるのはいいですね。最近よく多様性って言われますけど、自分のお気に入りのキャラクターが見つけやすくて、割といいなというふうに思います。
That is all I have on my end. Thank you all so much for watching, and
と
thank
いう
you
こ
all
とで、非容疑ショーケース終わりました。ありがとうございましたというふうに奏者さんおっしゃっています。ということで、テイルズ・オブ・ベルセリア 2% ニューゲーム、クリア時間は4時間29分03秒で終わりました。奏者の、LurkingSR さん、お疲れ様でした。そして私もここで司会交代いたします。この後は、ルーム、その後は、今回一番長いタイトルになります、新女神転生3、ノクターンとなります。今回も夜長丁場ですので、皆さんお休み取りながらちゃんと食事もして、お楽しみいただければと思います。あなたのパトはどこから？私は5体のチンにバックアタックを受けたところからです。というわけで、またまたゲームス、RPG リミットブレイク2021続きます。どうぞごゆっくりお楽しみください。それではここで失礼いたします。